Oh!
Good morning to the host. Oh, Kyle A. Madison. Madsen.
Nope.
Madsen.
Thank you.
Mentioned me on Twitter.
Yeah, I did. Get excited, dude. That's pretty big time.
I've been mentioned.
It's not every day that you get mentioned.
Whoa.
All right. So at some point today, I'm going to try and do the screen share thing.
Oh.
To illustrate the NFL's new kickoff rule.
Mm-hmm.
Get fired up, everybody. And congrats to Ramsey on the belt. Yeah, we're gonna talk gambling today.
Oh.
Yeah, bro. Nope. Shout out to the Celtics. Celtics were up 30 on the Hawks. And lost. What up, Dr. David? Zabo, my guy. Morning, Chester. Yeah, that video is super funny. Shout out to whoever runs the Kings beat for putting up the whole video.
Oh.
Unlike the cowards at Fox 40 who took it down.
Sean, you bleeped it.
Sean Cowardham, more like, following FCC rules and stuff. Bring John Bull in here and I'll diagram the hip drop tackle.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, Bryce sent me the link to this hat the day it dropped. And I was like, I didn't even reply immediately because I was like, yep, that's cop.
What is that hat?
The Cafecitos.
Oh.
The Copa de Diversión team for the Spokane Indians.
Oh.
Yeah, dude.
Wow, that was a lot.
I
don't even know if I
could
remember all of that. I like it though.
Cup of coffee. Dude, I don't have a lot of loud hats like this. I'm a big fan.
No, I think it's really cool. It actually has the old Taco Bell colors.
Yes. The first Taco Bell colors. I have a taco hat in Taco Bell colors. I'll wear it tomorrow. Here we go. I don't know what to do. It's like I've never done a radio show before. I don't know where I want to start.
Oh?
We have so much stuff. We have a book for a rundown today.
It is.
And there's so much to get into, but I guess we can start with the Sacramento Kings' dominant victory over the Philadelphia 76ers once again. Sacramento beating the heck out of a worse team. That worst team was on the second night of a back-to-back. And Domantas Sabonis got his double-double, 54 in a row. Hats off, congrats, all that jazz. And now we get maybe the two biggest regular games in Golden One history tonight and Friday. So we'll discuss all that. I got to bitch about NBA officiating. We've got new NFL rules. Sports betting is already getting out of hand.
Who saw that coming?
Literally nobody could have seen this coming.
Did not see that coming at all. Not at all. I don't,
I would like to say something about Domantas Sabonis' double-double streak.
Okay, I'm here for it.
And I mean this as a compliment to Domas. The streak is not what makes his production and value great. It's just kind of there. If he had not re-entered that game against Denver and finished with 18-9 or whatever he had, and his streak ended then, that does not make this season less special or less valuable in some way. So that was kind of the thing last night. As I'm watching this, it's like, man, that's pretty cool. Like zero players since the NBA ABA merger have had as many double-doubles in a row as Domas. That's pretty incredible. But then I thought, it's like, man, that's not the incredible part of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a figurehead for it. It's a stat that symbolizes what this season has been, but I also don't want to make it out like, oh, well, if he had only gotten to 52, then yeah. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense.
The Denver game would have been, what, 47 in a row? That would have been snapped at 48 in a row, whatever it would have been. Like, that's remarkable. And then he would have picked it up and started a new streak, and he still would have been just as dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
I don't mean to be a wet blanket.
No, but what it does, the streak just represents, number one, the egregious omission at the All-Star, at All-Star weekend, which once again just shines the light on somebody's ineptitude. Whoever it was, they should have just told somebody, hey, you don't get to go this year. Domantas Sabonis has to be there.
Right.
Like, we should have talked to Adam Silver last night, who was in the building, and said, hey, man, you blew this. You should have figured out a way to get one of the most dominating players in the league there. I think what it does, though, Kyle, is it speaks to showing up to work every day and doing the right things, and being a foundational piece, unlike anything I don't think the Kings have ever had. A foundational player that shows up and has statistical greatness every single night. And like, it's one thing to go for 31 night and 21 night and 25 one night and 18 one night. It's a whole other thing to show up every single day and grab 10 rebounds and every single day and score double-figure points. And 25 games out of the 60, whatever we're at, the 70, 71, 25 of them, you have a triple-double. Like, what he's doing is just absolutely crazy. And what it does is it raises the bar on what the floor of the Kings are.
Yeah.
Right? The Kings, without Domantas Sabonis, their floor is number 15 in the West. I mean, it might not be that bad.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, they're probably not a play-in team.
No, but their floor is, like, we have no idea what their floor is.
Sure.
Their ceiling is, we have no idea either. But what he does is he raises the floor to a certain level where you are at least a 6, 7, 8 seed.
Sure.
And that's at a minimum. And chances are you're better than that. And not every player can do that. I mean, we're watching the Los Angeles Lakers with LeBron James and Anthony Davis that don't have that floor. And so, you talk about the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry. They don't have the same floor. So what he's been able to do, to me, is just absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, he's been really good. 11 points on 5 shots. That's wild to me.
That he only took 11 points. That he only scored 11 points.
But no, that he just only, just 5 shots. Just going to go get 13 boards, dish out 10 assists. Like, we'll make an impact.
I know somebody last night, one of the camera guys said, hey, did he get the points or rebounds or assists first? And it's like, well, he got the double-double. He had 9 points and 9 rebounds. He got the double-double by grabbing a rebound and putting it back in the same motion for his 10th rebound and his 10th and 11th points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another takeaway from last night, this version of the Sixers is not very good. Although I thought Tyrese Maxey was going for 70.
I thought he was going
first quarter was insane, dude.
For at least 232.
As he's going off in that first quarter. By the way, Tyrese Maxey in the first quarter, 7 of 11. The rest of the Sixers, 2 of 12. And I'm like, oh no, they're gonna lose this game because they had nobody who could slow down Tyrese Maxey. And then they did. He only had 8 points the rest of the way. Really well done.
I thought what Mike Brown did there was brilliant too. Like, hey, Maxey's tearing us up. Let's start with Keon. Oh, okay, that's not working. He's too strong. Okay, let's shift to De'Aaron. Oh, that's not working. Let's shift to Keegan. That doesn't seem to be stopping him either. Let's give Chris Duarte a try. No, that's not helping. Let's try Davion. And I think that's something new that the Kings might not have had even like a month ago, 2 months ago, where all of a sudden you can, like, you go up against the Dallas Mavericks tonight. You can throw all kinds of looks. You can go with Keegan Murray against Luka. You can go with Keon Ellis. You can give De'Aaron a shot. Like, that is a good problem to have for Mike Brown all of a sudden, because it wasn't there before.
No, and if Davion Mitchell is going to hit threes at a rate that allows him to play 25 minutes, that's I don't want to sit here and figure out, oh, hey, this should be the rotation, that should be the rotation, because I think come playoff time, you're going to see it be pretty matchup based.
Mm-hmm.
But that Davion is not just a player sitting at the end of the bench who can't credibly play offense. That's a pretty big deal, and just gives Mike Brown another arrow in his quiver when it comes to postseason rotation.
Yeah, I mean, especially
Davion was good last night.
Especially if you're going to have a guy like Trysta Krick, who has been solid like throughout the last couple of weeks, but the last 2 games hasn't been able to hit like a boat. Water fell out of a boat.
That stretch where he missed the 3 from the corner, Kings get the offensive rebound. De'Aaron kicks it back out to him, wide open in the corner again. Brickton is like, all right, hey, get him out.
No,
we're done for tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
that was tough.
Philip Seymour Hoffman out there making it rain.
I want to whine about something real quick.
Uh-oh.
The leading with the knee rule is the dumbest thing I've seen basketball do. I get that, like, so it was Kenyon Martin Jr., KJ Martin.
Yep.
Last night. Got called for it. And it was a foul by the definition of the rule. It was the right call. So, or I guess it was the wrong call and they reviewed it and then it was the right call. So I don't understand what the player is supposed to do. Because when you jump, like that's what you're taught. When you do,
yeah. If you're doing a 1-leg jump, you're right.
Yeah, I just don't. It's one of those rules that I genuinely. It's like in the NFL when a defender is doing anything he can to get to the quarterback, and he hit him down kind of in the lower thigh. It's like, oh, foul. Like, man, he's gotten shoved around and pushed down. He's diving. He's just trying to get to the guy. What's he supposed to do? He's
battling another 300-pound man, right, and sometimes 2.
Right. And that's how I feel about this rule. Yeah. And it's not just because of last night. It's happened. The Kings have had it happen to them multiple times. It's just, I think it is the weirdest rule that basketball has.
Because we knew that it was going to be a call last night because the Keegan Murray call last year.
Yes.
I think it was last year. Yeah. Well, of course it was last year because he didn't play the year before that. Against Steven Adams, which was one of the great moments in Steven Adams' career where he's laying on the ground and he's making sure that his privates are okay. And then he starts counting 1, 2, and then he keeps going 3, 4. Okay. They're all there. But it was the same exact call.
Right. And it's silly. I don't understand it.
But I almost felt like Domas is like, oh no, I'm stepping in because I see him doing it.
Right.
Like Domas got up, like, let's review that. I mean, that's clear.
Yeah. And I don't. And I would love to know what the league is trying to legislate there.
Well, I mean, low blows. But also,
sure, but for what? It's not like players
extending his foot or anything. I'm with you.
It's not like players jump up and go like, "Oh, I'm going to knee this guy in the chest as I go up." Now, if KJ Martin had gone up there and he's not even looking at the basket and he's just got the ball tucked and he throws a knee, then yeah, sure. But when it's clear he's going up to try and dunk the basketball, and he's getting a whistle for it. And again, this is not isolated to last night. I've seen this called. This is the rule in the league, and I think the rule is stupid. This other rule I think is stupid, just while we're here, is the rip through being a foul. Defender's got arm out, and offensive player just generates a little contact by doing a move he would never do.
It's called the Chris Paul.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is infuriating.
Yeah.
And I don't, hand here, and then just like, oh, I'm just going to do this. Now, if player goes up into their regular shooting motion and hand is out and gets their wrist, then yes. But when hand is over here and offensive player has to pull the ball all the way to the side and do what the rip through move and generate contact and also generate a foul, also stupid. Just while we're here.
No, I'm with you. I mean, it's such an unnatural move.
I don't get it. I don't get why you reward that. I'm glad they took out the a bunch of players do this. I don't even want to isolate it to one guy. Dwayne Wade, I guess. The pump fake and then the lean into the contact.
Oh, yeah.
And then fall away and hit the... I'm so happy they took that out because that's not like the natural shooting motion.
Well, it's the same with the Trae Young, like step in front of you and stop.
Yes.
The stop short move.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's that to me is the Steph Curry move. I attribute that one to Steph.
Yeah.
Get the defender on your hip and then stop and then shoot it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Man. I mean, Trae kind of mastered it too. Yeah. So... yeah, I just, I wonder if Chris Paul ever looks at himself and goes, man, do I look like
No, I promise he
Alfonso
doesn't.
Ribeiro, doing the.
Oh, dude. One of my favorite life memories is at the American Century Championship
Okay.
in Tahoe at, I forget which, because the hotels have changed names. I think it was at Harvey's?
Okay.
Harrah's?
It's usually, everyone usually goes to Harrah's party.
Okay, so it was at Harrah's then, and I'm having a great time, couple drinks in, moseying around the casino, and there's a stage there, and I look up, and it is David Justice, Charles Barkley, and Alfonso Ribeiro singing "Hypnotized" by Biggie.
Oh.
Thought I was hallucinating.
Okay.
And then I literally bumped into Joe Theismann. Just a fever dream of a night, dude.
I actually sat for dinner in the restaurant at the top of Harrah's, and to my back was Joe Theismann.
He's just around.
Yeah, and I think he was wearing like a black turtleneck tucked in very, very firmly to a pair of Levi's with a
With
belt.
a sport coat?
No, he didn't even have that, and it was even sort of the flared top jeans. He looked like he was in a 1985 Jordache commercial.
I love that.
And it wasn't anywhere near 1985.
I love that for Joe. Good for him.
Yeah.
I hope he's doing well. Shout out to Joe Theismann. All right, we've got a bunch of other stuff to get to. Let's dive in further to the Kings-Sixers game, and then we'll get to some of the NFL rule changes, some 49ers injury news, and we have to talk about the sports betting stuff, because not only did the Shohei Ohtani news drop, but we have a major scandal now featuring Raptors forward Jontay Porter and his props and some irregularities there that we need to get into. So tons of stuff to pack into the next couple of hours. Don't go anywhere. We're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Emmy. Hopefully we'll have some sort of Sasha news today. I don't know. I'm like fingers crossed, but I have no idea. For those who don't know, when you have a back-to-back, the injury report doesn't come out until later. So we won't know, I don't think, until probably 12:30, 1:30, who's going to be on the injury report and who won't be. And that goes for both teams. Yeah, the Tahoe tournament's incredible. I told you that's where we got to the 17th hole, and some girls in bikinis held up a sign. We're holding up a giant sign that said, "Jimmer, can we be your sister wives?"
Hilarious.
Yeah, it was stunning.
I can't wait for 3-on-3 basketball in the Olympics. I might get a Jimmer Team USA jersey.
I'll reach out to Jimmer. We can have Jimmer on the show.
That'd be sick.
We were supposed to have Jimmer on the show when he was here for the 3-on-3 tournament.
He owes us.
I talked to him. I ran into him in the Doco. Like, what's up, man? I said, you're supposed to come on the show. He goes, dude, I think he was in the Philippines. And he's like, the hours were weird. And then I stopped hearing from PR. Tyler, we're in section 105. There is a little bit of overrun in 104. And then Gary Gerald and the radio side is in 106, I believe. Waiting behind my section most nights at halftime is Ramsey.
Yes. I felt bad because the last couple times I've had to go to the bathroom real bad.
Yeah, and a lot of times I'm like, I got to go get my hot tea and maybe even a halftime hot dog. So
2.5 minutes, by the way.
And I have to walk at halftime. I've got to go take the stairs up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
you're a big walking.
I got to get the blood flowing.
The Diddy raids happening. I saw somebody tweet this, that they happened on the 27th anniversary of Kick in the Door.
Oh.
That's tough.
Wow.
Yeah, I think like there's definitely ways to do it, but I also don't think that there are players consciously like, I think you're just jumping. There's definitely ways to jump without having a knee out, but like you're literally taught. You go off the one foot, your opposite foot, and the other leg's just up.
Yeah.
Like it's just I don't know.
I mean, it depends if you're a 1 foot jumper or a 2 foot jumper.
I get like I understand that forcible contact with the knee to the midsection of the nuts is bad. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm going tonight and Friday. He's going to be a full-blown Sacramento resident this week.
You're going right now, right?
To the game tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I did call you in.
You what?
I called you in.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Although if I have to stand up in the draft house for a whole game, I'm not opposed.
Not gonna.
I might do that on Friday. I might go the fan route on Friday. Bring the wife.
Okay.
And just get blazed.
Pay the big dollar.
Well, yeah. Sure. Gonna see if the plug can come through or not.
Got it.
What's up, Scoots?
What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, bro. That's awful.
Yeah. Prayers up for sure.
I saw a picture of a side-by-side of the bridge up and then without it, and I'm like, oh, I wonder why they took the bridge down. It's like
watching
that was just the first thing I saw this morning, and then I went searching for it, and
yeah,
just brutal, man. Here we go. Did it again, James. We're going to have to let Andre Nicotina ride here for a second. Hang on. There we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, he's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. And they are the Sacramento Kings. Big winners last night against the Philadelphia 76ers. 108-96 the final there. Sacramento jumps up to the number 6 seed in the Western Conference, tied with the Dallas Mavericks. They currently hold the tiebreaker over the Dallas Mavericks, which makes tonight's game and Friday's game, both of them against Dallas, big ones. Before we get to that, though, let's recap last night's game and get James Ham 6 results.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Really well.
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 quick thoughts brought to you by you. If you'd like to sponsor the segment, reach out.
That's right.
I'd love to do a little read up top and at the back for you, a little donut.
That's what that's called?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
As it circles around.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. Very good. James Ham, your first quick thought.
History made. Domantas Sabonis notched his 54th consecutive double-double, surpassing Kevin Love's record of 53. It's the longest streak in the NBA since the merger in 1976-77. He had a quiet night, 11 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists. But he also posted his league-leading 25th triple-double. He's good, Kyle.
Pretty good player.
I'm a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty solid.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to add. I don't know what else to say at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. He got hit in the head so many times last night.
As per usual.
And there was even a point where he said this late last night. Hey, you know, my teammates were like, man, get up. He's like, yeah, hang on a sec. I'm a little dizzy. He's like, he got hit late in the game hard again.
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean, he even had like, he didn't have to have stitches last night, but he did have to have like his face taped up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is another, I don't want to get into an officiating thing again, but this is another complaint I have about NBA officiating.
Yeah.
Where they call things based on, if he had what's the word I'm looking for? A more refined or skilled offensive game where he was like dribbling in and then did like a Euro step around somebody with the like crafty finish and got hit, he would get calls. But because he's just pulling a China shop going down and banging into people, they're just not going to whistle it. They're just like, oh, hey, we're going to let everything happen down there, even a murder, even an attempted murder. It's just not, we're just not going to call anything.
I think
it's a weird double standard.
I think he should go full John Olerud and just wear a helmet. Just
All
wear
right.
a helmet the whole time.
I wouldn't be opposed.
No.
Just full hockey mask, everything.
Yeah, just like, you want to hit me? That's fine. Maybe put some spikes on it. Like, don't hit me.
I think what he needs to do is wear a helmet that has like splatter packets on it. So when he gets hit, it's like really clear, like, dude, like, see?
Or like the heat sense. So
Yeah.
like you can see like a big red streak. Oh, see?
Yeah.
I got hit.
I like the splatter pack though, because like Tobias Harris whacks him across the head. Now Tobias Harris got blue paint all over his hands.
That's right.
Like, yeah, hey, he did it.
That's right.
Caught him blue-handed.
That's right.
Number 2.
The real Keegan stood up, at least
Yeah,
for
he
part of
did.
the game. Man, he was good in the first quarter. 17 of his 23 points in the first 12 minutes. 9 of 20 from the field. 3 balls. Man, just come out aggressive. That's who you have to be, man. Just at what point is he going to get it and just be that player? And it feels like it's happening right now, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I said at halftime, I was like, okay, 12 field goal attempts and a half is what I've been asking for from Keegan.
Mm-hmm.
Not 12 specifically, but that kind of aggressiveness. Hunting his shot early, confidently taking the 3. He just needs to keep doing that even when the shot isn't falling.
Yes.
So in the second half, so he goes 7 of 12 in the first half.
He was 6 of
19
8.
points.
6 of 8 to start the game.
Yeah.
Because I wrote it down, and then he finished 8 of 20.
Yeah.
I'm okay, though.
9 of 20.
9.
So
okay.
3 for 12 the rest of the way. But I love that he finished with 20 field goal attempts. I'm not going to complain too much of 12 in the first half, 8 in the second half.
Yep.
I overall like the aggressiveness, and that to me feels like growth. That to me feels like a tangible step forward. I just need to now see that night in and night out. Good for Keegan.
I absolutely agree.
Number 3.
Steps the stat sheet. Fox didn't have a huge night, but still managed 23 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block.
Yeah. Build the stat sheet.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, he's just, I feel like I've said this 15 times this year. The evolution of a star player is where, okay, he didn't have his best scoring night, but he's still an impactful player on the court. And I think you see that from De'Aaron pretty much night in and night out.
Yeah, and I also think the evolution of a star player is to be able to, like, it's one thing to average 25 a game for 82. It's a whole nother thing to come back the next year and figure out how to be consistent and do that same exact thing, but at a higher level.
Yep.
And increase your defensive intensity.
Mm-hmm.
He's now averaging exactly 2 steals per game. He's second in the NBA at 2 steals per game.
Yep.
And I think he has 5 or 6 consecutive multi-steal games.
Yeah, and the thing that's impressive about that, it's not steals like he just happened to be in the passing lanes. Like,
oh no,
like he's a better defender than Steph Curry is or was or whatever. But Steph would always have all these steals because he just play passing lanes. De'Aaron just picks pockets.
Oh yeah,
and that is really, really hard to do in the NBA. He's when he ratchets it up defensively, he is an excellent two-way player.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Shifted the game. Davion Mitchell came in and just I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was brilliant on both ends of the court.
Yep.
The way that he shut down Tyrese Maxey was spectacular. The way that he posted 18 points on 6 of 9 shooting, he was aggressive. He looked for a shot. He still has that crazy arc in his shot, which, Rico Hines was in the building. So, and Rico's who worked with that shot with him. So maybe that's why, but like the free throws, I mean, the free throw almost at the bottom of this scoreboard, like, what is happening? but he hit it. That's all that matters. But it's like,
yeah, it went down.
Like,
yeah, it goes down.
Whoa, what is happening?
Love to see it.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, man. If Davion Mitchell's knocking down shots, the Kings are really hard to beat. Like, they have all these kind of X factors of, hey, when this guy's hitting, they are just on a different level, and Davion's one of them. Number
5. Bounce back game. Malik Monk wasn't great.
No.
But he wasn't 0 for 11 like he was the previous game. He scored 11 points, grabbed 4 rebounds, dish out 4 assists. It was solid, Kyle. It wasn't great, but sometimes you're going to have lulls, and he needs to pull out of those lulls much quicker than he has in the past.
Yeah, definitely. 4 for his last 22 from the field isn't going to get it done. But like you said, it's better than 3 points on 1 of 8. He's continuing to be aggressive, continuing to play make, continuing to distribute. I have no real concerns about Malik Monk moving forward.
No, I don't either. And he's hilarious in the locker room.
That's great. Go check out James_Ham NBA Check out the video from last night. I can't play it on the radio.
No, he was not happy because JaVale McGee decided to come in the locker room and talk loudly.
Yeah. NSFW video, by the way. Last one, quickly.
The other center, Alex
Yeah.
Len, did the dirty work, man. 7 points, 3 shooting, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks. He altered so many shots. I thought Alex Len was spectacular.
Yeah, it was almost weirdly good. There were a couple of defensive plays he made where I'm looking at him, I'm like, who is this?
Yes.
What the? If he can give you 10 good minutes a night in a playoff series,
that's all you need.
It's a little bit, like I said, just a couple game changers on this Kings bench. And Alex Len and Davion Mitchell were both really, really good last night. All right, I need to talk about sports betting, and we need to talk about these Mavs Kings games coming up. We've got a big one tonight, Kings-Mavericks at Golden One Center, and we'll talk about all this sports betting stuff as well. Tons to get into. Hour and a half left on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know how much more Harrison Barnes could be called out.
What that in?
I don't. There are nights where we could probably talk about this on air, but there's nights like last night where you're going like, yeah, man, 6-3-1, you'd prefer better. But
what did Tobias Harris do?
Yeah, I don't.
His defense on Tobias Harris was very good for a guy who usually gets torched by Tobias. He was like, no one else was going to beat you outside of Maxey.
Yeah, I just don't. I can't get on board with. I think in general, the idea of players and coaches and stuff needing to be held accountable is typically overblown.
Yeah. Well, that, and if you want Keegan Murray to shoot the ball 20 times,
right,
and you know that De'Aaron Fox is going to shoot the ball 15 times, and Malik Monk's going to shoot the ball 12 times, and Domantas Sabonis is going to shoot the ball. You know, all these players are going to shoot the ball. You can't just sit there and call out Harrison Barnes when I thought he played pretty solid. I mean, he was a -2 on the night, so you could say, oh, -2. But it doesn't matter. He just came off a stretch where he had 6 consecutive double-figure games.
They won comfortably.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If they had gotten nothing from Keegan last night and De'Aaron struggled and it was like, man, they could have really used Harrison Barnes, then sure. But I've spent so much time talking about what they need and don't need from Harrison Barnes that I don't have it in me to hold his feet to the fire because he only had 6 points in 26 minutes of a 12-point win. I don't.
His last 2 games have been a little rough, but the 6 games before that, he averaged 15.7. Yeah. He shot 47% from 3, 49 from the field, 3.8 rebounds, 1.5 assists.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they're at 19 points right now in the fourth quarter.
Oh, this was a blowout.
And Barnes just got bullied by Tobias Harris
on that play. Yeah.
He just walked it down.
Yeah, but I mean, with 8:32 left, they're at 72 points.
Yeah, I'm not. That's a lazy pass.
Well, that, and they should have called a delay a game right there for him throwing the ball the full length of the court into the stands. It was interesting to see Kevin Huerter on the bench, but not in a sling or anything. So that might be a good thing. Harrison Barnes, 3. Put it back to 20.
There was a shot of Keon Ellis hitting a 3, and you could see the Kings bench, and he hits the 3. And I know Kevin Huerter can't move. This is not Kevin Huerter his mindset. It's just how it appears because he can't, like, I'm sure his shoulder hurts like hell. He can't move a lot. He's at the end of the bench and everybody else is standing up doing their thing. And Kevin Herter on the side just goes,
like I'm too cool for school.
okay, all right, he hit the three.
Tom L., you like to ask questions during the break. Do you think
I'm
the
asking
Kings have interest in Tobias Harris this offseason, been linked in the past? This group hasn't been linked so much to Tobias. And it's possible. Like, Tobias is a really good player, but what's he got left in the tank? How many years and how much you're going to have to pay? Because he's a dude who's coming off
Tobias
million.
Harris is the kind of guy a team like Portland dramatically overpays. Or Detroit.
Atlanta is typical.
Oh, Atlanta's a good one.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, let's get into it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Sacramento Kings at home tonight against the Dallas Mavericks, who they are tied with in the Western Conference standings. Dallas, the number 7 seed. The Kings, the number 8 seed. And man, you know, I hate these conversations because big game or important game kind of varies depending on who you ask. I'm sure there are people who will tell you that the biggest regular season game in Golden One history was the one against the Timberwolves last year where they could have clinched a playoff spot. They ended up losing that game, but that was like a huge game, a ton of anticipation, this and that. These two games to me feel like the biggest spot the Kings have been in at home in a regular season game ever, or at least since Golden One opened.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think the night that the NBA shut down was probably going to be the biggest night, the biggest individual, like, single season game ever, when they were facing the Pelicans and they were trying to track down Memphis. And there's 18 games left in the season, but it was like this pivotal moment between two teams that were kind of on the same path. And then the pandemic hits that night. And, you know, again, one of the officials ends up testing positive, all that stuff.
That was crazy.
It was one of the craziest nights of all time. But this one is up there, man. It is, because what you have the opportunity right now, and whether you win both or you split, that's what you have to do here. You have a 2-0 lead on them in the season series on Dallas. You're tied right now in the standings, 100% tied. You need the tiebreaker. It would be great if you could win both. You've played really well against them, where they won like 7 out of 8 against Dallas. Whether Luka plays or not, it doesn't really matter for this team. But this is a big one, because
it's huge.
If you can get that little bit of separation, but score that 3-0 on the season series, it means that they've got to leapfrog you completely in the standings. And, you know, like, this is big.
Yeah, man. These are ostensibly, to me, playoff games. Because if you're losing both of these, you're in a really, really tough spot moving forward. Whereas if you even split, where you have that season series, that's just a little bit of cushion. And I think the Kings are playing well enough right now that you can be pretty confident that if they split this series, you're going, okay, they're in a really good spot moving forward.
Yes.
The loss to the Wizards aside, it feels like Sacramento right now is playing its best basketball of the year. Did they have that weird slip up in Washington? Yes. But they kicked the hell out of the Raptors. They had a gritty win against a good Mavericks team in Orlando, where they had to get, what was it, 4 stops in the final 21 seconds.
Yep.
They put together a really tough win in Orlando, and then they kicked the heck out of the Sixers last night. A shorthanded, not very good Sixers team just dominated, just start to finish, game never in question. And that to me is, hey, this is a good sign. This team's trending the right way. And this goes back to even the game against the Knicks, which they lost, but they played pretty well. They dominate the Lakers and the Bucks. Like, this is now going on 2 weeks of just really high quality play from the Kings. And that to me says, if you split these 2 games, get the win tonight and render Friday much less important. Still important. But if you get that season series where you hold that tiebreaker, I think it's really, really tough for Dallas to then pass you in the standings.
Well, I think that's the big point too, right? Dallas, you're competing with Dallas, and it's not just for, like, the 6 or the 7 seed.
Mm-hmm.
The 5 seed is fully in play at this
Absolutely,
point.
yeah.
Like the Phoenix Suns have the most ridiculous schedule in the history of schedules to finish out the season.
Mm-hmm.
Their strength of schedule against after last night's game is 647. I don't even know that there are that many teams in the league with a 647 win percentage.
There are 5 teams, and they are the Timberwolves, Thunder, Nuggets, Bucks, and Celtics.
Okay, and they play the Nuggets, the Thunder, the Timberwolves twice, the Clippers twice, the Pelicans twice, and
oh my God.
and the Cavs. Their easiest opponent is no one.
Their easiest opponent is the Cavs with a 611 winning percentage.
That's their easiest opponent left. So what we're talking about here
That is crazy.
is that you're looking at the 5 and the 6, and you're trying to fight to move up the whole time. And man, the Clippers are tumbling. So it's possible that like all of these spots are wide open and up for grabs, but that means nothing if you don't take a team like Dallas serious and you don't go in and beat them. And we joke around about it all the time. I could easily see the Kings winning both of these games against Dallas and then not showing up on Sunday and losing to a bad Jazz team.
Dude, 1,000%.
I could totally see it. And everyone would be like, oh, typical Kings.
If I told you that the Kings won 2 against Dallas and then lost to Utah, the Clippers, and the Knicks the next 3,
Oh, yeah.
that's the other reason these 2 games are so important. Is you have 2 games against Dallas. You need to win one.
Yep.
And then you need to beat Utah, because then you've got the Clippers who are fighting for their lives. And that may be a game that we're talking about as, hey, this is a huge home game because now you can pass the Clippers. I've got a guy, Tommy Azerly, who covers the Clippers. I follow him on the internet. So not to pile on, this is after the Clippers lost last night. Not to pile on, but this, given the schedule, we might actually be looking at play-in scenarios very soon. That's where the Clippers are at.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to be fighting for their lives. And then you've got at Knicks, at Celtics, at Nets, at Thunder, home Pelicans, home Suns.
It's wild.
These are just vital games to get.
Yes. Okay, starting lineup tonight for
Please.
the Dallas Mavericks. We don't have injury reports yet. We'll get to that later. But starting lineups, Kyrie Irving at the point guard position. We got Luka Doncic. We've got PJ Washington. Derek Jones Jr., a high flyer the Kings have been, tied to many times.
Yeah.
And Daniel Gafford, who they acquired at the deadline from the Wizards. This team has some decent depth on the bench as of right now. Tim Hardaway, Derek Lively, a rookie, has played really well, and Dante Exum somehow has been like pulled off the scrap heap and has played extremely well for them.
Really good.
Yeah, really impactful. Then Maxi Kleber, they always struggle with him.
Maxi Kleber, dude. When I was watching a Mavs game a while back, and I heard the broadcaster say Exum, like, that can't be Dante Exum. Like, no chance.
No.
Quick Google. Oh my God, it's Dante Exum. He's in the league and producing and playing well.
It's crazy.
Him and who's the Chris Dunn.
Oh, yeah.
Two guys I thought were just done.
Okay.
No pun intended.
How old do you think Dante Exum is?
Dante Exum. See, this is where between 2013 and 2018 are all the same to me. Dante Exum's got to be like 28.
He is exactly 28.
Oh, come on.
Like 28 and 257 days. But I would have thought he was
Chris
older than that.
But Chris Dunn's like 31, right?
No.
He's
No.
not?
I don't think so. I think Chris Dunn is 29.
Providence legend.
Yeah. He's a 2017 draft. He's 30.
Chris Dunn just turned 30.
You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
All right.
Huh, okay.
If we had this conversation 10 days ago, he'd have been 29. So yeah, no, the Mavs are a team that I didn't have a ton of belief in, but they've won 7 of their last 8. They've won 3 consecutive games. Their only loss was a tough game at Oklahoma City that they lost by 7. They have a win over Denver in there on that ridiculous Kyrie Irving kind of running.
Oh, left-handed hook shot over Jokic.
I mean, just ridiculous.
That's right.
But you start compiling all those names and you look and you go, man, like this should be a really, really tough team. And they're starting to play a little bit better. And while the Mavs didn't scare me 2 weeks ago, now they'd scare me a little bit.
They've had this season where they do this, right? So, it wasn't that long ago. They had a 7-game winning streak. Then they lost 2, won 1, and lost 3.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what you talked about, they won 4, they lost 1, they won 4. they're kind of a Jekyll and Hyde team like the Kings are. And every time you think that they figured it out, they take a step backwards. But I also feel like they're sort of ramping up for the playoffs, and they have the same idea that the Kings do, that you want to avoid the play-in tournament, number one. But number two, that 6-7 sure does look enticing when you're looking at Oklahoma City or potentially the Timberwolves being the 2-3. And there is a pathway not only in the first round, but in the second round as well.
Yeah.
If you're avoiding sort of those big boys at the 4-5 and the 1, you know, which we all expect to be Denver.
Yeah.
Although Denver may not hold on, you never know. But yeah, this is a good team, and you got to go in there and figure them out because it's not easy.
I think Denver's going to wind up winning the West, and this isn't really important right now, but I think Denver's going to wind up winning the West by like 4 games. They feel like they're locking in in a way that Oklahoma City and Minnesota just can't yet. So I think Denver's going to kind of wind up running away with it. But
that'd be wild.
Matchup of the game, I'm going De'Aaron Fox v. Luka Doncic. And not because I think they're going to like guard each other a ton or anything like that. I just think this is 2 superstar point guards, all NBA type point guards, MVP caliber point guards that I like seeing guys like that go head to head. Whether they're guarding each other or not doesn't really matter to me. I could just envision a stretch in this game where it's Fox in the paint, tough layup, Luka doing the same thing on the other end, and these guys combined for like 15 points in a 6-possession stretch.
I could see that.
Yeah,
I definitely could see that. My matchup of the game, I'm going to go Fox on Kyrie.
Oh, yeah.
I just
like same reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Although Fox might guard Kyrie quite a bit tonight.
No, it's very possible.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch. Real quick before we hit our break, I'm not saying that the Kings shouldn't have drafted Luka Doncic, but I'm so happy we don't have to watch him every game.
Amen.
Excellent player, gonna win an MVP someday, maybe multiple. Incredible basketball player. Not taking anything away from him. One of the 3 best players in the league. But 3-5, whatever. I cannot stand watching him play.
It's not even his skill set. His skill set is unbelievable. It's when you watch him in person and you see how much he complains to the officials.
Yes.
It is horrific.
Jarring, dude.
Jarring, especially in a day and age where all of a sudden people aren't getting foul calls. This guy goes 7 of 8 from the free throw line last night in 41 minutes. He played 41 minutes against the Jazz.
You think you know because you watch him on TV?
Yeah.
But the camera cuts away.
Oh, yeah.
If you're in the building, either tonight or Friday, if you're at Golden One Center, watch Luka.
It is absolutely jarring.
It is unbelievable.
Yes. There are 2 players. He does it nonstop.
Yes.
And then the other one is watching Draymond bark and bark and bark at the officials the entire game.
Yeah.
Like he's having a good time, but he's yelling at in your face like the whole time.
Yes.
And he just knows he's not going to get a tech every single time.
It's all game.
It's just like
foul. He's walking over. He's talking to the official in midcourt.
It's wild.
Comes back down, talking to him as he's walking away. It's insane.
Yeah.
All right. We got 3 big watch parties coming up, sponsored by Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. Thursday, March 28th, we've got a Sweet 16 watch party. That's with D'Lo, KC, and Jesse, the producer. Jesse, going to be down there at Bar West, 2724 J Street in Midtown. That is Thursday at 4 o'clock. And then Saturday, it's me and James for an Elite 8 watch party at 3 o'clock at Player Sports Pub and Grill. That's at 4060 Sunrise Boulevard in Fair Oaks. And then Monday for the national championship game, April 8th, there will be a watch party with D'Lo, Casey, James, and Jesse at Tom's Watch Bar, Sacramento. That is in Doco, right across from Golden One Center. And again, that is sponsored by Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. Ton of hoops happening on ESPN 1320. Anyways, the Luka thing, man, just...
Yeah,
he is. When they played Golden State. So when I was working at 95.7, the Warriors Western Conference Finals in 2022 was against Dallas, and we had a whole discussion. All the producers were like, "Man, hey, we're gonna," because at 95.7, it's not just 2 people on a show. It's like multiple people. It's great. And
that happens.
it does.
See,
No.
I'm new to this,
Right. So typically,
I didn't
it's
know.
you and me, and then somebody running a board in there, and then a
Yeah.
producer in our ears telling us to do reads, telling us to stay on track with things. It's great.
Oh, okay.
Instead, it's you and me.
That's why we don't stay on track.
Correct.
Damn it.
We don't have somebody like, hey,
If only I knew.
Yeah, we miss reads. It's because there's not somebody going, read, farmer's dog talk line. Got to hit the farmer's dog talk line. I spent so much time doing that. Anyways, we were all so excited because we're like, hey, man, this Mavs team's playing well. Because that was the year they kicked the hell out of Phoenix.
Yep.
Like, hey, this Mavs team is playing really well. This is going to be a super fun series. You get to go watch Luka in person. Man, I can't wait. And then halfway through game one, it was like, oh, my God. Get this guy out of the building. It's just brutal.
So someone mentioned like Devin Booker. Like Devin Booker complains about every call, like what he thinks he gets fouled every time. He really does. Like,
yes,
the entitlement of Devin Booker is like, it's so obscene. You're watching, you're like, oh, dude, he just like feels like he's entitled to every single call.
It's kind of his face, I think.
But then he stops and he goes and he plays basketball. No. Luka literally dribbles down the court, like complaining to the official, and he's looking at the other official. You hear me complaining to this guy? I'm complaining to you as well.
Yes.
Like the whole game. When you're in the building, it's a totally different perspective because you can't keep your eye off. You're like, dude, I can't. He's still talking. He's still complaining. He still looks like he's about to cry. I don't know what's happening. I think he did just cry. Did he just cry? He's still talking.
No problem with crying. Let it out. I'm here for it.
There's no crying in basketball, Kyle.
Bro. The Kings are going to get an easy bucket tonight because they're playing 5-on-4.
Oh, of course.
1,000%. That's going to happen.
They almost always get an extra point playing against him because he gets a tech.
Yeah. It's going to happen tonight. But like book that and mark it down and then jump into the chatty house tomorrow and be like, yeah, that Harrison Barnes layup halfway through the second quarter. Yeah, it's 5-on-4 because Luka was half-assing it down the court, yapping at the ref.
I think tonight we're going to walk out of this game and it's a big game, right? Is this a TNT game tonight? I think it is.
Yes.
You're going to walk out of this game tonight and the buzz is going to be, oh man, this would be a great first or second round matchup.
Yeah, 7 games of this, please. I'm going to tweet that at some point.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah.
Just mark it down now.
I'm going to schedule it for, let's see, about 9:06.
Okay.
9:06 p.m. In fact, I'm going to do that at the break, and then we'll just see. We'll see
what
where it
happens.
Takes us. I might have to delete it quick, though, if the game gets away from Sacramento. Delete that real fast.
That's funny.
I'm going to do the game with you. We'll push off the gambling stuff to the next segment. I want to play a game with you right now.
Uh-oh.
No, it's fine. It's a fun game. It's the game where I name 5 things that happened last night and you have to rank them.
Okay, I'm in.
But you're not going to know what the things are.
Okay. Let's see. I'm ready.
Help me. Okay, here we go. Domantas Sabonis. And again, 1 is the most important thing. 5 is the least important thing. You're not going to know what things are coming. So you have to rank them based on what you think they are and what might or might not be coming. All right. First one, Domantas Sabonis records his 54th consecutive double-double.
I'm going to say 1.
That is the most important thing that happened last night?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Because this isn't an achievement for the team. It's something that, like, I think that, like, at the end of the day, everyone in this group wants Domantas Sabonis to be an all-star, wants him to be all-NBA, wants him to be a Hall of Fame player. And it's not just something for himself. This is about a team that's got a player, but that they support that player the right way. And he's become something special. And so I think this means a lot for the franchise. It means a lot for a player. And also to see his emotion in the moment, to see him like pound his chest and, like he sent a message to his wife and his kids that were in the crowd. Like the whole thing to me was pretty special because Domas isn't someone who looks for this type of acclaim, but he was so willing to accept it last night, which to me was really cool.
Okay, very good. That is number 1 for you.
You're going to go 5?
I don't know if I'd go 5. I see. The problem for me is I know what's coming. We'll continue discussing. 40 bench points for the Kings last night. They had 40 points off the bench, 18 for Davion Mitchell, 11 for Malik Monk.
I'm gonna say 4.
Okay. Yeah, it feels to me if you're getting 40 points from your bench, I don't care who it's from, you're putting yourself in a really, really good spot to win.
Yeah. Well, I expect this bench to score 40 points when Trey Lyles, Sasha, everyone's back.
Yeah.
Even like if Kevin Huerter somehow miraculously recovers and comes back and they have him coming up, I could see like this, like on a regular basis, scoring 40.
Yeah.
The anomaly of last game where they scored 7, the reason why I put it as low is because they scored 7 and they still won. And so, yeah, bench matters, but also this team has really, really good offensive players in the starting lineup.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's kind of my point is like, man, if you're getting 23 from De'Aaron and 20 plus from Keegan and you're getting 15 to 20 night in and night out from Domas, you're getting 40 points from this version of your bench. It's a pretty good team. Davion Mitchell goes 3 for 4 from beyond the arc.
I'm gonna say
you've used 1 and 4 so far.
I'm
so
gonna say
3, 2, and 5.
I'm gonna say 3 because I think he does add an element, and if he can jump back in the fray, especially because I just mentioned it, Kevin Huerter coming back. I don't think Kevin Huerter is coming back this season. I don't know for sure, but like there's a good chance he's not.
Yeah.
And so if I'm gonna you need Davion Mitchell. Like you
Big
do.
time.
You
Big
need
time.
him. You need Davion, you need Chris Forte to be consistent. You need these things to happen. And for him to hit a couple of threes is big because he brings that defensive element, especially against smaller guards, especially against Kyrie Irving tonight. And on Friday, you're gonna need Davion. It's big.
Yeah, you're gonna, and I'm viewing everything through the lens of what a playoff series looks like right now.
Okay.
And when Davion's gonna knock that, like you don't need him to score 18 tonight.
Nope.
Just when he's open in the corner, you need somebody to close out hard on it.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for. And it can't be 4-on-5 on offense because Davion's standing over there. And I think what he's doing offensively right now, the way he's playing over the last month, makes him a credible play in a playoff series, which is a pretty big deal.
Yep.
The Kings shot 22 of 28 from the free throw line last night.
That's a big deal.
I agree.
Is this my next one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's 20. It's 5 though, because I think I know what's coming next. And so I'm gonna say the free throw shooting. It's a big deal, but it's also something that's quietly been happening over the last couple of weeks that we haven't been paying attention to or we haven't been calling out.
I have some numbers for you.
Because nobody cares about free throw shooting typically unless you're the worst.
I have some numbers for you.
Okay, I'm listening.
Since March 4th, the last 12 games, they're shooting 84% from the free throw line.
Yeah.
That is a much better number than standby. The previous 59 games, 72.7%.
Yeah.
That is 72.7 from the free throw line. It's really bad.
It's funny.
84 is much better.
They're still the worst free throw shooting team in the league.
God.
It's 74.5%. Still the worst, but you can see the improvement. And, again, look at what Mike Brown said. We got to get better defending the 3. We got to get to the free throw line more and make more free throws. They're not getting to the free throw line more on a consistent basis because the fouls have been, the whistles have been swallowed in the second half.
There's an odd thing for sure.
But they're hitting them, Kyle.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big deal.
Number 2 is Keegan Murray scoring 17 points in the first quarter and 23 for the game. Is that what it was?
No. It is Keegan Murray.
Okay.
But it's that Keegan Murray led the team in field goal attempts.
Oh, yeah, it's big.
With 20.
Yeah.
So that's your number 2.
Yep.
And I think I'm pretty comfortable with this list by you.
Okay.
Depending on where you land on the Domas thing. So Domas is 54th consecutive double-double, NBA post-merger record. You know what's good? It's the NBA record. I hate this pre-merger, post-merger thing. We don't do that in the NFL.
Okay.
We'll do since the merger sometimes. But a guy throwing for 6,000 passing yards someday is just going to be the NFL record. It's going to be like, well, since the merger. Like,
well, yeah, but I mean, Wilt had like 277.
Okay, you're right. That's a bad example. And I know that was in the NBA, but it was I don't know. I just think
It's
it's a weird thing.
NBA, but the
It's
NBA
like-
was like 8 teams.
Right. It's the NBA record. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore.
Okay.
Tomas, that was 1. Keegan Murray leading the team in field goal attempts at 20. That was number 2 for you. Davion Mitchell going 3 of 4 from beyond the arc. That was number 3 for you. 40 bench points, including those 18 from Davion, was number 4. And you had the 22 of 28 on free throws as number 5. I think the only thing I might switch is the bench and the free throws.
Okay.
The fact that they're regularly knocking down free throws at the clip that they are. I know it didn't matter as much last night because they were dog walking Philly, but I still think that that's a pretty significant development. Is that they're shooting 84% over the last 12 games.
Yeah,
good for them. All right, that's a fun game. I like playing that one. We'll take a look around the NBA, and we have to talk about gambling. Reese Davis said something nuts over the weekend that we'll throw into this conversation as well. But we'll get into the Jontay Porter deal. And is sports betting going to lead to the death of sports? We'll do a big picture look next on ESPN 1320. Yep. Oh yeah.
Boy, all kinds of craziness going on right now.
What do we got?
Oh, the Orioles signed Tony Kemp.
I think that was a while ago.
Oh, this morning sometime?
Stop.
What?
Just something Ramsey said.
Oh. We also have this, the Cowboys and Dak Prescott have a mutual understanding of his contract situation, sources say, with no offers from Dallas despite him being in a contract year. Jerry Jones said, we are where we are, locked and loaded for this year. I think he had to read that off a cue card, though. He's not looking great. Jerry Jones. Yeah. How much time do we have?
30, 1, 2-ish. 2 minutes.
Okay, so Tom L. Chris Manick said that Herter injury made him pessimistic about the Kings' play and playing chances. I don't think Chris Mannix has watched a Kings game.
I would be stunned. Chris Mannix watched more than 14 minutes of Kings basketball.
I would say, like, the Kings play the Celtics coming up, and I believe Mannix is a Boston guy. We should probably wait and see what he says after that game, just because. I don't know. Because then he might actually have watched a Kings game. Okay, so I would say Zach Lowe in his last pod said that the Kings' point differential doesn't suggest they'll go far, I'm guessing. At the exact same time, he made the case for Dallas being dangerous. But you have to look at the way they're playing as of right now. And so, first of all, I think Zach Lowe is going to look at the point differential right now and the Kings since the All-Star break and say, wait a sec, maybe I was wrong. Because what they've been able to do since the All-Star break is crazy. Again, the Kings are net rating since the All-Star break. They're 7th in the league at a plus 5.3. That's not who the Kings were the rest of the season, though. So if you're going to look at where they are and how they played in the last 17 games, which is a pretty decent sample size, again, we're looking at a team that is tied for 7th in offensive rating and 10th in defensive rating. So the way the Kings are playing right now versus the way they were playing 2 weeks ago still is pretty crazy.
I would also bet that, I don't know.
David, I'm not sure.
Here we go.
Oh.
Hour number 2, D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. They will be rocking with you until 4 o'clock. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And speaking of Jiffy Lube, let's give something away courtesy of Jiffy Lube.
Let's do it.
They gave us some $100 gift certificates, and they said, give these away after Kings games. And then they gave us some Kings jerseys and said, hey, we'll have people enter, and we'll give these away at the end of each month up until the end of the regular season. We said, okay, that's great. So head to ESPN1320.com right now, or when you get home, if you're driving or get to work or wherever your destination is, you can even do this on your phone. Just don't do it while you're driving. That's nuts. Stay safe. ESPN1320.com. There's a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game contest page right there. You click on that. And today's code word is double double. Just 2 words. Double double.
Double double.
In honor of Domantas Sabonis recording his 54th consecutive double double last night. That is a post-merger NBA record. Congratulations to Domantas Sabonis, and congratulations to you for entering right now and entering to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. You will also be entered to win a Sacramento Kings jersey that we will be giving away at the end of this month. Hell yeah. Double double. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. We love our friends at Jiffy Lube, and we appreciate their partnership immensely. My car's pushing 260 now.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah. I have to go back to Jiffy Lube. This Jontay Porter story is nuts. And if you didn't follow it, the short of it is there were some player props on Jontay Porter for a game earlier this season. And the props were set really low because Jontay Porter does not play a ton or not particularly productive. And his props were really low. And he wound up leaving that game early with all of the numbers finishing under whatever his props were. It's like points, rebounds, assists, 3-pointers made. And one of the props specifically was half of a 3-pointer made.
Yeah, it's something crazy. Like, I think his line was 4.5 points.
Yeah.
3.5 rebounds and 0.5 3-point makes.
Yes.
And this game, Kyle, from what I've been told, was actually against the Kings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it's the 20th. That's when the game was. And although that's not what Woj put in his story, the date lined up with the Kings game, not with, I think he said, the Clippers.
Yeah, he said in the game on January 6th, 26th against the LA Clippers, there was increased betting interest on the under for Porter props, which for the night were set around 5.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 1.5 assists. There was also, this is the big one, there was also an over-under for Porter's made 3-pointers, which was half. That evening, Porter played just 4 minutes before leaving the game because of what the Raptors said was an aggravation of an eye injury he had suffered 4 days earlier against the Grizzlies. He finished the game with no points, 3 boards, 1 assist. He didn't attempt a 3. DraftKings Sportsbook the next day they put out like a betting report every day. And DraftKings Sportsbook the next day said that the under on Porter's 3-pointers was the biggest money winner for bettors of any NBA player props from games that evening. Jontay Porter. So the NBA is now investigating Porter, obviously, to see, hey, this is kind of a weird irregularity. What's happening here? And just to continue this story, this is from Woj and ESPN. Just from the production standpoint of all those unders hitting, 2 days later, Porter played 12.7 rebounds, 3 assists.
Wow.
And then March 20th against the Kings, played only 3 minutes before exiting because the Raptors said he was sick and then didn't return. I didn't score after attempting 1 shot and had 2 rebounds. His over-under was set at 7.5 points, 5.5 boards. And once again, the DraftKings Sportsbook betting report said the Porter's prop bets were the number one moneymaker from the night in the NBA.
Oh.
And so now the NBA is investigating him. And this is a nightmare. This was the worry with the rise of sports gambling and the legalization of sports gambling.
Yep.
Is any bookie could have gotten a hold of any player at any point when gambling was legal or illegal or whatever. Ask Pete Rose. Ask Shoeless Joe Jackson. Ask Tim Donaghy.
Yeah.
Like, these are things that could have happened before, but it was much more difficult because the sports book was less accessible. It was all very illegal. There was no gray area. But this Jontay Porter thing, whether he is guilty or not, maybe this is a pure coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it is, but that's my opinion. I don't know.
Okay.
So let's assume that this Jontay Porter thing is real. And he had a bunch of buddies who were like, hey, give us 50 grand and we'll sprinkle it on your props and we'll sprinkle it on the unders and then just say you're sick or your eye hurts before you hit the overs. Like, that's the nightmare scenario. And it looks like it's happened. That's not okay.
I think the biggest problem that we're going to find, it's that it's everywhere. It's in your hand. It's at all times. All you have to do, it takes 2 seconds to go check it out. Now, look, as someone who puts out Prize Picks every night on the internet, who talks about Prize Picks on the Kings Beat podcast.
Right.
Like, this is my answer to anyone who's like, hey, what do you think about it? It's very simple. The NBA has an agreement with all of these companies. The NBA is in bed with these companies. They are taking money from them.
Yes.
If the NBA is going to take money, then where are we going to draw the line? So I don't think it's like, as someone who covers a team, I don't go in the locker room and
hey, Malik,
like,
I've got more than 14.5 points from you tonight.
No, there is none of that.
Right.
But you have that concern. I mean, it's what JB Bickerstaff said. He's been getting threats because of some of the
it's crazy.
It is crazy, but let's not act like betting hasn't been part of professional sports forever.
Right.
And that they haven't opened the door themselves to accept it. I mean, the NFL moved to Las Vegas. They allowed the Raiders to move to Las Vegas. And people were like, oh, what's the big deal? It's just a city. It's just a city where you might be able to drive 140 miles an hour in the middle of the night and kill somebody because you've been drinking too much, because it's a party that never stops. And sure, there are other NBA cities or NFL cities that do that as well, but not like Vegas.
Vegas is a little different.
Vegas is different. And you
Sin
open the
City,
door.
some call it.
Yeah, Sin City, where you've got 60 plus players and then a whole bunch of coaches and all these other trainers and everything else that have clear insider information that are in a city where they could have what you're talking about, somebody take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, and this is just what. So here's what needs to happen. So obviously the leagues are not going to stop taking money from legal gambling operations.
Nope.
Because there's so much money in it.
Yep.
But what needs to happen? Well, 2 things. One, we've already seen the NFL crack down with their betting rules where you're not allowed to place a bet on football at all. And that's across sports. You can't bet on your own sport. But B, in a team facility at all. So a bunch of players who got suspended last year for violating the gambling rules were betting in their hotel, but it's the team hotel. So that is a violation, and it doesn't matter. That needs the NFL, I think, did the right thing and cracked down immediately. What the NBA needs to do here, if Jontay Porter is guilty of, they find definitive proof that he said to his buddies, like, yeah, hey, let's put 50 grand on my unders tonight and I'll make sure that I go under on all of them. And oh, hey, it worked. Nobody said anything. Let's do it again in this March 20th game against the Kings. Let's do it again. If that is the case, because you don't know for sure, if that does wind up being the case, you've got to Pete Rose him, man. You've got to set that tone. It can't be, hey, a 1-season suspension. There has to be a rock solid, harsh punishment for this. And it can't be based on the player. It can't be, oh, it's just because it's Jontay Porter. He's gone. But if it was Luka or Steph Curry or whoever.
Or Shohei.
Where you go, hey, actually, you know what? It's different this time. Like, no, man, there needs to be an absolute zero tolerance policy for this.
Yeah.
And if Jontay Porter is guilty of this, of actually conspiring to hit his unders, then he's got to go forever. Be done.
No, I agree.
That's it.
There's no reclaiming.
Nothing.
No, because from then on, you can't be trusted.
Right. And that is the issue.
Yeah.
Is you already have people who are deep in conspiracy of this league is scripted and that league is scripted. And you already have the NBA battling these issues of, we sit here and talk about it like, hey, if you play the Lakers in a play-in game, you got to win by 50 because if that thing's close, they're going to get every call.
Yep.
We already know that's the case. And if you now have the specter of, well, hey, Jontay Porter was doing this and he got suspended for 50 games. What's stopping anybody from just doing this? And now every single thing that happens is going to have that over it. Like the NBA is still trying to wash its hands of the Tim Donaghy thing from 25 years ago.
Yeah.
22 years ago.
22
years ago. 20 plus years ago.
Well, that's not, he was doing it around that time, but he wasn't even the one calling the game.
Right.
No, it was others that he knew about.
Yeah. This is a nightmare for the NBA.
Yeah.
And the fact that it happened this season, like the first year that sports betting is like really, it was prominent last year, but it's really like at the fore now.
Yeah.
That is really, really tough. And they need to make sure that they are delivering the harshest possible penalty here.
Yep.
And every league needs to follow suit moving forward.
It's going to be wild.
Yeah. So we'll be following this story very closely. Trysta Krick, it's Trysta Tuesday for D'Lo and KC. I am fascinated by her hit today. I cannot wait to hear what she has to say about this.
Yeah.
As a huge NBA fan who is also deep in the gambling space, I really, really can't wait to hear what she has to say. That's coming up on D'Lo and KC. And we are coming up on a break. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, how did the Kings beat the Mavs tonight? We'll tell you with keys to victory on the other side. He's James and Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Clear.
It's funny. We kind of glossed over that. Jontay Porter is, of course, Michael Porter Jr.'s brother. What's that?
I said,
You knew that, right?
No.
Oh.
I literally stopped reading this story when it got to Porter, the brother of Denver Nuggets star Michael Porter.
Oh. Yes. Yeah. He is the younger brother. Yeah. Yeah.
Tough. Fingers crossed it is a wild coincidence. But I'm not optimistic.
This is a more nuanced discussion here, Dave.
Give me 1 second. I've got to jump in and edit some stuff.
Okay. So I'm okay to talk?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's a more nuanced discussion between hockey and women's basketball and the Raiders. And the Raiders, it's not just one guy who's had problems there. It's multiple. Yeah, both went to Missouri while their dad coached there. If I'm not mistaken, the whole story there was, didn't they hire his dad so they would come there? Yeah. And they've got, well, the behind the scenes on Michael Porter isn't great. Like he's a little out there.
Yeah.
Steve Castaneda has a question. Why was Adam Silver in town? Okay, so the story is Adam Silver has some really, really close personal friends that live in the Reno, Tahoe area, which he comes out to visit every year. And then once he comes out to visit them as like a weekend or a week vacation, he likes to get a car and drive down to Sacramento and then San Francisco and then fly home from there. So he likes to catch a Kings game and a Warriors game. And he's been in town almost every year. So I like Adam Silver. I had the privilege of covering, of course, his predecessor and David Stern. And
Wait, why? What did he do?
yeah. And then I was actually, when Adam Silver took over for David Stern mid-season, his first press conference was actually in Sacramento at not Golden One, at Arco, Sleep Train, whatever you want to call it. Well, I call it Arco now that it's completely demolished and gone. Yeah. It was a lively night. Gavin Newsom was there. Adam Silver was there. What's that?
In 90 seconds.
Oh, Rich Paul. Like there was a lot of people in attendance last night. Hey, if you guys don't mind, can you hit the thumbs up buttons for us? We got all kinds of people in here.
Y'all.
We still have that weird thing going on with the X. Maybe it's a new, like maybe it's real from here on out because it's been like 3 weeks. But we got a lot of people in the chat. So Power Balance Pavilion.
Shout out to Power Balance.
And so people know the Maloofs actually one day when they did that deal, they brought in a whole bunch of boxes of Power Balance bracelets and gave them to us in the media to wear, which they were expensive at that time. They're like $40 or something.
I had to hawk them when I worked at Sports July.
Oh yeah.
Did these actually work? Yeah, watch.
I don't know. Yeah, watch your balance gets better if you put it
Watch,
on.
stand on one foot. Now I'm going to shove you. Okay, now that you're ready for it, hold this, and I'm going to shove you again. Oh,
Sports July.
Take it to the limit.
Take it to the... Yeah, see, I worked at Copeland's. Yep.
Way to good run with the chalet. I have a funny thing to say about that. Next break. Remind me, Sports July, next break.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, it's a big one for the Kings tonight. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. Kings-Mavs at Golden One Center in what is ostensibly a couple of playoff games. A little warm-up, a little playoff tune-up.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of these teams is in danger of missing the play-in or anything crazy like that. But given the direction the Suns have gone recently, I really thought we'd see the Suns ramp things up and start stringing together 5, 6, 7 wins in a row. They've not. In fact, the Suns last night lost to a Wemby-less Spurs team. Tough. Jeremy Sohan, game winner. But it doesn't feel like the Suns are locking in the way I thought they would. The Clippers are heading the wrong direction. This is a Brandon Ingram's out for the Pelicans. Just a huge spot for the Kings and Mavs because it looks like these are the two teams in the West that are both playing well as of late, trending the right way, and now they're going head-to-head 2 consecutive games on Tuesday and Friday. It doesn't make sense to me, though, that they play tonight since both teams played yesterday.
It doesn't make any sense, Kyle.
They could have just played tomorrow.
Yes.
Both with a day off.
Yes.
And then they could have had the day off Thursday and played Friday.
Yes.
But instead, they're playing a back-to-back. Both teams are on a back-to-back tonight.
That's a good thing.
The Mavericks were in Utah last night.
Okay. That's not a great flight either.
No. So they go Utah to Sacramento, play on a back-to-back. Well, the Kings are also on a back-to-back. then get 2 days off in Sacramento,
They're just going to be hanging out and
just vibing,
yeah.
and then play again Friday. There's a weird schedule, weird scheduling quirk. I would love to know why that is, like why it laid out that way.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and I like you never know why the NBA does what they do.
Yeah, I had no idea.
But I got to be honest, for all things equal, I mean, it's probably the national television schedule. It's probably the fact that it's on TNT.
That's a good point.
Right? So that's probably going to be part of it. But also, like, it is fair. Both teams are on a back-to-back.
Yeah,
one
no
team's on
doubt.
the road, one team's at home. But either way,
That's how every game works.
they would have. Yeah, I mean, they would have had to fly in today.
Yeah.
And so either way, you're going to be here the whole week anyways.
Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't truly matter, except for maybe like rest of players. But I'd almost rather have a back-to-back and 2 days off if I'm a player.
Yeah, maybe.
And like, look, they could fly home tonight. Dallas, like, there's nothing that says they have to stay in Sacramento. They can't travel on a game day.
Right.
So they could fly home tonight,
Mhm.
get home in the middle of the night, like 3:00 in the morning,
Mhm.
and then spend all day tomorrow at home. They could wake up the next day. They could have practice in their own practice
Mhm.
facility, then board a plane for Sacramento in the afternoon, the evening, fly into Sacramento around 7 or 8 o'clock, and then get ready for Friday's game. So spend a day and a half at home, maybe.
I worry about the carbon footprint.
Well, of course you do. But do you think they do?
No.
I'm guessing
God,
no.
no. They didn't even pay state income tax.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Well, no, they do. They just don't pay state income tax for their home games.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's like the accounting that has to happen for professional athletes is weird.
Just nutty, dude.
Yeah, because you have to pay taxes in every state you play in.
Yes.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
All right. Let's get to keys to a Kings victory. We talked about this earlier. This is a big one for the Kings to get. If you can get that tiebreaker with Dallas, it makes it much, much more difficult for Dallas to pass Sacramento in the standings. James, what is your first key to victory?
Throw every look at Luka and Kyrie. I think right now Mike Brown has a war chest of looks he can throw at other at players.
Mm-hmm.
You can take away Luka, you can take away Kyrie, or limit both of them. You will win this game because they don't have another body there that can crush you.
Okay, I'm gonna mix my keys up because my second key goes along with this. So my second key is now my first key. Yeah, I think to me, you got to make it a two-man show.
Okay.
For me, it's about Kyrie and Luka are going to get theirs no matter what. And this is not a Kings issue. That's just Kyrie is one of the most skilled players ever, and Luka is one of the best players in the league right now. They're going to get theirs. What you have to avoid is the Tim Hardaway Jr. 25 or the PJ Washington 20 plus or the Daniel Gafford 18 and 12. Like those are the outlier performances that can really kill you against the Mavs. If Kyrie has 28 and Luka has 31, you can survive it as long as those secondary players aren't also getting loose.
Yeah, and the first time these two teams played, Luka had 25 and Kyrie had 23, and the Kings thumped them 129-113.
Yeah, if you hold them below 50 combined, you're in a great spot.
The second time they played, I don't think they did. I think they allowed them to score a bunch, but it wasn't enough. Kings won 120-115. And
who was their third leading scorer?
We had in that game, Luka Doncic scored 28. Grant Williams scored 27.
Not even on the team anymore.
That's right. And Kyrie didn't play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Josh Green scoring 11, Derek Lively scoring 13, Tim Hardaway off the bench had 19.
Like, you'll take that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with all that.
Even last night, like the way the Kings had played against the
Sixers.
The Sixers was very specific. Like they said, okay, like, look, if Tyrese is gonna bust us up and beat us, that might be okay. We're gonna stop everybody else. We're gonna stop Tobias Harris. We're gonna stop everybody else. Then when it got to a point where he was just going crazy, they kept mixing and mixing and mixing. Finally found the right ingredient, so they kept the other guys held in check.
Yep.
But then once they were able to get him under wraps, it was over.
Yeah. Number 2 for you.
Let Domas dominate.
Just
this is a team with some talented young centers, but young centers. Like, go at them, attack them. They're the shot blocking, guys that you can push around a little bit, and Domas should be able to have a good night.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's nobody I fear under the basket for Dallas. Number 2 for me, don't worry about the officials.
That's a good one, Kyle.
We talked a lot about Luka complaining to the officials.
Yep.
Don't get wrapped up in that. He's going to get some whistles that you disagree with. You can't let that take you out of your game. Number 3.
Number 3 for me, understand the moment. You're 2-0 against the Mavs.
Yep.
You're 3-0. You have the season series. This is a big one. Like, understand, this is straight up, without any question, a full-fledged playoff game.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to be in the top 6 and avoid the play-in, this is it right here.
Yep. Yeah. I'm with you. And in that same vein, you have to outshine their stars.
Oh, yeah.
You need Domas and De'Aaron Fox to be the 2, maybe not the best players on the court, but to match or exceed whatever Luka and Kyrie are going to do. That's 4 All-NBA guys. Make it look like it.
That's right.
Don't let them be the brightest stars on the court. I want to clarify something real quick. Bay in our YouTube chat said the center depth is way better for the Mavs this time than in previous matchups. I'm there, but I don't fear Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively as players who can slow down Domantas Sabonis in the paint.
And the last time,
like, they're good players, but
yeah, the last time Sabonis played against Gafford with the Wizards, 28 points, 13 rebounds, 12 assists.
Come on. Yeah. It's like Chet Holmgren, great player, but I don't trust him to slow down Domantas Sabonis.
Nope.
Yeah, that's all. So definitely not underestimating the Mavs. They're a very, very good team, and the Kings need to make sure they play their very best game tonight. Want to remind everybody about our couple of watch parties coming up this week. Thursday, March 28th at 4 p.m., we have a Sweet 16 watch party. That's with D'Lo, Casey, and Jesse. That's out at Bar West, 2724 J Street in Midtown. And then this Saturday, March 30th at 3 p.m., head out to Player Sports Pub and Grill at 4060 Sunrise Boulevard in Fair Oaks. That is where me and James will be hanging out Saturday afternoon. So we hope to see all of you there, because there is so much basketball happening around the country. And of course, we are your home for all the best shooty baskets right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Clear.
Hello. Yeah, Alex, this is a good point. Right here. King center depth is better too. With Alex Len playing instead of JaVale, they are. We're going to be, the other James, we're going to be at Players Sports Bar in Fair Oaks.
You've got to be.
You're right over there.
Yeah.
Didn't record?
No.
Oh. So now you got to go back.
Yeah.
Look at what, Steven, look what they gave up for PJ Washington. Kind of an interesting trade there, because they gave up Grant Williams, who's a better player. A better defender.
I got the idea that Grant Williams is kind of a pain in the ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just based on, not that I know people in Dallas, but just based on listening to people talk about that whole thing.
Oh,
and
interesting.
Then Grant Williams, after his first game with Charlotte, commented like, yeah, it's nice to be in a place where everybody matters and this and that.
That's what he said?
Yeah.
Well, I think like playing with Luka and Kyrie is difficult. People love to play with Kyrie. They don't love to play with Luka.
Sure.
That the vibe when Kyrie rolled in last year there, like it opened everyone's eyes up. Oh, did Mike just go dead? Oh.
Just in your ears.
Okay. Yeah, it opened everybody's eyes up into what it feels like. Clip the ad, read from the stream. Oh, I don't know.
What?
Somebody put that in the... Oh, Bryce. So that... I don't know. What? I wouldn't worry about it.
Man, that makes me upset, James.
Yeah.
Just creating work for myself.
Damn it.
The hat is the
There we go.
Cafecitos, which is the Copa de Diversión hat for the Spokane Indians.
Miles.
Which are the Rockies single A club, I think. Ramsey might be able to confirm.
Mason Jones, I believe, has 8 games left where he can be active. That doesn't mean he can't be on the bench, but he's doing good things with the G League team. He's put up a couple of triple doubles for G League team.
You know what emails I hate?
Uh-oh.
Are the ones that are like, hey, here's all this stuff about Dwayne The Rock Johnson's latest venture with the XFL, USFL merger or whatever it is. If you choose to use our materials, please credit this and this. It's like, do I get a Dwayne Johnson interview or not?
Yeah.
If not, I'm out. Don't send me this. I'm not doing this.
You're not doing it?
Now, if you're making him available to interview where I can use these talking points, then sure.
Yep. Well, I got one from somebody. Watch Schoolboy Q shares details of playing new album for Jay-Z after viral tweet. Are they going to give us Schoolboy Q?
That would be good. I would interview Groovy Q so fast.
Okay, there it is.
Oh my God. Reach
we
out and be like, is he available?
That's
Get him
right.
back. Tell him how big of a fan of Blue Lips you were.
There it is. What Kyle said.
No.
Hmm.
29 seconds. Actually, it was like 30. Now it's 30. Man, that really upsets me. That's so annoying. I don't have anything to do today, though. I'm going to the game. Come on. We got to talk about rule changes, too. Good Lord.
Kenny out there putting that smoke. I said yesterday.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Appreciate everybody listening to us on 1320 AM on your radio dial. Maybe you're on the free Odyssey app. Maybe you're watching us on ESPN 1320 TV. That is twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. It's also youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're checking us out on YouTube right now, first of all, shout out to you. Thank you. What's up, Chatty House? Love you guys. Please hit the thumbs up button below the video. It's real easy. Just click that little thumbs up and also subscribe to the channel if you have not already done so. You'll be notified when our stream goes live, which it does every morning. We go live, 9:57-ish? It's a scramble to go live before our show, and then we are live all the way through D-Lo and KC at 4 o'clock. We never go to break here. We just talk to you through the breaks. So if you don't already check us out on YouTube or Twitch, please do so. And then, of course, Jesse and I work hard to cut extra videos. So maybe you missed something during the show. We try and get the highlights of the show out. So you can check all those out on YouTube as well. The NFL made a bunch of rule changes today.
Weird.
There's super interesting changes coming in the NFL. The first one I want to talk about, there's a bunch. So here's a couple. I'm just going to rip through them. You now get and I think this one makes a ton of sense. You now get a third challenge if you win either your first or second challenge.
Either? Not
either
both?
One. Yes. It used to be you had to win 2 to get a third. Now you can miss your first one, get your second one right. You're awarded a third challenge.
Okay.
Which I love that, and that makes all the sense. I've always been of the mind that you should just be able to challenge until you get it wrong. Like you get two minimum. But dude, if I get hosed on a 4th down call in the first quarter, like, okay, I'm going to keep possession. I'll challenge that. And then, a receiver's out of bounds for the other team in the second quarter for a big first down. Like, okay, I'm going to challenge that. And I have one more challenge the rest of the game. Like, no, what if the ref screws up the next play? I don't know. I know people are like, oh, it'd slow the game down, but it's like, yeah, but you'd get the calls right.
I kind of wish the NBA would do it too. I mean, Mike Brown won 2 challenges last night, which is one of the few times that's ever happened.
It's incredible. Good for
But
Mike.
he got the knee to Sabonis, and then the Sabonis foul on Mo Bamba was just like, that was dumb. Like, I don't know what the officials were thinking, why they would do that.
Yeah.
And so, of course, that got overturned.
We're going to get superstar calls for Mo Bamba, you know.
Yeah. You got
There's a Sheck West song about him.
Mo Bamba drops an elbow on Sabonis as he's running by. The off elbow, and they call Sabonis for the foul. Weird. Okay, what else do we got?
Super
NFL.
odd. You can review it now if quarterback being dragged down tries to throw it at the last second.
Yep.
You used to not be able to review whether that was a sack or an incomplete pass.
Really?
And now you can. I may be reading that wrong, but that is now something that you can review.
Okay.
You can review game clock expiration before a snap.
Oh.
Yes. So if you think there was... Now, the rule says game clock. I don't know if that also means play clock.
Okay.
I assume it would mean play clock.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well.
Game clock versus
But
play
basically,
clock.
you can challenge delay of game.
Okay.
Is something that can be reviewed now. The hip drop tackle.
I don't know what a hip drop is.
So you are chasing offensive player from behind. You grab, you wrap him up, and then you like slingshot yourself behind him, so your weight is falling like on his legs as you pull him backwards.
Huh.
It's the play where like I think it was Jimmy Ward injured Tony Pollard in the 49ers Cowboys divisional playoff game last year.
Okay. Like where you grab a guy and you fling him.
Not like suplex him.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna have
it's a new
to
illegal
watch a
tackle.
video.
There will be there's videos out. There will be plenty of calls on it during the regular season. I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. In the postseason, you now get unlimited returns from injured reserve.
Oh.
Where you used to, I believe the maximum is 8 during the season.
Okay.
The 49ers ran into this a couple years ago where they had brought back so many guys off IR that they didn't have any IR activations left going into the postseason. So if they had somebody who got healthy after the wild card round who was on IR and eligible to return, they would not have been able to bring him back. But now they can.
Okay.
Or any team can. The trade deadline has been moved up to week 9 from week 8.
I like that.
This is a fun one. The third quarterback, the emergency third quarterback, where they could be inactive, but they were suited up and they could only come in if the first 2 quarterbacks got hurt.
Yep.
The Niners used a roster spot last year on Brandon Allen so he could be their emergency third quarterback.
Okay.
What you can do now is you have unlimited practice squad elevations to bring up a third quarterback. So you can have a quarterback on your practice squad who you just call up every single game to be your emergency quarterback. So you don't have to use a 53-man roster spot on the third quarterback.
Okay, but teams can still steal guys off of your
Yes.
practice squad.
Yes.
So that's where it becomes like a bit of an
little
issue.
dicey. Yeah. So if you've got a player that you think might get poached, there's a quarterback injury, and you're like, man, we know that team loves Brandon Allen or whoever, then you might activate him to your roster to make sure he stays.
Well, you always get right of first refusal anyways for that, right? I believe.
The player has a choice.
Okay.
So player can go, hey, the Buccaneers are gonna, let's say it's Brandon Allen, the Buccaneers. Brandon Allen says, hey, the Buccaneers want to sign me to the active roster. The Niners can then, I believe, like you said, right of first refusal. Can do that. They're planning Christmas Day games on Wednesday. Yeah. I hate it so much. I can't tell you how much I hate it.
How are they even going to do that?
You want to do Christmas game on a Sunday?
Lame.
Great. You want to do Christmas game on a Saturday? Fine. Christmas game on a Monday? I'm all for it. Even weird Christmas game on a Thursday? Fine. But come on, man. I'm out. I'm out on Christmas Day NFL.
I'm not even a big fan of Christmas Day, like basketball. I'm not.
Oh, see, I love it.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite traditions.
I know it's their kickoff, but for me, I'd rather celebrate Christmas and be with the family and shut it off. I'm at, like, heaven forbid the Kings play on Christmas Day. That could be a possibility. Were they up to 22, 23 nationally televised games this year? You never know. Next season after, keep this thing rolling.
Sure.
Okay.
If it makes you feel better, I had Niners on Thanksgiving and Christmas this year and New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you didn't go to the game, right?
No, I didn't go to the Christmas game. I didn't. That was at home. The other one was in Seattle.
Okay.
And the other one was...
Yeah, if the Kings have a home Christmas Day game,
yeah.
I mean, I'll have to go, but
yeah,
just because I don't miss games.
I know. There's a gravitas to it, though, that's a lot of fun.
Okay.
I enjoy that. There's just something about waking up Christmas morning, you get stockings and you got your coffee with maybe a little whiskey in it or whatever you do with your whatever.
Yeah.
And you sit down and there's just, it's like a warm hug. There's Celtics Knicks for me. Like,
okay.
It's great. It's Mike Breen on the call.
My warm hug.
Christmas doesn't start until bang.
My children. Like I get the warm hug from the children.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. That's all right. So here's the new NFL kickoff rule. This is the big one. I'm going to try and illustrate this on the video stream. So this is the XFL. If you're not watching on video, I will try and play-by-play this. So the team will kick off from their own 30-yard line. And the the kick return team is lined up on the... Oh boy, I'm already messing this up.
They're on the 30. The
kicker kicking off from own
team.
30.
Yep. The receiving
team. Coverage team on receiving team's 35. Receiving team lined up on their own 30.
Yes.
So the coverage team and the receiving team are 5 yards apart. There is then a landing zone where the kick has to land in to be eligible. If it lands short of the landing zone, the receiving team gets it on the 40.
Mm-hmm.
If it goes out of the end zone for a touchback, receiving team gets it on the 30.
Okay.
If they kneel it in the end zone, if receiving team kneels it in the end zone, they get it on the 30.
Okay.
If there's no fair catches and onside kicks are only in the fourth quarter and they have to be declared.
Okay.
So here's what it looks like if you're watching on the stream. So kicker launches it and nobody can move until receiving team catches it. And then it's much more like a normal football play. So you'll see nobody moves, catch. Okay, it's like then coverage team runs back and starts blocking. Coverage team tries to get to the... So this is going to be a fascinating strategic change for the NFL.
Yeah, this is wild. This is wild to watch.
It looks crazy, but the goal is to
minimize
injury,
hits,
but also encourage kick returns, because the kickoff has just become a ceremonial.
Just watch it fly out of bounds.
Right. Everybody goes out on the field. There's a whole thing. All right, kick out of the end zone. Okay, now everybody's got to go back, to the point that people were like, do away with this. This is stupid. We don't need a kickoff.
Okay, I will be honest with you. Like, the two biggest hits I ever took as a football player were on kickoffs.
Sure.
I was playing, I think, San Juan High School one time. I was running downfield. All I saw was a flash of red, because they had red helmets, out of the corner of my eye as I got launched 15 yards to the side. And then against Grant, I flew down on a kickoff. I got hit in the back, which was actually got a 15-yard penalty. I got hit in the back by somebody, and I got pinballed around. And when I came to, I had the ball carrier wrapped up, laying. We were on the ground, and I had made the tackle after getting clipped. And not only did we get the tackle at the 12-yard line or something, but then they half the distance to the goal line for a 15-yard penalty.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good work, man. You did it.
But I had no idea where I was. All I felt was bam, 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 bam. I wake up and there's the ball sitting right there, next to me.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
I think it was Mike Clay. I'm trying to find this stat that Mike Clay posted. It was the amount of kickoff returns per game in the XFL versus the amount of kickoff returns per game in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the XFL teams had more kickoff returns per game than all of the NFL teams. And the highest NFL team was at 1.8 kickoff returns per game. And the highest XFL team was 4.5.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It really brings the kickoff back into the game. So it's going to be fascinating. So the Niners randomly went and got this linebacker named Ezekiel Turner, and then they signed this cornerback Chase Lucas.
Yep.
And then Isaac Yiadom from the Saints. And he had a really good year defensively last year, but he's mostly been a special teams guy. Lucas, special teams guy. Turner, special teams guy. It's like they knew the kickoff rule was coming, and they were like, all right, we've got to gear up and figure out how to cover kicks because the Niners have been really bad at it. And so they're just loading up on special teams guys. And now because of this, it makes me wonder if instead of having a primary kick returner like Ray McLeod or whoever they go get, because they haven't signed a kick returner yet.
Okay.
They don't have they might be waiting until the comp pick formula no longer accrues so they can just add a player without affecting their comp pick formula. Maybe that's it.
Got it.
But it wouldn't surprise me, since that looks more like a normal football play, if they're just like, yeah, hey, here's an opportunity to get Deebo Samuel the ball with blockers, or Christian McCaffrey or Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like here's where it's okay. You're putting another hit on their body, but it's in the context of more of a football play instead of, hey, some dude's been running full speed for 45 yards and is just going to demolish him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm really interested to see how all of that plays out.
I think it will also stop the big hits, like on the fumbles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll stop a lot of that, which is where guys get hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm down with it.
Lots of new rules in the NFL. Things are going to look a little bit different this season, but I think ultimately I'm here for the rule changes. We'll see on the kickoff. I like the concept. I need to see the execution though.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems really confusing.
Yeah.
Damien's here.
Yeah, Damien's here. We forgot to log into that computer today.
Because we were dealing with
which is our bad.
Computer issues.
Yeah, we had some computer issues over here. We forgot to log in over there. Domantas Sabonis. We're blaming Domantas Sabonis for this, by the way.
You can't blame Domas for anything, man. He is a flawless individual.
The handoff of Damian Barling. No, he's not. Did you hear what time he got to the podium last night?
Oh, James is the only one who complains about it. James will be fine. He was out a little past his bedtime.
It was like
the guy who goes to bed at 10.
It was 11. It was like 11:15.
That's when he got to the podium?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude, I told you.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, he was celebrating.
And then we
double king.
Got rolling a little bit late today. And so that's why your computer wasn't logged in. We apologize.
Yeah.
It's no one cares. It's fine.
I do.
Kings won. We got
They
a game.
did. That was a
big time game tonight.
I feel like the Kings are peaking right now too.
They could be. You know what the crazy part? Dallas might be too.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Dallas is playing really well.
Yeah, like Dallas is playing really well. Like we knew a while ago this was a big game. This was a big series of games.
Yeah.
And in the days and weeks leading into it, the games have only gotten bigger. Like this is a massive week for the Kings, and they started it out beautifully last night. That was a tremendous game from them. They beat a struggling basketball team. They beat a struggling basketball team that has a hint of desperation to them, and beat them basically from start to finish.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the most impressive wins that they've had, because you've lost 10 straight losses to Philly coming into that game.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter in the past how many players were missing from Philly. They still beat you. They have a couple of bad matchups for you, whether it's Tobias Harris or Maxey. And I thought the way that the Kings came out and just really turned the screws on everyone except for Maxey.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you were able to shut that faucet off, it was over.
It was incredible. Yeah, just a great job on him in the second half. There was the first quarter didn't bother me. We have 20 points in the first quarter, but the Sixers had 26 or something like that at one point. That might not have been the final score of the quarter, but at some point that's what it looked like. And it's that's fine. It's what you can't handle is when a singular player has, 20, 22, 23 in a quarter, and the team has 40, 42, 43, 44, something like that. That's not what happened. So when Maxey finished with that big quarter, it was okay, this is not consequential yet.
Right.
If other guys get going, it's a problem. If Tobias Harris gets going like he did last time, it's a problem. That first quarter was really, really impressive, but it was completely inconsequential to the game. And like you said, when they were able to turn that off, man, the game was over.
This might just be confirmation bias from me when I'm watching, but there's a level of confidence now that it feels like Sacramento has, that when Tyrese Maxey goes for 21 in the first quarter, there's not a collective oh my God, we can't get a stop. Everything's on fire. And we always talked about early in the season them letting go of the rope, or they get punched and they just don't know how to respond. Yeah. And now it just feels like they constantly, it's just counterpunch. That game never felt out of control last night.
Yeah, it feels like, and I wonder, James, you probably speak to this better than I can. It feels like they're playing with a certain level of you talk about taking that punch in the face and kind of like
Mhm.
just kind of retreating because you can only respond offensively.
Mhm.
And it doesn't feel like that's the case anymore. Like
Yes.
they can make adjustments on the defensive end and deal with like, look, if Tyrese Maxey is going to cook, that's fine. No one else is.
Mhm.
We're going to make sure no one else does. We're going to try to turn that off. But if he's doing his thing, there's nothing we could do about this right now. We're not letting anyone else get hot.
Yeah.
And now instead of having a singular way to respond, it feels like they have multiple ways to respond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like I was sitting by Sean and by Sam last night, and we looked up, and I said to them, Maxey has 21 and Keegan has 17, and
Mhm.
it's 25 to 21.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I've ever seen a game like that where Maxey scored their first 16 points.
It's crazy.
It was absolutely bizarre. And
I
then
think it was
Paul,
16 to 15 at one point.
Yeah, and then Paul Reed
Yeah.
came in and scored a bucket and like had I think two.
I like Paul Reed, dude.
Yeah.
Paul Reed's my most random favorite NBA player right now.
But
All
I'm
right,
also
with it.
I'm
Big
with
Paul
you
Reed
too
guy.
because we had the moment in the Orlando game where the Kings had 4 stops in the final 21 seconds,
Mhm.
and you were frustrated because they didn't get the rebound.
Mhm.
But at the same time, they had 4 stops,
Mhm.
and you're like, okay, when is that going to happen again? When can they go out and do that? And I have more faith in them being able to do that now. I mean, we were watching the game. It was 8 minutes left in the fourth, and Philly had 72 points.
Yeah.
What in the world are we watching?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
It's
really interesting stuff.
It's a team that is. Carol Lawson talked about her Duke women's basketball team after beating Ohio State
Mhm.
and talked about how many times they've gone down double digits. They were down 15 in that game.
Man.
And all of the work that they've done, you don't want to go down by double digits, but how do you respond to those games? And it's the coaching that you do all year that leads to that point. And Kyle, it speaks to kind of what you said a minute ago, where the Kings might be peaking. It's all of the work that they've done where we would get frustrated about their defensive efforts. We would get frustrated about them getting punched in the face and kind of, tucking away in the corner. All of the work that they've done throughout the season is leading to moments like this where you're seeing an increase in deflections, an increase in steals.
Yep.
All of the coaching, all of the film study, everything that all of the work that they have put in up to this point is starting to show on the floor right now.
Yes.
At the most valuable time.
Mhm.
And that's incredible.
Yeah. Right when Keon goes into the starting lineup. Fascinating.
Well, it's
Fascinating.
it's not an accident. Like
I know it's not.
You look at what Keon is doing.
It's contagious,
the
man.
noise about De'Aaron Fox being the best defending guard in the league needs to get a lot louder than it is. Because when you look at the numbers compared to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he is right there.
Yeah.
He is right next to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They talk about Alex Caruso. There's I think it's the deflections number. He's right next to Alex Caruso. Like it's those three in those guard categories. And the noise for what he's doing on the defensive end needs to get a lot louder if this continues over the course of the next 3 weeks.
Got about a minute left here. More impressive streak. Domas's 54 consecutive double-doubles or UConn women's basketball 30 consecutive Sweet 16s.
UConn.
That's so crazy, dude.
That's
wild.
insane. Like that's not virtually. Like what year is it? We're in 2024.
1993 was the last time they lost before the Sweet 16.
That's virtually Gino's entire career.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's
crazy.
That is absolutely insane. Like Gino is a pompous, arrogant.
We're on the air. We're on the radio. FCC.
But he's one of the greatest coaches we've ever seen. Like his ability to run that program is phenomenal.
Yeah. My wife was
shout out to Domas, but
my wife was not even alive when they last lost before the Sweet 16.
Was not necessary.
That's crazy.
That's absolutely. That
You know what is
completely
necessary? D'Lo and KC coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear, boys.
Thanks,
Appreciate
everybody.
Appreciate you guys.
Thumbs up.
Stop playing with him, man. Standing out here.
What's up, guys? We in here. The Raw last night was a masterpiece.
I saw that.
Absolutely
Obviously
terrific.
saw that clip.
That whole segment was flawless. That's what I wanted to see from The Rock.
I mean, I
That
will
was
say this though. It did not that it was a secret, but it did confirm what was going to happen, in my opinion.
Did it?
Cody ain't losing.
Oh, he shouldn't. Like, that's fine.
That's fine, but it takes away the element of surprise to a certain degree.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. One more time. Let's hit that music. Y'all know what it is. 2 days in a row. Sacramento Kings get a win last night. Job's not done, though.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam. Hey.
Air horns. Come on, man. Let it fly. Hey. Go win.
We got that out of our system. Now we back.
Business to attend to tonight.
Job's not done.
2 of the hottest teams in the league going at it at the Golden One Center in a game even bigger than we thought it would be a month ago. A set of games even bigger than we thought it would be a month ago. And the Sacramento Kings got this homestand off to a terrific start last night. And we welcome you in here to the Tuesday, March 26th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Davion Mitchell.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I'm going to hit that one more time.
Acknowledge me.
And for those people in my eyesight,
Acknowledge me.
y'all better know what it is. We here, baby. We here.
I'll be the rocking Cody Rhodes around
Boy. Yeah. They be, yeah. Yo, they be pushing your boys' buttons, man. They get underneath our skin. They try. Oh, they try. But
At the end of the day, we all just want to win, baby.
We did it. I thought we did a good job today. We did a good job of being corporate champions.
Yeah.
And didn't cuss anyone out because it was close.
It was
twice, 2 different occasions. It was really, really close. But we good. We in here.
There was language, but it's because we're passionate.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all.
We just want to win, and we never settle. We never settle. That's why we gonna keep doing what we do because we don't never settle.
And the Kings don't either, man.
No,
a
sir.
huge night for the Sacramento Kings. They are dominant over the Philadelphia 76ers, 108-96, in a score that is much closer than that game actually was. And the Suns lose to the Spurs. Now things have evened out.
Yeah.
You talked about yesterday, hey, 2-1 on the road trip, but the win was against Orlando instead of Washington. Everybody takes that, right? No one's really upset. Now things have evened out. The Suns have what that fan base and what that franchise are going to consider a brutal loss at a brutal time of the year. And the Sacramento Kings responded And now these next two games at the Golden One Center, tonight's game on national television, carry a significant amount of weight.
Big time. Both teams 42-29 in a deadlock tie for 6-7. The Kings have the tiebreaker. That's why they're 6 right now. But the Mavericks playing as good as basketball as anybody in the league right now. Luka and Kyrie, they've got it cooking. And the Kings, dare I say,
Luka's essentially at 34, 9, and 10.
Oof.
It's 34, 9, and 9.9.
Man, he is cooking.
He's a great ball player. But somehow there's a consensus MVP right now. They talk like there is. Am I wrong?
Well, the funny thing is there is, and I don't agree with it. Everybody's saying Jokic. I think it's SGA.
We're sure it's still SGA?
Yeah, I don't know.
It kind of feels like a Jokic by default type here. I don't know if anyone's gone and taken it.
SGA got better numbers.
Who's on the better team right now? Denver's number 1 seed in the West right now?
Yeah, they're up 1 game on OKC.
That probably gives Jokic the edge because I'm sure his numbers are comparable at least.
Mm.
Nobody's taking it.
I don't understand why Luka is the consensus MVP.
Wait, Luka or Jokic?
I mean Jokic. Sorry, yeah, Jokic. And I don't understand why Tatum's name's not even referenced.
That's
another guy. The two games that 1 week against Cleveland. And
that's
Nuggets.
right.
It was over after that.
He lost the MVP.
We didn't say nothing when Jokic lost the game to the Mavericks.
Nothing.
Jokic is.
Kyrie hits a left-handed hook shot over the MVP, and Windhurst got nothing to say about that, huh? All right.
Jokic,
all right, Wendy.
Jokic is he's having a phenomenal season. He's having an MVP.
So is Luka.
So is SGA.
So is SGA.
The funny thing is,
so is Domantas Sabonis.
Thank you. I mean, nobody and Perk gets laughed at if he tries to bring up Domantas Sabonis. All right.
Yeah,
but the man's out here setting records, doing things that nobody's done in this game since the merger, that only one person has come close to doing since the merger. You know, the triple-double numbers are crazy. I mean, no, but it don't matter, I guess. It's okay. It matters here, Domas. It matters here. We got you.
They got to look, man. They have to look these voters, and maybe they don't care about looking stupid at this point because they put clips of themselves looking stupid on social media all of the time. Domantas Sabonis not being an all-NBA player is only one of the egregious things that could happen to the Sacramento Kings. And we're going to talk more about it as the day progresses. But you talked about SGA a minute ago. SGA has looked at the gold standard as defensive guards in this league. Y'all need to look at what De'Aaron Fox is doing.
Talk to me.
Y'all need to look at those numbers that De'Aaron Fox has. Because if you're seeing SGA's name, you're seeing De'Aaron Fox's name right there with him.
That's right.
And they're separated by a split hair at this point.
And at the very least, D'Lo, everybody in Sacramento, you need to. I'm not even here to say one is better than the other or anything like that. But you need to give the same amount of respect to what 5 is doing. Like you said, everybody holds SGA as the gold standard. You need to hold De'Aaron Fox as the gold standard of that position as well. 100%. And I mean, now we get to see a little something different because Keon maybe is playing the Lou Dort role. Because remember, I used to always say, at the end of the games, De'Aaron's guarding SGA. SGA not guarding De'Aaron. Now maybe you see Keon get that assignment on the SGA or something like that, and that's cool. But I don't want to hear nothing about in the game guarding or take away from De'Aaron because you weren't giving him credit when he was doing it all. Don't try and take away from him now. I'm calling that out right now because I see how this could go, and we're not having that. Those are the 2 best defensive point guards in the game. And I think De'Aaron might do a little bit more than SGA.
I feel like he does, but SGA is fantastic, as is De'Aaron Fox. The Kings secure their 10th winning season in franchise history. That is amazing for all of the wrong reasons.
How long they been here?
36 years, 35 years, 36 years,
man.
37 years, 30. I don't know. They've been here a long time.
Man.
The 10th winning season in franchise history. Mike Brown just as he was last year. Only the second coach to secure a winning season. It's Rick Adelman, and it's Mike Brown, and it's nobody else. People forget one of the first years the Kings made the playoffs, they did it under 500. The year Gary St. Jean made the playoffs, I think they did it under 500.
Mitch and all those guys.
Yeah, they did that twice. Rick Adelman is the only one prior to Mike Brown who has been a 500 or better coach, and Mike Brown has secured his second winning season with Sacramento.
Air horns for that. Air horns
for sure. It's a low bar, Mike, and you've cleared it amazingly. But, perspective, right, to the frustration that we've had with the Sacramento Kings this year and their ups and downs. This is a team, again, through all their frustrations, that is significantly better than the franchises we've seen, the versions of this franchise that we've seen over the last, 15 years, 16 years, 17 years, whatever it's been. So shout out to Mike Brown, shout out to this squad, and shout out to this group of guys who seems to have shifted their play here in recent days and is expanding the ways in which they can win a basketball game.
Man, the comments that Jesse spoke about yesterday, Jesse is a truth teller. I like to always make sure that I'm impartial and all this other stuff, just, out of professionalism. But sometimes I'm looking at what I think a team could do, what they could be when it comes to the Kings or the Niners or something like that. Maybe not necessarily what they are. But Jesse, no dog in the fight.
Why?
I'm sorry. That's the one that
we can say I'm an impartial third party. How about that?
No horse in the race. No,
well, that's the thing. That's what came to mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the dogs in the fight and the horses in the race. But like you said, he's an impartial third party. And even he perked up a little bit after he saw this team against Orlando. And I was thinking about that all yesterday, watching that game, all last night. And they handled that game the way a good team is supposed to. And it feels like last night, I don't want to say because they handled Toronto that way as well. They handled Toronto that way. And I'm sure if I can go back to another game, they haven't
Memphis.
Memphis, even though that's not how we wanted to handle. Last night in Toronto is how you want to handle a team that you think you're better than.
I got you.
Like the game was never under double digits in the second half, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah. They handled it the way you would expect them to. And I just kept thinking about what Jesse said. This looks like a different team. This looks like a new brand of basketball. You combine that with what you just talked about with this team finding a different way to win, a little bit more on the defensive end in that game last night. I don't know, man. I'm starting to come around to this particular team right now. I'm very hesitant to say they turned a corner or they got over a hump or whatever, but
they look different.
Starting to feel that
way.
Yeah,
whether they've turned a corner or whatever, they look like a different basketball team that's winning games in a different way than they have at different points throughout the last, year and 3 quarters or whatever it's been.
Yeah.
We'll talk a lot about that. And man, you can't slip up. And that's what Phoenix did. Balance things right out for Sacramento. And we got to talk about the highs and lows. And there weren't many lows last night, if any at all. Keon Ellis is getting a lot of talk for the way that he's playing, stepping into that starting lineup. He's been extraordinary. But, man, please do not let that bury the way that Davion Mitchell has been playing over the course of the last few months. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Domas's accomplishments. We're going to talk about what the Dallas Mavericks are doing and set up these next 2 games versus that team right there with Sacramento in the chase for the 6th spot in the Western Conference playoffs. We're just getting started. We're so happy that you're here with us. Steelum and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that was a trip to them Clippers taking that loss. That was crazy. Shout out to Tyrese doing what he does.
Ty Lue still doesn't have a contract, right? After this year?
Nope. He does not.
Just move to the other locker room next season.
Man, and I did not. Well, no, it'll be in a different building.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
have to-
Well, no, technically same building. Clippers are leaving, but he can go coach the Lakers.
Well, yeah, it's a good
That's
point.
what I mean.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. I'm gonna go get my.
See, this is what I want to see on night 2. Make it as crazy as possible or whatever. Like, just throw everyone out there, bro.
Well, I know you asked D'Lo, but it's a good question after that. It's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. Let's take a look at what Giannis is doing. Giannis probably has better numbers than all these people.
But Giannis's team, I think, they're too far back at the Celtics. And the Bucks have been kind of like, this year.
Giannis is 30, 11.3, 6.4 assists, 1.2 steals, and a block.
And to Windhurst logic, he's a champion.
And they have 1, 2, 3, 4. They got the 5th best record in the NBA.
I don't know, but it sure was glaring for it not to mean anything. Like it was like really like there's no way they framed that shot going, oh look, they're Cena and Stone Cold.
Was it Rock who threw Stone Cold over into the river that one time?
Yeah.
I low-key wanted him to do that to
I
Kobe.
absolutely thought
like
that's
when he
what
had
was
him, I was
gonna
like,
do.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure if that was like a river, like some body of water behind him either. So
Yeah. That show was terrific. Absolutely terrific.
But how do you bring back Stone Cold if The Rock is turning on Roman that night?
Yeah, I don't like
See, you don't want to do too much. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
I think if there's one thing for Stone Cold left, it's something with Punk.
Yeah.
They've flirted with that for so long that if you're going to get something from Austin, it's got to be that. It doesn't need to be a match with The Rock.
And I saw a clip. Was that a Vince McMahon reference by Punk telling Drew?
Yeah, that was good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Just say his name, Drew.
Yeah.
Who told you?
Drew knew he got him too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was great.
Good.
Yeah, that was great. Shout out to Hunter. I don't know if he's writing these TVs, man, but they're terrific.
How much do you think Paul Heyman is involved in all of wrestling? Like all of the storylines, building, all that? Or is it just
Not a lot?
You think it's just the Roman stuff?
I think he's involved with I think he's involved with everything with the bloodline. And I think he helps when asked. You know what I mean? I don't think he might go to Drew and be like, hey, try this or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk, man. We're going to talk because it wasn't just a great Kings game last night. Oh, there was some other programming that was fantastic that we'll get to as the day progresses. But let's start on these phone lines, man. We want to hear from you. 916-909-1320. Start with our man Peyton. Peyton, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's poppin', y'all? How y'all doing?
What's up, big dog?
Nothing much, man. I got a quick one. I got 2 questions for y'all. All right, so the first one, I'm hearing y'all talk about the stat line. is Fox and Sabonis, as far as stats are concerned, are they the best 1 and 5 combination in the league right now?
Mm.
And then second question, in 2-on-2, Katie Christensen and D'Lo versus Casey and Morgan Reagan, who's taking the W?
I don't know. Maybe one day we have to see that. Morgan can ball too,
Well,
but
Katie
went to the league.
Katie says she Katie was a professional basketball player. She was talking about throwing elbows last night. And
yeah, Katie. If I went to the hole and got a bucket one time on you guys, I guarantee you I'll catch a forearm the next time I go to the cup. Katie seemed like that type of player. She ain't having that, and that's the type of player I like. I like that.
Here's
I
the
like
thing,
that.
though. Here's the thing, because I got little TC on my shoulder. I could be real with myself. I've seen Kenny shoot. Like, y'all may get you. Like, Kenny got buckets. Yeah, I don't.
That's what it sounds like. The net just.
I don't. Like, Katie would be at a disadvantage. Like. She'd have to do a bulk of the work in the post. That's pretty much how it would have to be. She'd have to do a bulk of the work in the post. I can move. Like, it's not like I'm ridiculous on the basketball floor. Like, I can move. I'm
screen setter.
I recognize Casey and Morgan both went to college playing ball, and you got buckets to this day. You bought yourself a $40,000 Dr. Death shooting machine or whatever it was. And
who said it was?
We looked it up.
That's what the Google machine said.
That's what it said. I think it was $42,500.
Literally not.
That's what we looked it up. And Jesse looked up. I think
listen to these guys.
Jesse looked up. Did we factor in the digital counter? Did that up it to $50,000?
65.
65 with the digital counter.
Digital
Yeah.
scoreboard. Don't
all,
shortchange my guy over here.
All of them. Second of all, that's not the price. Don't listen to these people.
Only $20. Only $20 though for a bag of basketballs.
Oh, okay. So so Casey has one of those in his house with the little crypto.com arena back there. So
I got it popping on Sunday too. It was nice outside, not a lot of wind. Got about 300-400 up. For no apparent reason, everybody.
It's California weather. You got to be outside.
Actually, there is a reason. I'm coming back. I'm coming back this summer. West Sac or Wackford. You already know what it is. I'm out there. Holla at me.
No.
Something come across the front desk?
No, I just got a text of a house that went up for sale.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That was unprofessional. It just made me laugh. I'll text y'all. It's very close to where I live, though. If y'all could put the
I got it.
I apologize. It's unprofessional. I apologize. Boy,
there's a new house on the market.
Well, just come in and lowball them. Like, bro, I give you $250,000. That's the best offer you're gonna get.
Look, your house is in my hands.
Who did that?
I don't know.
Boy, should. This guy right here making references to Redacted and
2 redacted references today.
Boy, wait till you hear him on the KSFM show later.
Well, I mean, I just asked a question. I'll just be asking questions.
Okay, so this is different. Bryce says Kara and Katie versus Mo and Casey. If I can get Kara in the game instead of Katie, you're done. Because I get her to. Yeah, no, you
settle down. See, I respect the legend, but settle down.
See, in the same regard, Kara would have to do all of the work, but Kara still got buckets.
Did you see that? I know you saw the clip of her at the podium.
Yeah. Oh, bro said, "Hey, this is for the Hoopers," and Kara said, "What?" No, that was funny. Yeah, that was a great clip. That's a great their social media team is really, really good. Really, really good.
Good job. Size 11.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
They were listed.
She was like, I get all of these shoes sent to me. I was like, well, why don't you send them here? Well, they're 10s. You're 10.5. I was like, I'll make it work.
I'll be walking in there like Martin when he what was he doing? And he had the 2 small PF Flyers. I think they thought they won the lottery, and he had to give all the stuff back and got a 2 small like warm-up suit and the 2 small PF Flyers. And they were too small. He's walking like he's like, I'm ready to hoop. That's how I'll be. Book 1s, Jordans. Give it to me.
Man.
Or the Kobe's. They ain't get Jordans. They get Kobe's.
Well, they get Kobe's. She
Well, that's next level.
She got them book ones. They put it on Instagram. Now they just send her book ones every week.
I'll put them on Instagram too.
She still has an old pair of the White Horses that I'm like, you don't wear them. Just pack them up and send them here. Man. In any event,
it'd be a good game, though.
Either way, my WNBA partner would have to do all of the work in that game because I'm good for very little. And regardless of who my partner is, I'm guarding Morgan. I'm not dealing with you hitting shots in my face.
I'm a little old now. I don't attack the basket as much.
No, I'm not.
A little more craftier with my shots.
Yeah, I just if you
I'm like Chris Paul. No mid range. I mean, no, I'm 3-point.
You don't have a mid range.
Nah, it's 3-point. It's 3-pointers. Where was I? That's not important.
What is important, though, is the way Davion Mitchell was playing last night.
Come on, man.
I know Keon Ellis is the focus of attention right now, rightfully so, like he deserves it. Davion Mitchell's, it's not a sample size anymore, like it's the season. Davion got put back into the season, got put back into the rotation, the consistent part of the rotation. You know, we dated this back, I think it was in like January or something. And he has been fantastic. Last night may have been one of his better games because he was doing so much offensively. 18 points from him, 3 of 4. We talked about the confidence that Davion is shooting from, or that Davion is shooting with. It's the same level of confidence that Keon Ellis is shooting with, man. Those guys are doing an absolutely terrific job. And, you know, with Keon being the apple of everybody's eye right now, man, do not sleep on the way Davion Mitchell is playing.
He's rounding into the professional, the vet that at least I hoped for. You know what I mean? Other people may have had higher expectations, but if he's a third, fourth guard on your team, solid contributor off the bench, sometimes close for you, be a good defender, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. I have zero problems with how he's playing. I know he probably wants to play more, you know, because he's like that. He's that type of competitor. But what he's bringing to the table night in and night out at this point, it's big time, man. I love what I'm getting from Davion, what I'm seeing from Davion. And there's a scenario where Davion and Keon get on the court at the same time, and it gets hellacious out there defensively. They're all over the place, and you throw in a Monk or a Fox with that as well. It is a joy to watch. It really is. I'm a big Davion guy, man. I know a lot of people were ready to move off of him early. I said, man, I'm not there yet, man. Maybe I'm just biased or sucker for my boy Davion, but
yeah.
You know, I like his game. I like what he brings to the table, and now it's coming to fruition in the game sense.
We're in year three.
Year three.
It's year 3.
Mm-hmm.
Man, first of all, can we check the temperature? How's everyone feeling about Davion right now? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Obviously, the best way to get this pulse is in the YouTube chat. Hell, if you're listening, wherever you are, put your thumbs up, put your thumbs down. We're just trying to get a vibe where everyone is on Davion Mitchell right now, because I feel like there's you know, we obviously had really, really high hopes headed into the first year with Mike Brown, because we all felt like we knew Mike Brown, right, and what he would want in a player. And we know Davion's work ethic is never in question. Davion's fit, partly because of his size, partly because of how good De'Aaron is, has kind of been okay, how do we make this all work? And last year didn't go the way that we hoped. And then we knew that there were upgrades that this team needed to make, ways we wanted to see this team get better. And kind of Davion was thrown in that. He was virtually out of the rotation. There was certainly a lack of consistency, maybe confidence in his shot from him. Like it wasn't there.
Also understanding of his role too. There's a lot of frustration with that, I'm sure.
Understandably, right? Understandably. Something changed. And now he's playing with confidence. That has him playing with consistency. I think the the fact that he's playing better offensively, I think that's given him an overall greater level of confidence in his game, right? And he rewards Mike virtually every single time that he's out there. To me, Davion's role with this team is no longer in question. Like, that's a dead issue. But I bring up the 3 years thing because he was a third-year basketball player. Like, heading into his third year, we started to ask whether he fits here anymore. And does it speak to, and I've brought this up with Keegan, and I don't mean to keep beating the same drum, but does this speak to, hey, these guys, whether they're young in age or young in their time in the league, we got to give them time to find their role, find their legs, find their space in the NBA world with this team, with this coach, and with their teammates.
Well, it's not like two with Davion. He was the 10th pick in the draft, right? 10th or 9th, one of those, I believe. Well, like most of those guys, they come in getting drafted around that time, like around that range. Like you're coming in, you're getting 25,
you're in the
30
lottery,
minutes a night. Like you're the starting player on that team more times than not. And like for Davion, like he doesn't get all those minutes to try and figure it out. Now it's like, all right, we're gonna give you 15 minutes behind Fox. Like, good luck, rookie. Like that's tough. Second-year player, like that's tough. So of course, like just limited minutes, like it's gonna take a little bit.
But
longer.
at the same time, Davion's like so to your point, Davion's position is a little bit different than Keegan's, right? Like Keegan's getting that time on most nights. Keegan's getting that time to figure it out. But like we've had discussions, well, Keegan's got to be better next year. He's got to be this next year. He's got to take that leap. He's got to do this. He's got to do that. And my point is, it takes time in the league, and maybe giving up on a player their third year in, especially a player that has attributes you really like, isn't the look. And I know we're impatient and we can be frustrated with how things go with our favorite teams, but maybe there is a certain level of, hey, give these guys time to figure it out.
So here's you're not wrong at all. You're right.
You can end the point there. I am not wrong.
You're right. In this situation, though, I would say the angst, the frustration, the want for more is a little warranted, because it doesn't seem like we teeter back and forth on this. The Kings have time, the Kings don't have time. And one of the reasons why we say they have time is they're at the beginning of building something. You have time. You don't have to be a championship team today, right? But when we go on the side of they don't have time, we talk about how detrimental it would be if they didn't make the playoffs this year. Like, you have to make the playoffs. So that's why we're like, we don't have time for you to figure it out. Maybe you can start to figure it out next year, but this year we need to make the playoffs. Else we lose a pick, we lose assets, all this other stuff. Like, it is vital that we make the playoffs. And I think that's why we go back and forth so much, because we're not OKC, so to speak, where if we don't, they're not here, but like maybe a year or two ago, we don't make the playoffs, that's cool. We're still on our timeline, or anything else like that. And Orlando, oh no, it's cool. We're still on our time. There's a lot at stake for the Kings if they don't make the playoffs this year. And I think that's where the impatience may come from.
It's really that draft pick, right? Are we talking about anything other than that draft pick? There's certainly demoralizing is the right word, but there's certainly a feel of doubt if you make the playoffs last year after 16 years and then miss it the following year. Because last year you weren't Oklahoma City, right? No one believed in you. No one really, it's a cute story. Oh, man, this team just beat Golden State twice. Okay, we got some here. Oh, they won game 6 on the road in that environment. Okay, this cute little team, they've got our attention for this series. Then the second the series is over, it's a little Sacramento again. It's no big deal. So I get there's a level of, we want to prove everyone wrong, right? We were right. The Kings fans were right. We were right. Y'all hoes were wrong. And there's that level of to it too. Like, I'd argue there'd be less of a response if the Kings lost in a play-in next year and have made it this year, versus next year. We don't even need to talk about that. We focus on this year.
Yeah.
But there's also, like, we talk about figuring out, and oftentimes we go from year to year, and well, we've got timelines for this guy and timelines for this guy. When we have two guys in a heavy rotation in Keon and Davion, that something has clicked for them. Something seemingly has clicked for Mike Brown. Something has clicked for De'Aaron Fox to where he is playing a level of defense that he never has before. Malik Monk has all but been crowned the sixth man of the year. And now it goes to what Kyle was talking about earlier and what we talked about to lead this show was it feels like the Kings might be starting to peak.
Yeah.
And one of the most interesting things about this week is you could probably make the same argument about the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
The Dallas Mavericks might be peaking right now. And this is the old Gorilla Monsoon line of the irresistible force meets the immovable object.
It's going to be a great
maybe not quite that. It's like it's not two 60-win teams going at it right now, but it's two teams in the same weight class that are fighting for the same position, that are playing the same level of basketball right now. Both, regardless of what the national media tries to tell you, two stars on their team playing at very high levels.
The Kings in their last 10 games, 7-3. The Mavericks 8-2. What's really crazy is you look at the Western Conference standings. Last 10 games, Denver 9-1, Oklahoma City 7-3, Minnesota 7-3, Pelicans 8-2, Clippers 4-6, Kings 7-3, Mavericks 8-2. Like, it's all these people playing good basketball right now.
Yeah,
there is nobody even average right now outside of the Clippers. So that's definitely interesting to see. But to the Kings' point and what you had talked about before about the angst and trying to be patient with everybody, it really is the draft pick. It really is the draft pick and losing that draft pick. Because I can make another argument of if they made the play-in and didn't get into the playoffs this year, it's not detrimental to your franchise by itself.
They're already a plus 500 team, so it's not like an Eastern Conference scenario where you're in the play-in at 34, 34 and 38, right? Like you've already shown you're a good basketball.
You're going to finish 12 to 13, 11 to 13 games over 500 this year. You're good. It's just the way the game is played out now. If this was 6 years ago, you'd comfortably be in the play-in, but now you've got this one-game scenario or playoffs. One-game scenario where anything could happen in a couple games, right?
Yeah, they'd have 4 games on Los Angeles right now.
So it's one of those things where I can rationalize that at the very least, right? The draft pick and losing the draft pick feels like it sets you back so far if you're not able to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it does and it doesn't, but like now we feel great about Davion. We found Keon. Like, who are we really trying to move anymore? Because Davion was part of that discussion.
Come on, man.
But you are, but that alone ain't giving you what you want.
See, and that's the thing.
You need 2 or 3 guys and some picks to get what you want. And now 2 of those guys, you're like, I'm kind of happy with them.
But the question is, who do you want?
That's what I'm saying. You want somebody better than what you have to get at any position, whether it's at the power forward, Harrison spot, at the shooting guard, all this other stuff. You think you might have found something at the shooting guard spot. Power forward, to get somebody better than Harrison, you need Harrison, Herter, Davion, and picks. And now we like Davion.
And so that's that. Some of us have always liked Davion, for the record. We'll check the notes, but
don't do
I think that's true. I think there was only one person who'd be a little resident insider that shares the name of a often served Thanksgiving dish that might be
Can you? I don't want to dampen the mood, but can you get what Davion's giving you in free agency? If you got to move him for that guy,
maybe.
Do you want to? Like,
what's
who
the
are
matter?
we talking about?
Well, that's
like,
the thing. We're just talking. If you got, I'm only like speaking. If Monty has a guy or whatever, it's like, all right, we got to put Davion in there. I'm like, Davion's playing well, but can you replace that production with just someone in free agency?
I think one of the great conversations we've ever had on this show was the Mikal Bridges conversation. because it was always, oh, it's Mikal Bridges. It's Mikal Bridges. It's like, right. But Mikal Bridges on the Suns. And I think you were the one who brought that up. It's like, could Keegan Murray be Mikal Bridges on the Suns? And when you start to rank the players, like you got De'Aaron, you got Domas, you have Keegan, but you also have this Malik part as well. Okay, like what's that and how's that shape out? Where is this free agent target? Where is this next player you're where do they fit in that? And to me, that changes the entire conversation. Because if you're talking about attacking something in free agents to be better than Davion, well, who is that?
Yeah, I mean,
ideally, you're looking for a guy who can give you about 6-7 points a game and play some defense, right?
It's Davion.
Well, I'm saying if, like Kenny was talking about, like you don't want to trade Davion or whatever because he's playing so well. It's like, okay, well, can you replace that though in free agency if you did have to?
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, in theory, you can, not saying this guy specifically, but you feel like you can go find a Jared Jack, right? Somebody like that in free agency, but it's probably a little more harder than you think. You know what I'm saying? To go find even a guy like this. So I'm looking at a guy like Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones would be good, but Tyus Jones is probably making more, or asking more, or commanding more money than you'd be paying Davion. You know, or just going down the list of free agents, Gary Payton II, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know. You know, it's I hear what Jesse's saying, and he's not off, but it's probably a little more difficult than you think.
Another question too. We like Davion's role. We like how he's playing. How much do you think, like he's like fitting in, but how much do you think he likes his role? You don't think he's going to want to go and search for something more? You were the 10th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
I'm sure at some point, like you think in your head, not like, oh, like I should be playing ahead of Fox more, so I could do more probably in the league and probably get more minutes. Like, how much do you think he likes? Like, he's cool with this role?
Well,
like, is he sticking around being the backup point guard for the Kings the next 4 years?
Is he?
Years?
Is he a starting guard in the league? Is the question that him and his agent would have to ask.
Oh yeah, I was checking it. We're
not in danger.
2 years.
Yeah. I'm just asking too.
It's a fair question, and I think those are, and this is something we're not used to, but it's those guys, those Davion Mitchells, those guys on successful teams that are guy 6, 7, 8, 9 that get opportunities on other teams. Because they're on a successful squad. It's like almost like the assistant coach thing. When you have a successful offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator on a successful team, those guys go on to become head coaches. Yeah. Those are issues we haven't faced yet as Sacramento Kings fans. Teams coming to poach your stars. We're going to come back. We're going to talk more Kings basketball. Normally we do things like this coming back from the break. It's always difficult to transition, so I want to reference it now. Shout out to our people in Baltimore. That was one of the most stunning videos. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, that was crazy.
When I saw the video, it was captioned like, here's video of boat, hitting the bridge. I was like, oh my God, what country is this in?
Yeah,
I could not believe it was in Baltimore.
It almost didn't even seem real. Like you don't see that stuff.
Never.
You don't see that. And I tapped in with the people that I know, my family in Baltimore, everybody's good. And unfortunately, it wasn't like the middle of the day, but there were still people going over the bridge.
Well, I also read the ship was able to alert. They were able to send a Mayday signal. And so to the best they could, they were able to limit traffic on the bridge. Obviously, that does not help. There are people missing right now. But shout out to the people of Baltimore. That was a stunning video
like that. That's
to wake up to.
Insane.
And to our loved ones in the DMV in Baltimore and Cheryl and the whole crew out there, man, we're thinking about you guys, man. We'll come back. We'll shift back to sports and we'll have some fun here. It's Steelers and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. The Kings and the Magic tonight on national television. We'll talk about it on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's crazy. 4 minutes until impact. Wow. And they still managed to. It was so early in the morning. You know that's a good thing. But I've never seen a ship hit a bridge like that, or the.
Our show's been on for 45 minutes.
And they just got to it. Let's see what they're saying. Does it even matter in this era of basketball? Oh, they might be going to commercial. Oh, they're not even going to talk about it. They're just cute reference. I don't recall Kevin Love being that skinny in Minnesota, but okay. Hey, Domas.
Well, I'll be there.
Can't talk shit about him now. He's there. Nice house. He got the Rick Ross hallway. Oh boy.
Domas.
Look at our guy getting some love. Is she still with the Laker dude?
Huh?
Is she still with McMenamin?
As far as I know. She got a ring on it as far as I know.
We lost one.
We lost one.
And you haven't missed a game. How many big men do you think are playing at your level or playing better than you are right now? Because you're right up there at the top.
It's so bizarre to me that she looks at the camera when she asks the questions.
Hey, I must have some dimes last night.
Yeah, he was that behind the back pass in traffic. I was worried he wasn't going to get there. He was so far, like, out of the paint in the first half on the offensive end. I was like, I don't know. He might not get there tonight. Dumbass. Fucking idiot. Jesus. Is that wall pink or is it the light?
I think it's the light. That's my guess.
Our guy getting some love. I love it.
Hey.
Poor guy's got a big lump on the side of his head.
He got smacked up.
Jesus. What kind of game is that?
Stop it or drop it. Damn, Jontay had 40.
Yeah, boy, he got him. Oh, yeah, Monty was not happy. Off-white. We miss you, bro.
Those guys, the way they got those threes, I don't want to be a part of that story. You don't want to be part of that story. So come grab the defender. We got a guy that's hot. We're going to try to find a guy that's hot.
Hey, shout out to our guy Domas getting some love today.
Yeah, air horns to my guy Domas.
Okay, well, all right. I'm calling for the air horns a little too often. I wasn't ready. I got to be facing this way so I can get the button quicker.
Sorry, Malika. I didn't know you were facing the camera.
Bro, wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. That felt like hate. That felt like hate.
Bro, he just hit you with a steel chair right now.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
That
No,
was-
Casey. Oh, goodness.
That was rock on mankind.
No, I'm just saying. Malika be facing the camera.
No, that was weird. No, it was weird. We were because Malika was talking to, and she kept turning, and it was to face the camera rather than facing the screen Domas was on, and I just thought it was. I thought it was fascinating.
Different. It was different.
It was. It was.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
all it was.
fascinating.
Into the Isaiah Thomas School of Television.
Oh, hey, how would I
Well,
say?
she
how would
could
I
have
say
had
do the interview. I mean,
he would have been over here. It would have been like, hey, let's get to these phone lines at 916-909-1320. Start with our brother TC. TC, what's going on?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
Hey, y'all acting up, bro. This way. Hey, I love that though. D-Lo, you a fool. Hey, how was your trip, brother?
It was a nice little weekend, man. Some good food and a nice little trip to see Jodeci, man. It was good.
Oh, remind me, you got something to say about that trip too. People texting me about it.
Oh,
yeah, man.
Yeah,
They're not happy either. But go ahead, TC. Go ahead, TC.
Hey, now, but look, you know, the Kings turned the corner. I try to tell the boys, you know what I'm saying? Oh, the band, listen, even though we be dropping these little weird, even though, hey, look, for real though, Kenny, even though we drop these weird games, bro, the band is tightened up for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, look, hey, with Davion, I'm fine with Davion. Hey, D-Lo, that's what I was saying when I was saying we need all hands on deck, even though your boy Kevin is out with the dislocated, you know, shoulder. We still need him when we get back. We're going to need all hands. I told you this summer, we're figuring the rest of all of who's going to be here and who's not. But it's right now on this run, Kenny, we need everybody, bro.
I'm with you.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm with you. Straight
Appreciate
up.
you, TC.
Yeah.
What's the beef with my trip?
No. Well, I guess maybe it was beef. I don't know. I got a text this morning. It said, hey, man, tell D-Lo if he go to Vegas again without hollering at me, we got problems.
You didn't check in?
Who's me?
Your boy Elijah Hicks.
Bro, I can't keep up with where Elijah at. Last time I saw Elijah, he was by a body of water. What body of water is in Las Vegas?
The crazy thing is, I don't even think he's in Las Vegas. But he's like, hey, tell D-Lo, if he go to Vegas without hollering at me, you're going to have a problem.
Is there an Elijah Hicks tracker where I can follow? Like he outside the world more than Miss P is. Man, he got a travel budget like Kamara. 916-909-1320. Coincidentally, Kamara Williams, attorney at law.
Hey,
what's going on, fellas?
big dog.
Listen, super excited about last night, but even more excited about tonight, man.
Yeah.
You know, Jackson playing excellent defensive ball. And I know you guys seen that stat. They're like ranked number 4 in the league since March in defense, total defense. And, you know, I don't think that's a fad. I think it's really something that, you know, we were talking a couple weeks ago to KC about having the 3-guard lineup and the switchability on the perimeter.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I'm just excited to see what that looks like for tonight's matchup with Dallas. I really feel like, you know, although we beat them twice, I just feel like we match up well. They're not the Pelicans, obviously. We don't match up well with the Pelicans. For some reason we don't match up well with the Rockets, right? But with a team like the Mavericks, I feel really comfortable about this matchup, even though, you know, it's going to be hard to beat them twice in a row in a matter of in the course of like 3 days or whatnot, or 4 days. But you know, I saw the strength of schedule going down the pike here, and I know that the Mavs have the easiest the easiest path, right, with team records and whatnot. But you know, the way Sacramento's playing, line them up, bro. I don't really feel like I'm afraid of their strength of schedule based on the you know, the way they're playing defense as of late in the last 10, 12 games.
Are you at the office right now? Because the chat's noting, because you don't sound excited at all.
Oh man, I gotta listen. I've got staff around you, bro.
Okay, that's what I know. We was just trying to set the scene. No. And this is your staff, right? This is the
Yeah.
Kamara. Okay, I was just all right.
Come on,
Excuse
man.
me.
Talking that
Excuse
talk.
me.
Boss talk.
Here I'm frolicking on the phone when I'm telling him to grind the gears. Like what?
Okay, no, I got you. I got you. Just checking. We
Kamara went
appreciate
into
you,
the
Kamara.
hallway to
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
you imagine
yeah,
Kamara in his
no.
glass office is like on the phone, just like going crazy. King's this, and just everyone, his whole staff just watching. Like, what's this guy's problem?
Yeah. No, it sounds like he's talking most intense client in history. He's about to like he got Sean on the phone and he's got to defend his case.
He's
somehow.
taking notes as he's talking
Yeah.
about the Kings taking care of business against the Mavericks.
Hella animated. Yeah,
I
man.
just thought about, man, I wonder if Kamara's ever done some agent work. He might represent us.
Oh man, Kamara will fight for us. We have Kamara come to that meeting we went to this morning.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We just sit down.
Kamara wouldn't have handled one of those individuals the way I did this morning. I know that much.
Kamara be our wise man.
He'd be our wise. Yeah, I'm with it. He ain't gonna be cheap though.
Well, that's why you can pay for him. You got it.
No, it's
You got
D'Lo
it.
and KC.
Well, my little measly $2 ain't gonna be enough.
Yeah,
It's-
right. That's what
you know?
you get, a measly $2. Right.
That's why they were standing on tables at Morton's.
Right. Still to this day.
Hey, hold
nearly
on. You get a dinner for your deal?
no.
I didn't get a dinner for my deal.
Nope.
Did I get a dinner for my deal? No.
Yes.
No.
Yo, there's video
I just
evidence,
signed the
picture
deal.
evidence of it.
I just signed the deal. I didn't get no dinner. What
I've
you talking
signed-
about?
Jesse signed his first deal.
Bro, Aaron walks in here. Hey, sign this. Okay, what is it? Oh, it's your quick, cool.
Yeah. I've signed 2 deals. I have orchestrated the structure of 2 different radio stations. Never, ever taken out the dinner for my deal. Kenny, on the other hand, oh, let's go. Kenny, you pick the place. Wherever you want to go, we could go celebrate. Bring the wives, bring whoever you want to bring. We'll go celebrate.
Bro, the boss was standing on
The-
like chairs. The boss, like
listen,
Stacy, the
yo.
legend, was standing on chairs. Like, let me get these pictures. Of you
The
signing.
only reason we were out to dinner is because the program director was in town
That's
for
a
the
lie.
first time.
That's an
That's
absolute
it.
lie. That's an absolute
It
lie.
just
Oh, your
happened to
mushrooms look
coincide.
delightful. Get the hell out of my face. Man.
It just coincided.
Okay.
Don't let these people tell you anything even different, man.
Right.
I'm telling you, man.
I know on Instagram there is a picture of one person signing a contract, and that's you.
Focuses on Kenny. Meanwhile, me and Damon are
Hey.
trying to watch the college basketball game on our little tiny ass
Oh, it was
phone.
the
Fine.
national championship.
Yeah, no, it's
game.
fine. Yeah, no, pick any day, Kenny. Yeah, whatever day you want.
I didn't even pick that day. No, I
That's
tell
good.
you, bro, the
This
media
boy be up
crazy,
here
man.
telling lies.
The media
Out here
crazy.
telling lies.
That dinner had nothing to do with me.
Okay, buddy. Yeah. Hey, they got some really good green beans here for D'Lo. You want to try these?
That's always classic with that when they found out you were vegan and we don't have to
And
stay
I
here.
didn't say a word.
Bro, it was the second him like embarrassment. It's not even embarrassment, it's just the cringe. Like just sitting next to you, just like 10 times, legit. Chatty House, 10 times. Is it good? Did you like it? Is it okay?
They
How are your
talk to you-
green beans?
They talk to you like you're 7
Exactly.
years old.
Oh, is it okay? Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Martin 23 Kings is
Oh,
right.
man.
Kenny is the final boss.
Wow.
Indeed, he is.
It's just not true. It's not accurate.
All right.
I'm just here working hard, man. That's
Kenny
all
took
I'm
less money so I could stay here. I appreciate that.
Although, and who was Jason was talking about that when he said Gilbert Arenas told the story he took less money for them to sign somebody else and then they didn't even sign him.
Mm,
That's cold.
mm.
That's cold.
Hey,
Oh,
to
man.
tell you, this is a shoot. I don't know if I ever told you this before. When we first started this, not like right, but when we first we hadn't transitioned into the studio, but we were really pushing to get Jesse full time. Aaron wasn't here, but the other guy was, and my contract was up, and I said, just keep me at the same rate and give Jesse the raise because they had already said, we'll the raise that I said, give it to Jesse because we need Jesse to do more.
Yeah.
The guy wouldn't do it. He's like, we can't. It's not budgeted for Jesse. It's budgeted for you. We can't make see a
That never
full-time
makes
employee.
sense. That
Okay.
never-
It didn't make sense to me either. And then the guy was fired. I go on vacation and come back and the guy's not here. And it's like, okay, now can we get this thing set up with Jesse?
Yeah.
finally we were.
Shout out Damon Barling, best agent ever had. Talk to him. Talk to him if you need to talk to me.
This guy, man. Yeah.
Hey, well.
No, what's going on?
No, we good. Let's keep moving. It's the Mavericks and the Kings tonight at the Golden One Center. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well. Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, which is popping. We appreciate everybody watching us over there on X. Shout out to those that have found us. Shout out to those hanging out wherever you are. Hit the thumbs up, hit the retweet, hit the like, do whatever. But we're thrilled that you're here with us a day after the Sacramento Kings beat the Philadelphia 76ers, leading into a set of games here where the Sacramento Kings take on the Dallas Mavericks beginning tonight on national television.
And we always watch an NBA TV or NBA Today here in the studio, and a number of different other sports going on, but we always watch that. And our guy Perk, they have a question right now. It says, which team needs to stand on business tonight? Perk was the first one to go. And Perk said the Sacramento Kings.
Let's go.
Need to stand on business, and I'm with them. You've got the Mavericks coming in to your arena. You guys are tied up in the standings. You're tiebreaker-wise ahead in the sixth spot, but tied record-wise. This is all you could ask for.
Mm-hmm.
This is all you can ask for. You've got control over – you don't have to hope the Jazz do something. You don't have to hope the Spurs do something, which they did, but you don't have to hope for all that. You've got the team that you're fighting it out with in your house. I'm with Perk. Time to stand on business.
Well, we've talked so much about like the issue of not beating the lesser teams or whatever. I'm not saying this is that, but more so like something they've had to overcome is just missed opportunities all year. Now it's just another instance where it's right there for you. It's just, all right, you're going to take care of it this time or we're going backwards.
Yeah.
Trysta Krick, Trysta sent me a video this morning, a TikTok that she made that I just didn't have a chance to watch because we were trying not to, we were in a meeting. But she poses the question, Trysta will be with us in an hour. Is Domantas Sabonis the most underrated player in NBA history? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark.
Did she put that
Trysta
on Twitter?
Be with us at 2. That was her tweet to promote the show today.
Because I want to see what the responses are.
I do have her video, though it's Trysta, so we're not just going to blindly fire it. But I can see the title of it saying, is this NBA player the most disrespected in NBA history? That will have to be a commercial break video, just in case. So shout out Bryce. Bryce says, yeah, there's some F-bombs in there. And it wouldn't be a Trysta video if there weren't F-bombs. So good stuff from TK there. KC, you laid this out a few minutes ago. Mavericks have won 4 in a row. They've won 8 of their last 10. They're 8-2 in their last 10. The Sacramento Kings they've won 2 in a row. They're 7-3 in their last 10. Luka 34, 9 and 9.9. Kyrie very quietly averaging 24.5 points per game. He really is having a fantastic season in Dallas, and that team is playing really good basketball. They had a learning curve after the trade deadline. They had a lot of, I'm used to saying Mark Cuban. I don't know who to categorize it as anymore. I guess Nico has taken the mantle of, like, he takes swings. Like, Dallas has always swung for the fences, and oftentimes they just whiffed and they struck out and went back to the dugout. They got some solid hits at this trade deadline.
I really like Daniel Gafford.
And it's working for them. Yeah. And that's, I think, part of the reason that they're in the position that they are, because this was, and maybe they're a team that developed throughout the year, but this was a team that neither you or I were impressed with when the season started. The dynamic of Luka and Kyrie didn't feel like it was working. It was the others that wasn't working. They changed the others in February, and it's paying off for them right now.
I just mentioned, I really like Daniel Gafford. I like his game. I like the way he plays in that system. And he's going to be I'm interested to see what he's able to do against Domas tonight.
Yeah.
You know, if he's going to be able to affect Domas, if he's going to be an issue. I'm trying to think. I don't think the Kings have played the Mavericks with him in the lineup. Yeah, I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And, you know, I'm interested to see that matchup. I do believe that much like New Orleans is a bad matchup for the Kings, much like Houston is a bad matchup for the Kings, I think the Kings are a bad matchup for the Mavericks. I think they have the offensive players to take advantage of the lack of defense that the Mavericks possess. And typically, they have no answer. The Mavericks have no answer for Domas. Domas does whatever he wants against them. So the combination of those two, I think, tend to be a problem for Dallas. But maybe they figured out some of those things. We'll have to see over these next two games. But I think the Kings are a bad matchup problem, or a bad matchup, excuse me, for the Dallas Mavericks.
Gafford was not with Dallas the last time these two teams played, which was way back on January 27th.
That was Night of Royal Rumble, I think. I remember how
Saturday, January 27th. I believe you're accurate. I believe that's correct.
That, yeah.
34 points from De'Aaron Fox that night, 20 from Harrison Barnes. They were just 11 of 30 from the three-point line, but managed to put up 120 in that one while giving up 125. An important footnote to that game, no Kyrie Irving. No Kyrie Irving the last time these two teams played. Of course, this is their second matchup. They also played on November 19th. Kyrie did play in that one. Luka had 25. Kyrie had 23. However, De'Aaron Fox had 30, and Domas led all scorers with 32.
Didn't Monk have a big game that game too?
That's back when Malik only scored 12.
12.
Long time ago.
Yes.
Long time ago.
Long time ago.
You know, I think he only had 11 last night, but he's just getting warmed up after that bad shooting night the other night.
He's keeping the buckets for these next two games.
Yeah.
But
I'll take it.
Kings have dominated the Mavericks this year. Absolutely dominated them the two times they played them.
129, 113 in that one, by the way. 17 three-pointers in that game for Sacramento. 17 of 40. That's 42%.
And as
from the three-point line.
can tell by these next two games being where they're at, both of those games were in Dallas. So now they got them at home. And quietly,
that was the sixth game. That was the sixth win of a 6-game winning streak that Sacramento was on. That game against Dallas.
Wow.
They then proceeded to get their ass kicked by the Pelicans twice.
Damn. I really think,
I hope the season doesn't come down to, man, if we had only lost to the Pelicans 4 times instead of 5, would have been the 4th seed.
If only.
Yeah.
If only we would have just beat Charlotte.
Yeah.
We could have lost to the rest of those scrubs, but if we just got one of them.
If only we had lost to Charlotte, Detroit, and Washington, and not Charlotte, Detroit, Washington, and Portland, would have been fine.
Oh, man. Damn it.
Season always comes down to what ifs.
Well, it really does. I think the Kings, though, in general, man, they've been I keep saying it, man, they've been playing good basketball. Even in Washington, like, they didn't play well, so to speak. But I remember talking with James about that on that Friday. And there's no participation points or nothing like that. But it was like, all right, you're not ready to play today. You know, you get in a deficit. You know, what we need to see some fight. They did fight.
Yeah.
They were down 19. They got it. It feels like in a minute and a half to a tie game.
Yeah.
And then they started off the second half bad, fought back again in the fourth quarter, ended up taking the lead. So even in their worst game, in their worst moments, they've played good basketball, and it continues a trend that they've had since, I keep saying, a little before the All-Star break. Those 2 games before the All-Star break, they started to show up for me. And I don't think they've played bad since. They've had bad moments. They've had bad losses for sure. But they've been playing good basketball for a good amount of time at this point.
Yeah, the Chicago game kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
That Washington game kind of sucks. The Rockets game has got to have some different. We got to look at that game a little bit differently in hindsight, considering they haven't lost since that game was played. They won again last night.
Won again.
They're a half game back from the 10th spot, which is occupied by the Golden State Warriors. And we'll talk more about this in a few minutes. But the Kings and Mavericks, it's kind of the crown on top of a really good schedule tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Warriors at Heat, games with implications. You got the Warriors at Heat. You got the Lakers at Bucks. LeBron's not playing. Maybe that's less a game with less implications than
seems like they might have just kind of conceded to
the ninth spot.
Yeah, who they are.
I think you're right. And then there's Thunder at Pelicans, which the Clippers are watching that game. The Dallas Mavericks and the Sacramento Kings are in on that game.
Winner, say for instance, Thunder win, like I'm kind of expecting them to. The winner of this game is a game behind.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
So I'm convinced that at some point someone knew the Spurs beat the Suns last night.
Yeah, because they were
and then
down.
It was like, oh,
we got an opportunity.
Oh yeah, turn up.
Yeah.
Turn up a little bit.
We got an opportunity.
And I'm completely making that up. I have no idea if that's true or not, but I'm convinced that happened, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Well, look.
Hey, we got an opportunity here.
Hey, both teams. Because I don't know if you were peeping at the time. I think the Jazz were beating the Mavericks at the time.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Jazz were beating the Mavericks. I think they
that.
were up 9 or something in the second quarter. Ended up being like 7 at the half or something like that. And it was around the same time that other game went final. They was like, oh, okay, let's get after it. Same thing might have happened here in Sacramento. Right before you go out, hey, guess what happened? Right before you go to New Orleans, guess what happened? Oh, okay. I know they say, oh man, and I don't watch scoreboard. I just stay focused on this. That's impossible. I would be a scoreboard watcher. I think you can do both things. You can be focused on what you have to do, but be aware of what's going on. Gotta be.
I mean, it's a big ass scoreboard in the center of the damn arena, and then it's in the corners. Like they see it. They all see it. You glance at least.
Oh, don't want to look up there.
I look to the left. You saw it, buddy.
Yeah.
I look over to the left. What y'all know about that? Y'all don't know about that tweet. Stop playing. But
hear the way this dude talks sometimes.
What you know about tweet?
Nothing. I wasn't outside. I wasn't at the roller skating rink.
That's facts. Like if you weren't at the roller skating rink with Kenny, you were not outside.
I'm saying that's where
you weren't you weren't in the streets.
Yeah.
At Cal Skate.
We was Cal Skate right off of Mac Road. We was in the streets. Getting out of there some Saturday nights. I had to tell mom, hey, where you at?
I go home every day.
Get here.
I tell my mom, how come you didn't take me to a Cal Skate when I was 5, Ma?
Yep.
I could have been outside.
Yep. Imagine what my life had been if I had been outside. I could have been Ebro. I could have started when I was like 16 if I had been outside with Kenny. But no, I wasn't outside.
No, man, if you would have linked up with me, bro.
See? D'Lo and KC could have started the first KSFM go around.
What's that considered? Is that considered like the East, like El Camino and everything? What is that?
I don't think it has a direction on it.
Technically, it probably
it only has a direction on it. If it's
they wouldn't say it was north, but technically, logistically, it's the north. But man, you would have came down to the south, man. Came down to Cal Skate, Mac Road, stand up. Come on, man.
I didn't have a car till I wasn't going nowhere.
I didn't have a car either. My mom was dropping me off.
Yeah, but you lived out there. Yeah. I didn't live out there.
That's what I'm saying. You had Scandia though, but we'd go out there every time. Hey, that was the streets. Still is.
Well, man. That is
is.
That's the street.
Dan was actually outside.
Hey, sometimes you get in the parking lot.
Like, no, I'm good.
Hey, bruh.
Yeah, I'm good.
What's going on across the street? Like, damn. Scandia hopping off.
We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about what's going on around the association. And can we talk about Mike Brown's technical? Because that was an all-time.
Absolutely.
That was an all-timer.
Absolutely. And I got a PSA when we come back. I got a PSA.
I'm
going to spend a lot of time on it, but a PSA.
Okay. Trysta Krick, top of the 2 o'clock hour as well. It's D'Lo and KC Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Look what smart ass has entered the chat.
Let me ask a question back. Do you come to work anymore?
Yeah, how about that? Look, desk is empty. There's boxes on your desk.
Wow. That's how you know they don't listen either, because we never talk sports, actually.
Yeah, but you're on that shit, huh? Hey, and cover up. Where do you think you are? Cover up, Kimberly.
Oh, man.
No, that's a shoot. Look how tall Stephen Brown is in that picture.
Come on, man.
Look at that's 6'9" Stephen Brown right there.
5'5", 152.
6'9" Stephen Brown.
5'5", 152. Your cruiserweight champ.
Steven, stop it.
Terrence Crawford's next opponent.
205 live. Steven, you in Sacramento?
Oh, man.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll need to see a doctor's note.
Yeah.
We can take it right now, right after the break. What was the issue?
Over to the left. I don't know. Stephen Brown.
Okay, right on, Stephen.
Stephen Brown probably in
6'10".
He Stephen Brown. He said, "I'm in Sacramento." He probably lived by Vista Del Lago High School. He ain't in Sacramento.
Why you hate Vista Del Lago?
I'm not. I'm just saying that he ain't in Sacramento. It ain't like he by Kennedy High School or by El Camino or anything like that. He out by Vista Del Lago.
Fucking nerve.
Oh no. Wait a minute.
What happened?
No, I got an email. I got an email, like a normal email with stuff that we need for stuff that we do. Nah, we had a. I have to tell you after the show. We had.
Did we get the same one?
Or is the talking points? Yeah. The little tag on it is kind of pissing me off because it's like that. We're not going to acknowledge that was just kind of snatched from underneath us like that. Like, come on, man. I watched them for months trying to get in on
thirsty,
that.
bro. Thirsty. And I'm not mad at it, but it is.
And it worked.
Is what it is.
Yeah, it worked.
It is what it is. We saw the thirst from the moment it happened. Saw the thirst.
No cameras. We tried. Yeah, that's fucking facts. Wow.
The hell? When did this happen? This is something new.
So does that mean you can't come to work?
No, that's not what that
And
means.
this isn't even from your fall. Did you fall again, ma'am?
Kim's a serial faller now.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers, Kimberly. A serial faller. Is that what happened?
Serial faller.
Well, Adam L's catching up on the show, so thanks, Adam.
See you in a half hour, Adam.
Oh, man. Oh, okay, Steven. You thirsty ass. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
See, Steven, that boy got a little game. He got a little game, little mouthpiece.
Domas played a whole season with a broken thumb, but Kimberly can't walk into the office.
Look at it. It worked. Unbelievable.
Well, I know who you should sue. Oh, for putting towels away. Change it to paper towels and you should sue somebody. Their house is for sale. You could own it. Well. Oh, man. Oh, Kimberly on that load management.
I look up. Well,
unbelievable.
Let's all settle down.
Okay. All right.
Down.
All right.
Let's just settle down. The good old days when we beat the shit out of the Eagles. That was a good day.
Well, what did I read that Kyle Shanahan ran into Brandon Ayuk in Cabo? Did I read that right?
I don't know. I hadn't heard. It could have.
No, Kimberly's in on it, so.
It's a nice shirt. I always critique how he dresses. Probably because he dresses really nice.
He dresses different. That's a tough pattern to wear on TV.
Yeah, it is.
916-909-1320.
I got a PSA.
You want to talk to Ramsey first, or you want to do the PSA?
Ramsey, hold on real quick, because this ain't going to take long.
Okay.
I want to make it perfectly clear.
Sounds serious.
Perfectly clear.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my man Jay Gayton over at Channel 13.
It's getting dramatic.
CBS 13.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an opportunity to get the A's in Major League Baseball in Sacramento,
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Steinberg, Mayor Flo, whoever it is,
Mayor Flo got a nice ring to it.
Vivek,
Vivek.
you have to do it. You have to do it. We've talked about this a number of different times and a couple of contingencies. I'll take the contingencies off. I don't need a promise. I would hope I'd put, hey, remember, I'm helping you out a little bit. Remember me for expansion, but they don't even have to guarantee me expansion. If there's an opportunity,
mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to Oakland. I'm sorry to A's fans, but you get the A's and you put them in Sutter Health Park for 3 years, minimum. You do it. It's not fair. Not fair what happened to Oakland. It's not fair what happened to Oakland A's fans. I understand. Honestly, I don't give a damn what happened with Seattle and Sacramento. The Kings are here.
It's not the same thing.
And it's not the same
Not
thing.
the same thing.
But here's the thing. Continue to say it. We can put it on the shirt because it is what it is. The game is the game. The game is the game. It's not fair. Fisher is Fisher. Helping him. I don't care about Fisher. I care about the city of Sacramento. And if you have an opportunity, which may be your last and only opportunity, maybe ever. Nobody wants to say that. Nobody wants to say that. They always want to talk about they feel slimy and all this other stuff. Yeah, I get all that. To get a pro team in this city, this may be your one and only shot. Let's just be real. You're not getting football. MLS isn't going to happen. NHL, I doubt it. This is it. This is your only chance. You can't pass it up. You cannot pass it up. Now, I'm not super newsbreaker or anything else like that.
You could have been, but I chose not to.
I got people who are talking. Business is picking up. Business is picking up. Will it happen? I don't know nothing all that. I'm just telling you right now, business is picking up. And if it's on the table, you do it.
Let me ask a question as a sports consumer, let's say. I'll ask a series of questions. Is any of this rooted out of what we saw over the weekend? The support of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, for me it is. Yeah,
okay.
Just seeing
That's fine.
That visual of that ballpark.
Terrific. Knowing what we know about Fisher, the A's, and their future, no one believes this is a one-year thing. Everyone is pretty much in acknowledgement of this could be a 2, 3, this could be a 5-year thing. Knowing Fisher, that owner, that in the organization and their future plans, does the novelty of having a Major League Baseball team here that isn't yours wear off?
No, I don't see it. Here's a dirty little secret. Don't tell the A's people this. Maybe they don't care. I don't know. It ain't even really about them. You get Aaron Judge to come to Sacramento. You get Ohtani to come to Sacramento. You get Vlad Guerrero Jr. to come to Sacramento. You get the Houston Astros.
Do we have the
Boston
hotel
Red Sox.
space to accommodate Shohei Ohtani.
Well, do we have the
Has the NBA
do we
weighed
have the
in
draft?
on? Yeah.
Do we have the DraftKings in place for Shohei Ohtani?
Well,
That's the question.
Well, that wasn't necessary. That felt like.
Do we have the DraftKings account in place to
Well.
get Shohei here? It's not even really about the A's.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for the A's to stay here and everything, and I would root for him. It'd be all good. I'd still be a Giants fan, but I'd love him. But man, you get Major League Baseball in Sacramento, and I know, because I'm sensitive to the situation. I know I was looking for a comment. I think it was our guy Brian. He said, "You're not getting MLB either. You're getting played." Whatever. We wouldn't be getting Major League Baseball. Here it is. We wouldn't be getting Major League Baseball anyway. If we can get it for 3 to 5 years, that's 3 to 5 more years than we ever would have got it to begin with. And at the very least, you put yourself on some type of map. If it never happens, it never happens. But guess what? It wasn't going to happen anyway. Like if you say no, it ain't happening. So at the very least, you get, at worst case scenario, you get this moment in time where for 3 to 5 years, you had all of these greats coming through your city. You can see them up close and personal. You cannot. I know guys like Brian and even Matt George or whatever, I respect and have empathy for what they're going through as A's fans. As somebody like Mayor Steinberg, Mayor Flo, potentially, Vivek, this is a no-brainer. You have to. You have to. If you're trying to grow this city and take this city to another level, you have to. You can't be worried about Fisher or what happened in Seattle or didn't happen. You ain't worried about none of that. You have to do this for the city. Have to.
And maybe this is a time we need to have, Jake Gaden on to talk about some of the reporting he's done lately. But what is the cost of Sacramento to have a Major League Baseball team here for hypothetically 5 years? Because I don't imagine it's just a simple move, right? There's got to be, maybe there's renovations to the ballpark. Maybe there's renovations to a parking lot. Maybe it's hard for me to imagine that Sacramento is just equipped to handle a Major League Baseball team and the schedule that comes with it. So what's the cost? That's the first question I would ask if I'm Mayor Flo, Mayor Steinberg. I'd ask, what's the cost to us? Then, okay, over the next 5 years, how does this number even out? Because if we're spending, making up numbers, $5 million to equip everything we need for a Major League Baseball season here in Sacramento, what are we getting? What does this look like at the end of 5 years? Like, how much money are we making per year? How much is coming into the city? How does this affect the residents of my community? Like, there's a lot of questions I ask. I'm perfectly okay with your argument because I don't believe this is a Sacramento versus Oakland thing. And that's where this whole Kings in Seattle nonsense is so played. These are not the same thing at all. They're not even remotely close to the same thing. So take that PTSD, like brush that aside. Right. That's not what this is. If the end game is Las Vegas, the end game is Las Vegas. But I have to ask questions about what is good for the residents of my community if I'm, the politicians at hand and how all this plays out. If I'm satisfied with those answers, I'm perfectly okay with it. Like, again, this isn't about getting played, as Brian says. And I know Matt George is really frustrated with this. I know James Ham is really frustrated with this. This isn't about, I'm with you. This isn't about Fisher, the A's. This is about Major League Baseball in the city of Sacramento. This is about professional sports in the city of Sacramento. This is about the latest attempt to show the NBA an all-star game can be hosted here. Like, there are just small little boxes that you check along the way because Sacramento is still Sacramento. It's a top 25 market. It's a top 25 media market. There's plenty of things it's got going for us. But the number one thing is, if this is all temporary, how is this good for my city now, immediately? And how is this good for my city in 10 years when you guys are playing in Las Vegas?
That's it. And at the end of the day, whatever percentage chance you put on it is what you put on it. I'm not here to tell you it's a done deal or whatever. Like, as far as like getting a major league team here permanently. If you say it's less than 1%, then it's less than 1 point, or whatever the case may be. You have to take. If you're Vivek, let alone the city. Vivek he didn't buy the River Cats for no reason. He didn't buy it to just lose money on it.
Absolutely.
He didn't. He said forever since he's been here, this is a major league city. He wants more major league stuff here. This is your first. They tried with the MLS. They failed. They couldn't get it done. That's not happening. All right. We all know NFL's not happening. We all know NHL probably isn't happening. And if they do, I wouldn't really even want them to reconfigure Golden One the way they'd have to. Probably not happening. This is it. This is probably your one chance for you, for your kids, and probably your kids' kids. This is it. You have to take advantage of it. You have to take the shot.
Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Ramsey?
Not too much. I could talk about that, but I mean, what I really called in was about a different subject that's another serious matter, which is the inequities that we have with the women's college basketball tournament and the issues that the Utah women's team ran into staying a half hour outside of Spokane in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where you have people chasing them down the street in white trucks and yelling racial slurs at them.
I hadn't even heard that. That is awful.
Yeah.
That's awful, man. Come on, man. Come on. That's ridiculous.
916-909-1320. Man, this AIDS conversation, this is an extensive conversation. Let's get Mitch in here real quick because this will be lighthearted and fun. Mitch, what's happening, man?
How's it going, David? Casey.
What's up, man?
How you doing? I mean, they really screw up with the baseball and the football team, by the way. You got like 4 cities in that area. Sacramento, I think it's the capital of California.
It is.
One of the biggest states. There's more money in California than half the country in the world.
I'll have to look that up, but sure.
There's a lot of money here.
Well, there is.
A lot of money.
The way they tax us, there better be.
I wish they could stay in Sacramento, somewhere in the area. And it shouldn't take 10 years to put a stadium in Las Vegas. So maybe 5. They shouldn't even play in Oakland. That's really caving into sufficient. But I wanted to say, I'm hoping that I'm liking it. This Western Conference, it's tough. You could say like 6 teams plus the Lakers can win it all. Hello?
The Lakers can't win it all.
Yeah. And I think you got to say Fox and Sabonis got to be more selfish. And I'm liking this whole starting lineup. You guys be well. Thanks for taking my call.
You the man, Mitch. Appreciate you, big dog.
What? What was the last?
He said you guys be well.
No, not that part.
Starting lineup's playing well.
Yeah, he likes the starting lineup.
He's liking the changes.
Oh, okay. That's the part that it did the changes. Okay,
Kings are on the up and up, according to Mitch.
All right. I'm just so there's something. Matt hates us. He left the show.
Oh no,
he's upset.
Matt, I love you, dog.
Matt said, let's not pretend that Vivek was behind or had anything to do with the MLS move.
Yeah, nobody's saying he is.
Like,
those people couldn't get it done.
Yeah,
that's the point. They tried, they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, like
this guy's trying to make some moves.
Yeah, I have.
Simple as that.
Man, I have.
This dude Vivek out here trying to make moves. He saved the team. Now he's trying to make other moves. Some other dudes, they tried to get to the MLS. We couldn't. They're still throwing. It's been 3 years since them renderings about the things at the rail yards. Hadn't heard one thing since. They done bought a whole nother team since. So
I'm just going
to.
It
is what it is.
I'm gonna bite my tongue, man. I'm gonna bite my tongue. We keep it moving because I know John Fisher's ass, but some of y'all act like all of the ownership here is on the up and up. And I ain't talking about Vivek. So we're going to keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Let's get back to the Kings. Let's talk Kings basketball. Nah, it's fine. Let's keep it moving. Let's talk Kings basketball. Hit the
like button in YouTube.
Yeah, do that. Let's go. Let's direct our attention back to Kimberly. Let's talk about Kimberly's finger. Kimberly getting a DMP because she got a dislocated finger.
That's a baseball injury. How'd that happen? She's putting away towels.
She said she was putting away towels.
How?
Well, if she ever comes to work, maybe we'll find out.
That's like when they tear a rib tissue by sneezing.
Oh,
which is
what was that, like a Mario and Rivera thing that he did or something?
Like that.
Didn't Mario Rivera hurt his back trying to tie his shoe?
Is that a shoot?
I'm pretty positive. Yeah, I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure he hurt his back trying to tie his shoe.
Yo, weird stuff happens when you get older, man. That's plausible.
I shouldn't laugh at all.
That's plausible.
There's been plenty of times when I turn this way.
Yo, I was standing. So the structure of the Jodeci concert was ass. The ticket said 7:30, which I thought was really odd. But I'm like, all right.
Why did you think it was odd?
That felt early. 7:30 felt, because it was one show. It's not like there was a second show.
Yeah.
It wasn't 7:30. So we got there. It was 7:30. And there was a long line outside the House of Blues. So it was, okay, doors open at 7:30. All right. This ticket was courtesy of our friends in Las Vegas, I guess. It was a giveaway. And so it was a general admission ticket on the floor. There were tables and all of that stuff, which I looked to try to get a table, but I couldn't get one. So it was general admission. So that means you walk in and you're standing. Okay, no problem. One, they oversold the general admission area, like grossly oversold. Like the Renaissance, Club Renaissance, that was general admission. It was very comfortable. That was for Beyonce. Very, very comfortable. House of Blues oversold. Like if a fire started, it was over. That was the end of all of us. Like we were done. Here are the exits. Yeah, right. We ain't getting there. We're the show. So we walk in, get comfortable. Probably 8. Show didn't start till well after 9. So we're standing there. We talking about tying your shoes and your back hurt. I'm standing there. Hey, my back's starting to hurt. Like, I swear to God, if I don't hear come and talk to me soon, I'm just gonna leave. Like, it was a free ticket. Like, Jodeci's coming to Sacramento.
Yeah.
The show don't start soon. I gotta go. And the DJ moves. All right, it's got to be close. And then like Poison comes on, and it's like, all right. Then you see the band members come out finally by 9:15. Here comes Jodeci. It's like, all right. Now I'm hurting. I'm like trying to move around and stretch, but I can't move.
Yeah.
Because the general admission area is packed.
Yeah.
But it was worth it.
It looked like it was worth it.
Oh, them boys could go.
I went to the House of Blues in LA one time to see Marsha Ambrosius and Raheem Devon, and that was the same setup. I almost passed out at that show because I don't know what it was. I got like a hot flash or something. I don't know if it was a bunch of perfume.
It happens when you get older.
This was like 12 years ago.
Well, normally doesn't happen to men either, but that's okay.
But it was something about the fumes in the room, maybe perfume or something like that. I had to take a step out.
It wasn't perfume I was smelling. There was something else going on.
And it wasn't that. Yeah. I got outside and I'm sweating. I'm like, I take a seat like on some rocks, and I was like, bro, I don't know what the hell that was. And I got back inside and enjoyed the rest of the show. But yeah, that's how it was. That hey, you get there at a certain time and it don't happen
there.
For
you
a long time.
There. I did get a pop when they're singing, and I looked over to the side and could see Flavor Flav.
Hey,
like, hey, I'm looking, I'm like, yo, that's Flavor Flav. He's here in Vegas watching Jodeci.
Shout out Flavor Flav.
And then Coco from SWV came out and sang, and then that was a win.
Tour on deck.
That's a shoot, right? Didn't we just get that note yesterday?
Yeah, they made it official.
Okay, very good
to the public.
Yeah, some great shows coming to Oakland. Rockets win their 9th in a row. They're a half game back from the Warriors right now. Clippers lose to the Pacers.
Do we still like the Clippers as far as title contenders this year, or are we out?
I'm trying not to walk that back. I'm trying to stay.
Russell Westbrook back?
Did he came back?
Coming
yesterday?
back.
Oh, coming. I was about to say I saw him working out. I'm trying. I don't like to just be all in on somebody or all out at the drop of a dime, but I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm hearing from the Clippers.
I mean, you got James Harden out here closing out on Kawhi Leonard for the vibe. So,
did you hear Ty Lue last night?
I didn't hear Ty Lue.
Ty Lue said we're soft.
Oh, I did hear that. Yeah,
said
yeah,
soft.
Yeah.
Said something about James Harden was trying to find his identity or something like that.
Oh, I know James Harden. Tell Ty Lue to call me. I know James Harden's identity.
It is a little off there. Just like Ty Lue doesn't have an extension. He's a lame duck coach right now. Paul George, no extension there. We don't know why. James Harden, you just mentioned it, trying to figure out his thing.
But Kawhi got one.
Yeah, Kawhi, he's good.
Kawhi good.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to be there at the Intuit Dome. I don't know about y'all.
Well,
those tickets will be sold because Kawhi's there.
Kawhi Leonard, the ticket seller.
Can you imagine the Kings somehow finish top 4 after all the
Yo,
it's not some crazy idea. They're only 2 games back.
It's not. Clearing the Pelicans seems crazy. Like finishing 5, finishing 5 and the Clippers dropping down to 6. Of course, that sets up a first-round matchup against the Pelicans.
Well, let's drop that Portland game.
You mentioned the Pelicans.
The Kings could potentially be 0-5 by the time that game. Is there one more against the Pelicans?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could potentially be 0-5.
Well, because the Pelicans, we'll see, they've done pretty well so far, but how much longer can you manage without Ingram? And without Ingram, maybe that hurts them.
Yeah, and that's and what did we get on Ingram? A couple weeks?
2 weeks. We got 2 weeks.
They ended up beating the hell out of somebody the other day. I was like, well, there goes that.
I don't think it was necessarily 2 weeks and it'll be back too. Like they're going to check in 2 weeks and we'll see. Yeah.
Speaking of reevaluate, I love Trey Lyles' vibe last night. Did you see Trey on the bench?
I saw
all black
about Trey. Trey did something. I didn't see what happened, but I heard people were talking about Trey on the bench, smiling or something like that.
Oh, I might have missed what that was, but
I saw a tweet saying he was dressed like the FBI in one of the shows or something. I can't remember who tweeted it out.
He had all black, had a scully on, had some chains on. Looked like KC. All he needed was the dark glasses. He would have been good. Russ did return last night. He had 14 points in 18 minutes in that loss to the Pacers, where they scored 133.
The Pacers, I saw last night, they have scored over 100 in all games this year.
Okay.
73 plus, first time in franchise history.
Shavano scored 7 last night. I don't know what made me look.
I wasn't really I couldn't really hear.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was doing some other stuff at the house where it didn't feel like the Boo Birds were out.
No,
last night.
It was funny. They booed at first, and then I think they realized they didn't care anymore. So I think it's over.
Yeah,
because I think there was a point early when he checked in, he got booed, and then not, and it wasn't. It's deteriorated over the years.
Yeah.
And then he touched the ball and they booed. And then by the second trip down the court, I think they were like, whatever, dude. I don't care. And I think they stopped paying attention to him being on the court. Yeah.
Well, he might get a boo when he first checks in wherever he's at. And then that might be it.
You know why? He's not that dude. Yeah. It doesn't
Indiana,
matter.
He was starting.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. He's not even, the 14, 15, 16 shots a game guy. It's like, why are we booing no offense? He's an NBA player. Why are we booing a role player?
Well, we do that for Spencer Hawes.
Well, Spencer's different. Spencer and Buddy are not the same thing.
Not the same.
Spencer's on a different tier of he's on that on-site tier.
Yeah, don't come back here.
Yeah, you are not welcome here under any circumstance. That's not Buddy. Buddy's not that. No matter what he tells Sacramento to do with his anatomy. We'll come back. Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Is Domantas Sabonis the most underrated player in NBA history? TK posed that question. We'll talk to her when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, turn me off real quick.
Unless he can't do it, then
yeah, I'll throw it out there too. You know what? I had a bad headache last night. I don't have my kicking it with KC. Damn. I'll have it for you guys on Thursday, man. What? And Mike Tannenbaum's mock draft. He's got the Cardinals taking J.J. McCarthy 4th overall and trading Kyler to the Vikings.
I'm literally talking to Kyle about it. This is the CSI or CIA trying to like make us think J.J. McCarthy is good. He was just in the national championship. Do not let this brother throw the ball or we will lose.
That's
everyone.
Guy. Obviously, he brought a championship to my boys, but 4th overall.
I'm telling you, it's the government. The government is trying to make us like J.J. McCarthy. There's no other explanation for this.
That is crazy. I don't have a 13th round ready, guys. My bad. I talked yesterday about the Amazon Prime pay-per-view going down on Saturday. DBC is back. What? Nate Robinson and Michael Beasley going at it after Beasley calls LeBron the GOAT. Nate Robinson says, stop smoking weed. The reason we say J.O. the best is because we have eyes and can see his game is just better, bro. It's okay. We know you're a Bron fan, and that's okay. But J.O. made every human on earth want to be like Mike and wear his kicks. I still haven't seen one human wear LeBron's with jeans or any regular outfit.
Bro, can we stop like crediting like someone being the GOAT because someone like wore their shoes or something? Like, we talk about on the court at least.
Hey, man, it hasn't been done before or since.
Like, everyone wears Jordan shoes just because they look better, not because like they're cool shoes.
Mike Beasley responded. He said, ouch. I thought we were friends. I get not agreeing with my opinion, but that jab hurt worse than seeing you plank on TV.
Oh, yeah, Nate, go take a lap, bro. I'm sorry, like Michael won. That's the ultimate card he played too with Nate. Like, leave me alone, Nate. I'll call Jake.
Oh, come on, man.
Real quick, if this happens, I will cry for Raiders fans.
Oh,
if this happens, like, just blow it up again.
Nah, they wouldn't do that.
Are you sure?
They wouldn't do that. And JJ's not bad. He's just not a first round pick. You don't. It's like Mac Jones almost. You don't spend a first round pick on JJ.
JJ McCarthy's a backup quarterback.
You don't do that.
Second day in a row, no oranges. Bad day. I got to get my shit together.
This is a good little doubleheader by DAZN. Jose Ramirez versus I don't know who Francis Bartolome is, but Virgil Ortiz is also taking on Thomas Dulome.
Aldrin, I do not. Just throw the fist forward, I guess.
I feel like I have an idea, but I've never been in a boxing ring.
I've always been pretty cool with everybody, so
yeah.
It's like if you ever had an issue with me, that's more your problem than mine.
I've trained boxing a little bit.
Boxing is a
but
blast.
It's you know,
getting punched, not so much, but as much as you two love boxing, it is legit my favorite workout.
It's a tough workout.
There is nothing better to me than boxing.
I tried boxing on the Oculus once. I was done after that.
It's a tough workout, man. I've done it a couple of times, and I was exhausted.
Yeah, it's
I was exhausted after that.
My peak condition was when I was boxing.
You ever box somebody like sparred?
Mm-hmm.
How'd that go?
I do not enjoy it.
Like, how is that? Is it?
I don't.
Is it
enjoy
one of those things where, like, like, all right, I'm supposed to protect and jab, but it's different because somebody's.
Yeah, it's different.
You?
Yeah, so I used to do you do like Muay Thai training, and part of that is boxing, right? It wasn't like the sweet science like you did, but boxing was a big component of it. And there would be times where, all right, we're going to spar with just hands. We're going to spar with just legs. Okay, now we're doing complete sparring. But there was always a thing where, like I just told you, I was in my peak like fitness. So what would happen is, especially newer guys coming in, because I was at this training place for like a few years. Most of the time I was in Connecticut. Like I was in great shape, like phenomenal shape. And you'd get dudes that like they wouldn't understand what you were doing and they'd want to like test you. It's like, bro, like I'm not trying to let's be clear. I'm not trying to fight you. Like I'm trying to learn. Like in we got instructors around. Like I'm trying to work and I'm trying to learn. Like we can make contact, we do what we do, but I'm not trying to take you out. Yeah. And you'd get into the thing and be like, all right, you take some shots. All right, I see. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, are we fighting or are we working? And that used to happen a lot with Brazilian jiu-jitsu too. Yeah. Is the thing with jiu-jitsu is you're supposed to be relaxed. Like you're not supposed to be stiff because that's how you get tired. You're supposed to like relax, roll, and move. It's supposed to be a process where you could talk and breathe normally. You get these dudes who like want to test you, like they watched UFC 50 last night, and they're gonna try to like, hey, like chill, we're working here. Yeah. And I was decent, and there'd be times where, hey, relax. They don't relax. You have to get out of the move and put them in somewhere. It's like, hey, stop. And that was my frustration with boxing, man, is you'd be in something. You feel like, yo, all right, moving. Oh, it's a good shot. And then all of a sudden, this dude is like Rocky. It's like, hey, fam, this is okay. Like, if you want to fight, like, let's fight. Yeah. Let's have rounds. Like, let's do this. But if we're sparring, like, there's techniques we're supposed to be working on, and you look like you just watched Backyard Brawls 5 minutes ago. That's the thing. So we got a friend who's been visiting the station lately who really likes to box. Okay. We were talking about sparring. She doesn't like sparring either. And it's just something that you got to get used to because you're going, the purpose is to get hit. It's not it's the one element that I didn't enjoy. Yeah. If I could get with someone, hey, I'm just trying to work. All right. Then it's fun because then you're like, oh man, I just got punched. I'm not nearly as good as I thought. Right. Because I'm throwing these punches at a bag that's not moving. And this individual, as soon as I get out, they just punch me in the face 6 times. All right. There's some things I got to work on. But I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, I didn't. I've never done it before. I don't think I ever will. I mean, I shouldn't say never. I don't ever plan on doing any sparring. I'm too old now. No,
that's not true. In terms of sparring, all you need is the right partner. If you get the partner who would just work with you, I think you'd enjoy it. Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it.
We'll see. There's something that came across the TV that I forgot to mention.
I got gloves. I can bring them in here. Like we could just, if you ever want to.
Who are we Ray Allen and Rondo in this building? Who's Ray Allen and Rondo? We're bringing the gloves.
My sparring partner's gone. The person I'd want to fight.
No. Well, that's not a sparring partner. That's the person you want to fight.
You imagine we're just settling beefs at Odyssey?
No, hey, that's the episode.
We can brawl for all, D'Lo and Casey edition.
Oh, we could do it. We can do it.
Brought to you by Michelob.
Brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Yeah, we could do it.
Did you guys see, both of you guys, did you see Dion talking that talk about
the kids
and Travis?
Yeah.
He said, for those who didn't see it, he was on, I think, the $1 Million Worth of Game. And he said, look, there's certain cities that we will pull an Eli.
Yeah.
We will do that, period. Just letting you know. He didn't name the cities, but he said there are cities. Yeah. We pulling Eli.
Yeah, people don't change your tune now. If it was okay when Eli did it, it's got to be okay when Dion does it. Don't change your tune now.
I saw RG3 had spoke about that, and he's like, yo, the change is happening. The change is this is the dynamic shift is about, this is part of it. It is about to be players in control. Well, I don't know how true that's going to be, but I mean, that is one situation where they have control over what they want to do. You, especially if you're getting paid NIL, you can go back to college, you can do whatever. If you don't want to go to Arizona, you don't have to.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see. I wonder what those cities are. Want to take a guess? I think Tennessee's one.
Why do you think that?
I don't know.
Oh,
I just think Tennessee's one. Even though Nashville,
that's Nashville.
Nashville's popping
Yeah.
right now, but I
Yeah.
think Tennessee is one.
Okay. I don't.
Well,
that,
who are
that-
the most
that was
reportedly
like
ran
a
franchises?
that was like a pretty emphatic first guess.
I think Jacksonville might be one too.
Jacksonville could be one. Yeah, Jacksonville
you
could
say,
definitely be
So
one.
who are some of the most poorly ran franchises in the league? I'm sure that's the list right
Washington.
there. Washington.
Washington. There you go. And he has history. It's a new owner.
Yeah.
It's different, different group.
I think Buffalo might be one for Travis.
I mean, Arizona's literally one of those teams. Probably Arizona's been a mess since they were created.
Well, suddenly it feels like we can name a lot of them because the Chargers could be one, but it's LA.
It's LA. I don't think Chargers on that list.
Well, Harbaugh's
He was.
there, too.
He was. I mean, and maybe
Well-
he needed to elaborate a little bit more. He was specific about cities. He didn't say franchises. He said there's cities on that list, and that's what made me think of the cities.
Shador that good though to be pulling that?
Shador's really good.
Like he's first
think-
round top five.
Jacksonville's
I think
one.
Shador is really.
Because I think Travis is better as far as overall football player.
Travis.
Like I can see Travis Hunter pulling that.
But
But
Shador, I said it early last year. I thought Shador at one point last year was looking just as good as Caleb.
Couldn't New England be one?
Could be.
I mean, if we're talking cities, could New England be one?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. Might be where it ends.
Yeah, I don't.
Carolina.
Well, yeah. That's Charlotte, though, right?
It is. Charlotte.
But that's a franchise. Like again, he said cities. You look at the franchise. I don't know.
I don't think it would happen anyway, but Green Bay probably on that list.
Well, it's not a city, but how do you think people feel about the Jets?
Ooh.
And that idiot quarterback.
Ooh, that might be one of them.
Yeah, like again, that's New York, but how many people want to go where? Oh,
look at your boy.
Oh man.
oh, did you see? You're talking about Jerry, right?
Man,
Did you see where they're talking to him? He's like, yeah, I've been taking notes or whatever. And there's a picture on like of his notebook, and it's just like signatures or just scribbles.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, Jerry.
He's hit that redacted stage. It looks kind of like a wax figure.
He's getting,
I've been taking notes about everything everybody's been saying, and I see it all. And I know that if we have Dak Prescott as our quarterback, we have a chance.
Looking like no good for Dak either.
Yeah,
I just want to get a Super Bowl so bad. I really need to get another Super Bowl because things are getting late here, and I really need a Super Bowl. I really do.
Wait, hold on. We got Chris Broussard on the Farmer's Dog talk line. Why did he chime in?
I already know that Dion has told me specifically, Shador and Travis, they're not just going to go anywhere. There are cities on that list that they just aren't going to go to. So when you talk about it, how many times have we said somebody needs to pull an Eli?
Shout out Chris Broussard for joining us on the Farmer's Dog Talk Line. You can bark at us anytime on the Farmer's Dog Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Farmer's Dog. A healthy life starts with healthy food.
Are you proud of yourself?
That's good stuff right there. Guy Cook.
Find you someone else who can do a Jesse Spanos impersonation, bar for bar, and
I should have sent that to Jesse and Zach.
So I did look up Jesse's Twitter handle that day.
Oh, yeah?
It doesn't
Is
look
she
like
active?
she's very active. That's why I didn't bother.
Zach Mark Paul, he's been an active actor. He's on whatchamacallit, huh?
Oh, that Grownish. Mixed-ish.
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 Yeah,
Yeah, he was
dad,
on Mixed-ish. Yeah. It took me a minute to realize that was him.
Yeah.
It's a very different look. Very different looking. Because if he wants to look exactly like Zach Morris right now, he can.
He
It's
is aged
astonishing.
really well.
Yeah, it's astonishing. He did not look like Zach Morris on that show.
No.
He was like a hippie. And
and that was also what, in the 70s? The show set in the 70s or maybe 80s?
Yeah. No, 70s. Yeah. Because that's Rainbows. I think I can't remember how old she turned on the show. 40 something.
Yeah, he's had a couple of different chances too to get it going. But he's like,
Well, he had a whole second career, didn't he? What wasn't he on one of them cop shows?
Ish.
Oh, ish.
Like they keep he's getting these opportunities, but it never really takes off like that. He's almost like what's his name? Santos, Uncle Jesse. Like, no matter, he's tried different shows and stuff like that, he's still just Uncle Jesse. Mark Paul is always Zach.
I need to see what show I'm thinking about. Television.
Oh, they said NYPD Blue.
Was that that didn't hit?
No, the show definitely did, but I don't know.
He didn't. I
thought he was
NYPD Blue. He was on 87 episodes.
I guess so.
For 4 years.
I guess he hit.
That was his whole second run.
I guess he hit. I stand corrected. Shout out to
Stamos. It's John Stamos. I was like, what? I don't know. It was
you said Santos.
Yeah. I was like, who's he talking about? John Stamos. I got you.
John Santos is hilarious.
No, that's fire. That's fire. John Stamos and
I was trying not
Mark
to call
Paul
him
Gessler.
Uncle Jesse. That's how I know. He's just Uncle Jesse.
That's fine.
John Santos.
Well, it's fine. Trista's here. Trista, you
Hey,
what's up, buddy?
what did I walk into?
No, we were just examining the second life of Mark Paul Gessler, the guy who played Zach Morris.
Yes.
And I thought for sure that he had a second major run after Saved by the Bell. Obviously, he did a ton of TV shows, but I thought he was a cop, and he was on NYPD Blue for 4 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought it was going to be as well. I thought it was like CSI or something. That's what I was thinking about. NYPD Blue makes sense.
He's had a couple of runs, but that was by far the biggest. And then he did Mixed-ish.
Mario Lopez, though, has had a run. He hasn't stopped since later.
We don't rock with Mario at all.
Okay.
At all. The company.
I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did.
He keeps is not. Do you remember that house you got a picture of?
Remember that house I
yesterday?
got a Yeah.
I think that's Mario.
Yeah.
I think that's Mario.
Okay.
What happened? Why are we not? I'm happy to.
Oh, I've been around Mario, and he was perfectly pleasant to me. But KC hit me to some. I also heard he's a bit soft.
Diva.
Like, he can be. Yeah. Maybe doesn't have the best sense of humor.
Popcorn muscles, big muscles, small heart.
I mean, he's 50. Like, he's a good-looking dude. All of that whole
great.
Well, that whole crew, with the one exception, unfortunately.
Well, I've seen she's kind of, she's moving back into a good space.
I'm happy she's in a good space. She just looked a little. I mean,
I
how to
liked
be
her
a
better.
player, she was great.
Yeah, she
but
was great,
things kind of
man.
changed a little bit after that.
Man. Shout out to my
Who's
girl,
this?
Lark Voorhees.
Oh,
That was
okay.
my girl. Love me some Lisa. Anybody know where Tori is now? What you know about Tori?
Oh yeah, Tori's a deep cut. Tori is a deep cut. Leather jacket, pulled up sleeves. Yeah. Why was Tori on there? Was Kelly gone?
I think Kelly was gone.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen was gone,
And I
so
feel
they
like
had
there was
to.
a contract situation too.
Yeah, that might have been it.
Yeah.
The rare Tory years. Are you a Saved by the Bell person, TK?
When I wake up in the morning,
no?
yep, I was on it.
Do you not know the
Alright.
words?
Well, I'm not going to go into the whole thing. Okay.
What you know about?
Wow, not even committed to the
What
bit.
both of y'all know about California Dreams?
I was just about to say I think California Dreaming was actually better than
Well,
Saved
let's
by the
settle
Bell
down.
in some ways.
Trista, let's settle down here. You're getting a little too aggressive here. There's no way it was better than Saved by the Bell, but I enjoyed California Dreams. It was good. It was just like the same person made it, but it was like a complete ripoff. They had the same type of characters, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed California Dreams.
Yeah, that was good. That also had an iconic song to start.
California Dreams. I don't know the words of that one. I remember it vaguely.
Tori hasn't done a ton.
No.
Tori is a triplet.
Really? What's her name?
Lena Krell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she has a sister, Monica Lacey, and Joy Krell. Monica Lacey was also an actress. She was on Parent Trap 3.
Look at
So
that.
there you go. They're
Look at
triplets.
that.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
It's a hell of a
Can
big
you
cut.
imagine though? Like you thought you were having one baby,
Oh my
and
God.
and you ended up
Oof.
with 3. You were
I
prepared
cannot.
and had
Ended up with 3
budgeted
kids and single.
for 1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sorry, babe. Like I know I told
I
you I
did
was
not
in this.
sign up for this.
Told you I was in this. I was in this for 1. Okay, you're gonna need to send those other 2 baby kids to the foster home because we're only doing. You just choose 1 because we're only doing 1.
Yeah, I don't know how that would
There
happen.
is there any 3 is crazy. 3 is absolutely
2,
crazy.
baby.
But
2,
with 2,
3,
is it 2
Lord.
like, hey, babe, we were gonna have 2 anyways. Hey, man,
Just knock them out.
like they're gonna like, look, we just got to go through all of these all at once,
Yeah.
and we don't have to go through it again.
Yeah,
Of course,
they're
having 2
together. They'll like
teenagers at the same
they'll all
time.
hang out. They'll self-soothe together. They'll be able to like be in the same bedroom, like monitor. You know, they got a built-in friend. I know all the tricks. Okay, I know all the tricks. What they say.
Do you have any siblings?
Yeah, I have 2 half sisters. One's my mom's daughter. One's my dad's daughter, and they are 9 months apart, and they're 9 and 10 years older than me.
9 and 10 years older. Okay.
So baby
So
Trysta
one's
gets
Yeah, baby Trysta.
little baby.
Well, that too. Let's talk about your latest contributions to the social media world, which you are so very good at.
You didn't even respond to the text. I sent you the text expecting some sort of response.
What?
If I wanted to be ghosted, I would have sent it to Kenny. Okay.
Oh, do not.
Well, that's
now
fair.
that is an
That's fair.
unfair, unsolicited,
fair.
unwarranted shot for
But
TK.
accurate.
And that is inaccurate.
Like if you text Casey, don't expect a response. In my defense, we were in a meeting before the show that got contentious. And then we went from that meeting to our KSFM work. Then I went from the KSFM work to my time with the Insiders. We have acknowledged the video and the existence of the video. We also know we can't play without previewing Trysta Krick's videos on the stream radio live.
That's why we love
So I'm sorry that I did not respond to your video.
Your apology is accepted.
I would have responded to Trysta.
You wouldn't have.
Yes,
But you don't even respond to me.
That's not true.
I mean, you do the next day.
When I see it, immediately I respond.
When you see it is the key piece. The thing about Damien, you can always count. This is why I was so disappointed. Is you can always count on Damien, even in show. Sometimes I'll text Damien, be watching the stream, and I see Damien on the slide, hit me back, like that, like a good friend would do, you know. And I gave him fire. I was defending our man Domas. I'm doing the Lord's work, and trying to get us some numbers, trying to get our man an all NBA vote. Although I don't know what the incentives be like, you know, what the incentives for the Kings be like. So maybe we don't want that. But trying to get this man his respect. And I send it to Damien like, hey, look at us. We're out here.
You think he's going to make it?
I think he deserves it. Third team all NBA is not out of the question.
Was it a hypothetical, or do you believe Domas is the most underrated player in NBA history?
I think he's the most disrespected, underrated player in the modern game. When you look at the streak has only been discussed because he just surpassed Kevin Love. I wrote this up when he was at like 51 or 52, and it was not a peep. No one was talking about it. It was like these consecutive double-doubles meant nothing. It's almost like you need a quadruple double to even be acknowledged anymore.
And the crazy thing about the acknowledgement of the streak, which is like, I get why, because it's a streak. It's like if I had to guess, he's probably got double-doubles in 195 of his last 200 games. Like, it's not like he never gets double-double, and then he got on this crazy streak. Like, he's been doing it, at least since he's gotten here. I'm not going to act like I watched every game in Indiana, but since he's gotten to Sacramento, he's double-double like every night damn near. And then obviously you have this streak now where it's literally every night, but this is all he's done for the past 2.5 years he's been here.
It's disgusting. Plus, the assist numbers are ridiculous as well. Like when you're talking about the total amount of passes that he throws out every single game being only second to Nikola Jokic, like I wonder this. And this is a crazy, I guess, like hypothetical to throw out. If Nikola Jokic doesn't exist, we have not seen Nikola Jokic. He has not graced our eyeballs with his presence. How do we treat Domantas Sabonis?
Very differently. Very differently, because we've speculated in the past before, like, because it feels like some of these people, some of your colleagues in the national world, work overtime to diminish what Domantas Sabonis is doing. And I feel like part of the reason that they do that is because of what Nikola Jokic does. Nikola Jokic does the scoring portion of what the two of them do on a slightly higher level. And Domas has far less, 40-point games, 35-point games, different things like that. And so what Domas does gets diminished, and it's baffling.
And I think it's probably like some of the clutch time possessions in terms of usage. Like when it's fourth quarter for the Nuggets, Nikola Jokic sort of becomes the hub of the offense. And there's just no scenario where Domas is going to take over the hub of the offense over Foxy. Like, I just don't see that happening, where it's like this two-man game where almost that you give the ball down to Jokic in the paint, and he either finds some shooter on the perimeter that's either Murray or somebody else that's out on the perimeter, or he's just found a way to lob to AG, or he's like indescribably efficient in terms of like getting points in the paint. Whereas perhaps Domas doesn't want to take that, or hasn't at this point taken the load of the fourth quarter scoring. And I think probably the playoffs against the Warriors is being unfairly weighted and why he's maligned.
That's 100% true.
So I'm doing just this quick research right now. Last year, he had, and I could be off a game or two, but I'm looking at this. He had a double-double in 70 of the 81 games he played. This year, I see 1, 2, 3 games he hasn't had a triple-double or a double-double. That's all I'm seeing. So, I mean, literally, what are we at? Like 70 games? That's 156 games. Like in 143 of them, he's had a double-double in all these games. It's crazy, man. It's crazy what he's doing.
And he's not even like just a 10-point, 10 rebound guy, right?
Kid double-doubles.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting like sometimes 20 rebounds. He's leading the league in rebounds. Like nobody's discussing this either.
Yeah. Your question was like really, it was interesting though, because I mean we all know Domas is on that list, but I was trying to think of other players who might be in that category, and I know they're there. My mind's running a miles a million times a minute here with other things going on. But did you come up with any other players that are kind of criminally underrated over the course of you watching basketball?
That's a great question. I think early days, Damian Lillard was really underrated. Remember, he didn't even make the All-Star game for like the first 3-4 seasons of his career.
Yeah.
And like the All-NBA snubs, I think being in a small market, you're going to be criminally underrated, just period. And so Fox is in that conversation. I think Devin Booker has been in that conversation as well. Like all-star snubs for him, all NBA snubs. The goalpost changing. It was like, well, Devin Booker's getting all these stats, but his team sucks. And now it's like, well, his team is good when he was there with Chris Paul and Ayton. And it was like, well, his team is good, but like he's not as good. And so it's when you're talking about criticizing a player, you have to kind of keep the measurements consistent in terms of how you want to look at somebody.
You're thinking of someone?
There's a couple of people. I feel like to a certain degree, and it doesn't necessarily fit the argument because these guys are all-stars, multi-time all-stars. But two people that come to my mind with the way people talk about them is like Scottie Pippen. And I feel this way about Carmelo Anthony. People talk about Carmelo Anthony like he's not top 10 scorer of all time. Like he's just some kind of chucker. You can't never win. Like I feel like they talk bad about Carmelo. And this guy's one of the greatest scorers we've ever seen in our lives. And it's a different type of underrated, but I kind of feel like he was a little underrated.
For sure. For sure. I think Scottie Pippen's definitely up there. I know there's more. I do. What's the chatty house, man? What they got?
We got CJ McCollum in here. We got Dominique Wilkins. Do you know who actually
McCollum?
Oh boy.
You know who's actually kind of underrated? Now, this is a little before my time, but every time like something crazy comes up, I'm like, damn, maybe we don't respect him enough. Moses Malone.
Yeah, we just saw Moses Malone on the double-double list
Moses
today.
Malone. And like there was a period in time, I hear the OGs talk about it a little bit, where it was like Philly needed to win a championship, and they're like, yo, we got to get Moses. Like Moses is going to bring us a championship. Not Dr. J. Moses is the one. He's the one. And coming out of the high school and everything, like he was looked at like almost like LeBron is when he came out of high school. But we never talk about Moses that way.
No. He just kind of gets thrown in, you know? He's on a lot of lists, but no one actually like will acknowledge that he's on the list. Like they'll say the full list, but they won't be like, dang, Moses Malone's on a lot of lists.
Right. You know who I really liked growing up? Rod Strickland. I thought
he was one of my favorites.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thought he was super nice.
How do you feel, TK? Because one of your most recent videos, actually the last time we talked, was about Keon. And there has been a shift, it feels like, in the Kings' approach to basketball. And they have been winning games recently a lot by what they're doing on the defensive end. Their numbers have improved dramatically on the defensive end. They are very literally right in the middle of the defensive rankings. They're like 14, 15. They're like right in the middle right there. The uptick began in March with Keon Ellis getting a regular role here with this team. Are you buying this new, headed into the two biggest games of the season starting tonight? Are you buying into this new defensive focused Sacramento Kings team that we've been seeing this month?
Well, shout out to Will Stats, because Will Stats can be on the show after me. Last 9 games, Kings have held opponents to 102.6 points per game. We know that the Kings have historically been an over team in terms of betting. I tell you what, I would be terrified to take an over on a Kings total. For reference, shout out to Will Z Stats. T-Wolves lead the league with 106.5 points allowed. So, yeah, I think when you add Keon to the mix and you add him in the backcourt at the same time with Fox, that was the key for me, or at least that's what stuck out to me. It felt kind of like Keon and Fox were not at one point allowed to share the court together. Keon was there stepping in for injured players, coming in off the bench, not being on with Foxy. And those are 2 elite defensive guards. And Keon can score now too. Like he's not just a defensive guy. I think you're seeing why, God, this is going to feel bad to say out loud. You're seeing why Mike Brown preferred Keon as a balanced two-way guy over someone undersized like Davion. And I am the captain of the Team Davion ship.
No, that sounded like hate.
Did it? Oh
Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, no, Davion's playing really well.
Yes.
Your point about size is something that we talked about, but
no Diddy.
No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Yeah, there's flags all over the field, ladies and gentlemen. There's flags all over the field. But Davion's been playing really well, and while Keon is getting the shine, I don't want what Davion's been doing to get lost.
Me neither. I'm just saying that as a starting option, or as someone you need offense from, and the size. What is Keon? 6'3", 6'4"?
Yeah, about 6'3", maybe
6'8" wingspan.
Yeah.
Which is a game changer.
You cannot substitute for that, no matter how good your footwork is. And listen, like, you know how I feel about Davion's defense. He was in front of Steph Curry body to body, pause, for that entire first 2-3 games. And he made his life hell. But when you add in Stretch Armstrong arms to that, and that ability to get in front of another player, and his ability to block, strip, get steals, get out in transition, go the other way, that's just really hard to get. And they have a nice luxury. They've got 3 guards that are all elite defenders.
Yeah. I like the role everybody has been able to fall into here with Keon being a starter. De'Aaron can almost pick and choose the spots to be a top flight defender at the point guard position. He doesn't have to do it all game and score 30. And then Davion, when him and Keon are on the floor at the same time, seems like they take turns at, being top flight perimeter defenders. So it's one of those things where we talked about it a lot. It's not really a knock on anybody. It just kind of fits better than what they had going on before.
Also, what we can, and spin this forward, and I'm sure you guys talk to James about this, James Ham, all the time, is that it kind of makes the road clearer about what you want to do with Kevin, right? Like, if you're not consistently giving me buckets all the time from 3, catch and shoot, DHOs, off the dribble, pull-ups, if that's not you and you're not an elite defender, then what's your size good for? Pause. If you can't give me some motion of the ocean, then your size is negated, sir. Negated.
She went for the gusto.
Well,
she went for the gusto.
About to get thrown out of this one. Two things I want to ask that aren't Kings related before you have to go to work. Are you buying the Rockets?
Yes. I think I put this on Twitter. I think Jalen Green just needs to continue to populate. He needs to get his Genghis Khan on. And ever since he announced the baby coming by Drea, he's been averaging like 35 points per game. This is what's been happening.
Is that why DeRozan took him out?
Did DeMar DeRozan, did he smash Drea?
I don't know. He took out Jalen the other night.
There was no reason for that hip check. I watched
it was
that live.
Trash. Yeah, that was a trash play.
I watched it live on TV while I was doing BetMGM tonight, and I was like, guys, what was that? DeMar's like a very mild-mannered, soft-spoken, no need to do this. It was completely unprovoked. The only thing that you could imagine was there was some watermelon involved. The only thing that could have gotten in.
I'm pretty
in the
sure
mix
something happened.
had to have happened. Yeah,
DeMar don't do that. He don't do that.
So yeah, I buy Houston. I think Houston's coming for our dubs. I think they're coming for our dubs.
Jalen out here averaging 10 points for each kid on the way.
Jeez.
See, we need.
Can you leave that man alone?
He got a baby. He got a family.
Excited family for the production uptick. It was on him. You guys are lucky I didn't make a video about this. Okay.
Oh no, we need that.
Yeah.
That is peak. That is peak Trysta Krick content. Okay, buying the Rockets. I like it. So where are you with this Jontay Porter situation?
So
Story development.
This is my wheelhouse, guys. I mean, this
No,
is
we
my
don't go down your wheelhouse very often, but this is definitely your bag.
The intersection of mainstream NBA has now gone. I don't know that there's anyone more qualified to talk about.
I don't think there is.
Brian Windhorst is
Gambling
like
and sex jokes. Like, you've got this. Like, this is your
NBA
world.
T literally getting to make fun of a Porter. You know, like the chucklehead is like a strong genetic trait in the Porter family. We know Michael Porter Jr., some of the dumbass things he said during COVID. Like his brother, the more obscure brother, to be the one at the center of the biggest NBA sports betting scandal is like peak. But anyway, what I think about it is it's like the most obvious outcome that you can think of is what happened. We're going to fly through this break. So like that's happening. Don't even look at Jesse. So
don't even look at Jesse.
I mean, it's 5:25. Like we're just getting started. If you wanted us to end on time, Jontay Porter should have been the first thing. Okay?
I apologize. You're right. You're right. It's fine.
So
we're living.
For those in Cali that don't bet, there's plenty. Player props are bets on statistical categories on a player. And for every sport, and every position on the court, you can bet anything. You can bet steals, blocks, turnovers, rebounds, assists, points, and combinations of all of those in any iteration that you'd like. And you can parlay them together on FanDuel and DraftKings and in same-game parlays on BetMGM. The maximum bet that you can put on a prop bet is $1,000 to $2,000. So what you saw, according to DraftKings, was that there was irregular betting activity on Jontay Porter. I would say any activity at all on Jontay Porter will be highly irregular. Like, period. Like, he's no one that would be bet on in any fashion, right? Like, you have some of these sharp bettors that will bet role players overs or unders based on, analysis that they have on their model or whatever. And so, but Jontay Porter played 26 games and he was averaging like 14 points per game. So that's like red flag 1, any volume of bets on Jontay Porter. Red flag 2 was you've got people trying to bet 20 times the maximum betting limit on that thing. So any seasoned bettor that has bet, even little old me, who's not like a sharp, knows that the books are going to max cap you out. So if you're trying to bet $20,000 on Jontay Porter unders, I mean, you're not a sharp. You're not a bettor that like does this all the time. You've got inside info. And the only person you can get inside info from is Jontay, because he's taken himself out of the damn game 4 minutes into the game, like his name is Draymond Green on the arrival of Klay Thompson. Remember, Draymond did that just to be there for Klay. He wasn't doing that because of sports betting. But that became a huge sports betting controversy, is that people started to chatter about it on the Discords and on sports betting Twitter or whatever, TikTok, blah, 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 and saying, hey, Draymond's only going to spend a few minutes on the court to like welcome Klay back to the Warriors lineup, but he's injured. His back is still messed up and he's not gonna be able to play. So a bunch of people.
Shout out to Draymond for making that moment about him and not Klay.
Nobody even cared.
So a lot of people bet unders on Draymond because they thought he was only going to play a few minutes. That was never the case for Jontay Porter. So then you've got not just that, but then DraftKings comes out and says, this is the highest, most profitable bet of the night for sports bettors, is under 3-pointers for Jontay Porter. Out of all the hundreds of players that are playing on any given night, on any sport, this one category that is capped at $1,000 was the single-handedly the largest loss that we took for the night. Jeez. And that happened on 2 occurrences that he took himself out of the game 4 minutes and 3 minutes into the game. There's only one possibility here.
Time out. So he like removed himself like, oh, I'm hurt or something like that?
I think
Yeah,
he said,
he
it was
said,
sick, right?
I have an eye injury. He re-aggravated an eye injury that he had like 3 or 4 days or 3 or 4 games before that, but he wasn't on the injury report. Even like available eye injury, not on it. And then he said he had a random illness. He just started to feel sicky. And so he left the game 3 minutes in. Took 0 shot attempts in both games. Do you know how many people have to bet Jontay Porter unders in order for that to be the biggest loss of a sports book on that night?
Yeah, like roughly how many?
I mean, they have to be at least, if it's not a lot of people, it's a lot of books. And so you can go and bet.
Capped, right? You said it's capped, so you can only bet so much on them.
For every statistical category, 1,000. So you could do unders on points, unders on rebounds, unders on assists, unders on threes, unders on turnovers, unders on steals, unders on blocks. So that's what, 8 times 1,000. And then you could put PRA, PA. So you're talking like roughly 15,000. Yeah, roughly 15, 17,000 per book, then across multiple books. But if 17,000 per, like, we'll call it like whatever, super bet type of a person, because they'd said, I know he's not going to do anything, so I'm just going to put all that on that. If that's the biggest loss, you're going to have, I mean, at least 15 people doing that at that scale across multiple books. But even then, like,
betting on a two-way player. You're placing bets on a two-way player.
You're placing bets on a G League guy that's been this coming. What are we doing? He's dead. He's never going to play another game in any fashion at any level. He's probably going to jail. They're definitely going to interview Michael Porter Jr. What did you know? What did your brother say? Your dumbass
Ask him
brother.
where he was January 6th during that interview too. Just to cover all bases.
Slater.
Just well,
just about Mario Lopez.
Just ask.
I mean, he definitely did that. Like, there's no other way to slice it. And Brian Windhorst on NBA Today kept saying, like, well, there's been no evidence that Jontay Porter bet against himself. I'm sorry, that's not how the RICO Act works. It doesn't matter whether he did it. Clearly, he was in communication with other people and directed them to do it.
There was
if only he had rap lyrics that could be used against him.
Man, come on, man. Come on. They go. I'm about to say free somebody. I ain't gonna do that, but come on, man. They need to stop that.
Free him anyways.
Yeah. But did you guys see the video? You know, the internet just be kind of making things up, but the video of him banking in a 3 and his look after.
No, that's real. Yeah, that's the internet.
No, that's real. But they're like, yo, he knew. He didn't mean to do that. He like banked in a 3 from straight on. And the camera went to him and he was like,
damn. Damn.
Hold on, I gotta see it. I got it right here. Oh,
he said he knew. It was looking crazy.
Yeah, oh, crazy. That's crazy. Oh, my man. Hey.
He's like, good shot, banked it in. Yes, don't give me the ball.
Remember in House Party when Martin was yelling switch and Kid got stuck with the girl who couldn't dance? That's the face that he made.
Yes.
That's the exact face that he made.
So I mean, so like, I'm kind of with you. I don't want to. I'm not trying to advocate for this, but if you're the NBA and there's any inkling, you're right, Tristan. You got to throw the book at him. You got to throw the book at him. You have to make it where people know that if you get caught, there may be no coming back. Sorry, Jontay. Like, no second chance here.
Yeah, and like, what do they freaking care? Like, Jontay Porter, he's barely in the league as is. You know, no loss, no gain. See you later, sir. I'm sorry, but also, go ahead.
The question to me is how does the league and perhaps the respective leagues, the NFL probably doesn't matter. The NFL suspended like 10 guys and like no one cares. Just the NFL, hey man, this guy's been doing steroids. This guy killed somebody. This guy bets. It's like they just kind of brush it all to the side. But in the NBA, you have this scandal here. They're very like aware of this type stuff. How does the league handle this? And I don't mean Jontay, I mean, how do they handle this?
I think it's a good thing. I went on with Anthony Irwin from the Lakers Lounge right before this to talk about this exact thing. And I think it's a good thing that sports betting is legalized, because otherwise you would have never been able to like identify or track it. So the fact that DraftKings has really smart people, FanDuel has really smart people, BetMGM, and all these books are talking, and they've got software where, like, imagine this. So they knew that people tried to place bets of $20,000 on them, but they couldn't do it. But they still were able to track what that person was even trying to do, let alone where you're at, like location, direct IP address, when you did it. What if they're all in the same house, like at the same time that they all placed that bet, right? There's a lot of advanced technology that goes into tracking these people, because the sports books don't want people to win. That's just purely what it is. That's why when I do my little stuff on the radio, it's like, beat the books. Like, how do we screw them over, right, without getting cut off? The books don't want even legalized people to have an edge and win, let alone people who are doing it outside, coloring outside the line. I don't think the league can do much, really. They're going to take the sports books money, period. They need to. They're going to continue to advertise sports books on their app. They're going to continue to allow people to live bet when they do put that into the league pass. There's just nothing that one can do. And I think what you can do with the sports books is you can say, hey, if a player doesn't have X amount of games under their belt and there's not a real data set for this player, just don't offer those player props. And I think sports books will go along with that. Only there's no really anything to gain by putting Jontay Porter props to be available. I didn't even think that was a possibility when the story came out. I was like, no way this is real, because I remember Benedict Mathurin, I couldn't get props for him for 35 games in his rookie year because they didn't have any like stats to average out to put props on the board. So unless it's a star player, you just don't offer those props at all.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go about it. But you think you said the sports books would go along with that, though? Because all you need is one rogue one to be like, hey, you can bet on Porter over here, and they'll take everybody's money.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything for you to gain, considering that like the average bet size of a prop is like $30, right? Most people don't bet big money on props. They bet big money on size and totals. So it's usually something fun that people want to like make a quick buck on, like on a $2 parlay with like 15 different props on it to try to win like $47,000 or whatever. You've seen them on Twitter. People will post it, but the majority of player props are losers. Because majority of people bet overs on player props. Most people, unless they're sickos like me, aren't betting Luka unders. This is not a fun experience, right? Like betting for him to not have 33 is one of the worst things to do, knowing he dropped 50 on any given night. So mostly the sports books are making money from player props, but there's really no money to be made on these like obscure players that just came up from the G League.
That's a crazy story, man. When you broke it down like that, all the money that somebody winning like $12,000 on.
There are several fascinating people in this world. The ones who think they can outrun police, and the others that think they can cheat casinos.
Oh gosh,
like those individuals are fascinating to me. Like
the arrogance that you have to have in order to believe that.
Have you not seen Ocean's 11, 12, or 13?
Have you not seen Casino?
Right.
That scared me straight.
Because Kenny was considering a life of crime until he saw a casino, and he was like, "Well, I was going to knock over this.
Let me do radio instead.
I was going to knock over Rio down here in Las Vegas, but I'm going to decide
Rio and their buffet.
Decide against it here." Goodness gracious. Yeah, fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I can't wait to see what comes about of this.
They're already backpedaling, though. Like the NBA insiders keep being like, well, there's no evidence of Jontay doing anything wrong. What are you talking about? What do you mean? He took himself out of the game.
Did you see him shoot that three?
You add A, B, C, D, and nothing is individually suspicious except for the fact that it was literally the biggest loss that DraftKings had for the night.
But to your earlier point, that's all circumstantial evidence. The books have the books are looking for the real evidence. Like then you start talking about IP addresses, phone number. Then you start to tie all of this together, and you get phone records, and then all of a sudden, you're in jail, right? All of a sudden, the little G League player who was doing prop bets on himself or giving his taking himself out of game, storing it, whatever you want to word this as. Is serving 5 years in prison.
Even if the NBA did nothing, even if the NBA just was like, oh, there's not enough evidence, the books are coming for you.
Right.
They're coming.
Right.
And they're way more powerful and way more gangsta than Adam Silver could ever hope to be.
Yeah, Adam Silver, who was in Sacramento last night, is not gangster.
Rolling around J Street.
He's not gangster. He wears cargo pants when he's not in a suit.
Let him rock.
He wears socks with sandals.
I believe it. I'll never forget seeing him at Summer League. He was just in like his comfortable like cargos and just.
When was it? Last night?
No, this was years ago at Summer League. He was in his Commissioner Silver attire last night. Maybe he was here to see Domas break the record.
Sounds like it.
Maybe he was respectful of that record, and he was here to see Domas get the crown.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Big ups to
shout out Kevin Love for the congratulatory tweet too.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Two Portland legends, by the way. Two suburban Portland legends. Kevin Love and Domas Sabonis.
Is Kevin Love making the Hall of Fame?
I think so.
So Domas is making the Hall of Fame. He's on that.
Well, he's on the track. I think he's tracking.
Like not if his season, if his career ended today, like maybe not. But
yeah,
I mean, he's
Kevin Love has All-Star bids. I don't know if Kevin Love had to have been an All-NBA player in Minnesota, right?
I feel like
Any
yes.
guesses?
I'd say at least once, maybe just one time.
Maybe just one time. Kevin Love, 35 years old.
Just one time, a third
Two
time.
All-NBA second teams.
Wow.
Both. That's aggressive.
Is my years right?
Both was he for the Cavs?
Cleveland? Come on.
12 and 14? That's Cleveland, right?
That's well,
right?
Cleveland was 15,
yes.
16. 15, 16.
Was that?
So it might have been
15. Okay, so 12 and 14 is Minnesota then.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a little
because LeBron was in Miami.
Yeah. LeBron won in 16 and Boston 15.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a little aggressive for him to be a two-time All-NBA in Minnesota.
Second team.
Anytime.
I think you're diminishing how good he was. He was really good.
Let's look at Kevin Love's time in Minnesota.
He was really good. He was really good. They didn't win anything.
Well, DeMarcus was all NBA, wasn't he?
That's true. That's a fair point.
Why'd you make me say that? Like, come on, man.
He averaged 26, 12 and a half, and 4.5.
That's pretty damn good.
Man.
No, I didn't think he had that high of a point total. 26 and 12.
That dude was, chunky Kevin Love was.
And then,
I thought it was around like
the year the 2011-2012, he had 26, 13, and 2. So less assists, but definitely a little better on the boards. His highest rebound year where he was an all-star, he averaged 15 rebounds a game.
Who was first team that year?
Now, once again, I stand corrected. That Kevin Love was balling. And they didn't even score points back.
No, averaging 26 a game? Wow.
He was balling.
He was 11th in MVP voting that year. He was 6th in MVP voting in 2012.
This is the 2013-14 All-NBA team is probably something you're going to have to explain to somebody. The first team is KD, LeBron, James Harden, Chris Paul. Any guesses?
Darren Williams.
Joakim Noah.
Oh.
The second team was Blake, Kevin Love, Steph Curry, and Tony Parker.
Tony Parker.
The third team, boy, Paul George, LaMarcus Aldridge, Al Jefferson of the Charlotte Bobcats.
Oh, wow.
Goran Dragic, and Dame Lillard.
Were there no top flight players?
That was the
year? Goodness
wow.
gracious. No disrespect to them, but my goodness.
We got to let TK go to work, and we have to go to a commercial. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320.
Thanks, guys.
That's amazing. Thanks, TK.
Thank you, TK.
You guys are the best.
Text me, girl.
I will.
Are we missing one if we do that, or we're good? We're good. Okay. All right. Got you. Okay. Yo, that third team is wild. LaMarcus, Al Jefferson, Goran Dragic. Ooh. Have we done this before? I feel like we've done this before, but I bet no one has a recollection of it.
I don't think we have.
Oh, ask and you shall receive. Yeah, that's the other thing. A Bobcat. William.
What's up, Damien?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, we good, man. We good. We just hanging out, having fun.
I looked last night.
Have fun when the Kings win.
Yeah. I looked last night, and the year that Kevin Love got his double-double streak, he did not get like any postseason awards. So I was like trying to figure it out if Sabonis getting the record made him a lock for anything. I was like, nope. Based on history, does not. But that was also Kevin Love's. He was still on the rise when you got that streak. So who knows?
You did drop a Wilt stat too with Sabonis, and Sabonis is putting up numbers like Wilt like numbers, and we still can't get him in.
Yeah,
it's
crazy.
the passing.
It's not the craziest thing.
Yeah, Kevin Love didn't have the assist numbers that Sabonis does.
I'm trying to find a crazier all-NBA team than the one that I just read out loud. And I don't think I can. Goran Dragic is just incredible. Ooh, Andrew Bynum. All-NBA second team, 2011-2012.
I'm gonna do in StatHead.
I think I might have found a stranger one that needs explanation. Oh, yeah, there could be a couple of them.
What year is it?
2010, 2011.
Yeah, I can't even.
The first team is KD, LeBron, Dwight, Kobe, and Derrick Rose. Second team, Powell, Dirk, Amari, D. Wade, Russ. The third team is LaMarcus Aldridge.
Was he like a 3-time All-NBA player?
Zach Randolph.
Oh, that's the grit and grind, Zach.
Al Horford.
Ooh.
Manu Ginobili, and Chris Paul.
That's crazy. Has Draymond ever been an All-NBA? I only ask.
I'm going to say no.
Is Al Horford a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, he might be.
At
like
this point.
He's like
even without.
He's like a first floor Hall of Famer. Like right when you walk in, his display's right there.
He's the guy who rides the elevator.
Like Draymond, I got a Draymond Green All NBA third team right here.
Yep.
2016-17.
And second team the year before.
He made it twice.
Yeah.
Second and third.
Al Horford, He's had a really good NBA career, but he's
had a great college career as well.
The back-to-back.
Like, does that get him in? Because he's been great in the NBA.
They say basketball.
It's Basketball Hall of Fame.
So
him turning into just a shooter is so great for the end of his career. Like, he's such a good shooter. I know not as much this year, but last year he was like one of the best shooting big men.
He was
in
like
the
top
entire
5,
league.
I think.
Yeah. And no one talked about it.
Nobody talks about anything with the
Shaq made 14 All NBA teams.
With the whatchamacallits nowadays, unfortunately for them.
It's terrifying, honestly. Everything just comes down to June, like nothing matters.
Poor guys.
DeMarcus made all second team twice. Chris Paul got 10. Russ got 7. LeBron 19. Good God. Okay.
Bron.
How many of those are first teams? 19 all NBA nods for LeBron James. How many of those are first teams? This does not count towards your total.
17.
17 out of 20. Will, you want in on this?
Out of 19?
Correct.
18.
18. Jesse, you want in on this?
Going out of 19 All-NBA selections?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to go 18 too.
13.
That counts.
That feels low.
Hey,
That feels low.
hey,
No,
count it.
it doesn't.
Stop taking house show
I
wins.
knew it was bad as soon as I said it.
Jesse, you guys guessed the same number.
I said 18. I said 17.
Oh, I thought you said 18.
But this is not a win.
Count it.
Don't
It's
even
a whole different game.
Yeah. That was like an all-star type of like mini game or something. That was the skills competition.
That
right
was
there.
like that wasn't even that. That was Steph versus Sabrina. That's
that's what.
Like,
yeah, that was Kevin Hart versus Draymond
you
Green.
Thirsty, bro.
Count
You
it.
thirsty.
That counts.
Hey, remember when Kevin Hart beat Draymond Green in a 3-point shootout?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And they tried to cut it like the NBA was like, no, that didn't happen.
All timer.
Oh gosh.
All timer.
Oh man.
Man, 6 times for. Is that? I'm trying to figure out who is like even in LeBron's category. And the emphatic answer is no one. We're coming back, Will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on this. Is that's got to be the most ever, right?
For first team, yeah.
James's, yeah, that's the most ever.
Yeah, Kobe at 11, Karl Malone 11, again LeBron at 13. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Tim Duncan 10, Michael Jordan 10, Kareem 10, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Bob Pettit, Bob Cousy.
There's a fun. How many of teams did Jordan make? Period.
1 sec.
11. He made all NBA 11 times. 10 of them were first team.
I think we looked it up too once while we're on this. Elgin Baylor's the only one to go like 12 for 12 as far as making all NBA teams and being first team every time.
That's
Elgin
right.
was crazy.
That's
too.
right. And Jordan's all NBA second team was 1985. It's incredible.
That's
Absolutely
his
incredible.
second year in the league, right?
Isn't that the broken foot year?
Yeah. Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Amazing. That's amazing. Will Z with us here. Will, we missed you yesterday, but man, it was a good night for Sacramento. What stood out to you the most in that pretty dominant win against the Philadelphia 76ers?
I think to me it was Davion, just to go straight to like individual standout. His defense just looked so good, and I think shows the example of how nice it is to have the different types of perimeter defenders, because his defense is him and Keon are both so good in different ways on defense. I think Davion's better on ball, like straight up one-on-one defender, whereas Keon is so good he's so pesky. I think he's a better off ball defender, but still a really good on-ball defender. So having him be able to step in and slow down Maxey after his hot start, I think was just crucial. And just like it was a classic Davion game where I think 2 at least offensive fouls that he created just by fighting through screens, and then throw in 18 points on the offensive side, and you can't ask for anything more from him.
I was looking up some of the numbers that he had just since in the month of March, and I think the numbers, you can tell me what you think about them, but I think they're sensational for a backup point guard who doesn't play a lot. It was something. I had him right here. There they go, the backup. He's averaging 16.8 minutes. He's averaging 7.2 points, but that's on 58% from the field. He's shooting 38.7% from beyond the arc. I just think his production in those opportunities has been everything you could ask for as of late. And that's just offensive end. That's not even taking into account what he does on the defensive end.
Yeah, and to me, it's the attacking too. And he looks so decisive, which I think is what Mike Brown has been asking for him to do, going back to the beginning of this year and even last year, is you're seeing him attack, create for others, and hit more 2-pointers, and he's not just getting his 3-point looks. It's something where you're never going to see the high volume, I don't think, from him, and that's just because it's not how this team is created, especially with Monk coming off the bench. But if he can just like pick his spots and hit those percentages, like you were saying, Kenny, then he, like, again, from a backup point guard perspective, that's fantastic. From a Davion perspective, it's always the question of does he want more? I don't know. But in this role, I think he is excellent, and him and Keon just clicking together is something. We all thought it was going to be Keon or Davion, and the fact that it's both of them together is just a game changer for the whole roster.
You quoted by the great Trysta Krick just moments ago. You've been doing a lot of research into the Kings' defensive statistics since the All-Star break in the month of March and the season. What are the ones that stand out to you the most? And is what we're seeing from the Sacramento Kings on the defensive end, is that real? Like, is there enough evidence now to say, nah, this team is a good defensive team?
Yeah, I think it is. So last 9 games, I know Trysta threw some of them out, but I don't think she hit all of them. 102.6 points, 43.6% from the field, 32.5% from 3. The league leaders in those categories, Timberwolves for 106.5 points, 44.8% from the field, and the Pelicans lead the league with a 34.4 3-point percentage. So the Kings in the last 9 games are better than all of the leading marks. And just eye test alone, I don't think it's luck. I think it's effort. I think it's them doing the little things, fighting through screens, knowing when they double team, where to recover to, and how to get in those passing lanes. I think we're seeing all of the little things that Mike Brown wants to see. They're finally understanding them and putting them into work on the court. And I think that it looks real to me based on the eye test and in the numbers.
And that's what I hesitate with when I think about if it's real to me. It still is a short sample size. It could be these guys just kind of locking into what Mike Brown is saying, and the numbers are saying something. But you know what? My eyes are telling me this is different. What I see on the floor, the activity that I see on the floor, the movement, what Keon's doing seems infectious to what this, or it's allowed everybody to be in the role that they want to be in or they're best suited for. And more than all the numbers, they just look like a different defensive team at this point.
Yeah, you can almost just throw the numbers out and just go on look and feel. And it just has that it's so different. And it just looks and feels so much better. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch defense.
Let's dive into tonight's game, which this conversation will probably sound stunningly similar to Friday's conversation, given the Sacramento Kings' next 2 games are against the same opponent, the Dallas Mavericks. These are the games we've had circles on the calendar for a good couple of months now. We knew these would be big games, and with Phoenix's loss last night to San Antonio, with Sacramento's win against Philadelphia, and the way that these two teams are playing right now, they've picked up a little bit of steam here on national television. Will, you put out the Zcast earlier. What's this game look like for Sacramento? What are we watching for?
Yeah, Dallas is really interesting. So their big thing all season has been they're a super high volume 3-point shooting team. They don't have the best percentage, currently at 13th best 3-point percentage. But what they've done in the last 9 games, and I think you guys were saying it earlier, it seems like they found their identity since the trade deadline, is they've morphed into a 2-point team. So some splits, I'll throw some numbers at you. Points in the paint, the first 62 games, 46.7. Points in the paint, the last 9 games, 56.4. 10%, 10-point difference. Shooting splits, they're taking 49.9 twos per game in the first 62 games. Last 9 games up to 54.7, and the percentage has jumped up from 56.5 to 61.1. So it's just they are relying less on the 3 and more on the 2-pointer, which is crucial because, again, same splits, last 9 games, 32.4% from 3 compared to 37.3 in the first 62. So it's been a shift for them that's really worked. I was looking at the game logs and everything. I was like, how are they winning? That's always what I try and do. Especially this late in the season, like take a portion, what have they been doing well? And it was just weird, and then it kind of clicked. So I think it's a good matchup for the Kings. Looking again, the month of March, just some recent splits. Kings are holding opponents to 52.4% on their 2-point field goal attempts, which is the second best mark in the league, second to only the Knicks. So another instance of where we see an opponent's strength match up with a King's strength. And one of those trends is going to break tonight, and hopefully it's the Mavs.
I certainly hope so. I think the thing that I continue to think about with this Mavericks-Kings matchup is the Kings just seem like a better matchup. The matchup seems better for the Kings, I should say, and a bad matchup for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
I just think that they can take advantage of the Mavericks' weaknesses a little bit better, and they also have things that the Mavericks can't account for, like Sabonis. They have nobody to guard Sabonis inside. So do the numbers kind of bear that out when you see, the matchup between these two, that, the Kings dominate points in the paint or rebounding or something like that?
Yeah, they do. So to me, it's both Fox and Sabonis. Like you said, I don't think the Mavs can slow down Sabonis inside, and I don't think they can slow down Fox with his driving. So you have two, like the Kings could ride either one of those games where if a team isn't able to slow down Sabonis inside, they can go to that all game. If a team isn't able to slow down Fox, they can go to that all game. If a team isn't able to slow down either of those, what are they going to do? So Fox in the last 2 matchups, 34 points on 13 of 24 and 30 points on 10 of 20. And then Sabonis, 17, 11, and 4 on 7 of 10, 32, 13, and 6 on 13 of 15. He's shooting 80% on the season against the Mavs. If you look at Daniel Gafford, again, if people say the Mavs are a different team now, he lit the Wizards up too when Gafford was defending him on the Wizards. So to me, it's go to whichever matchup is working. If one's working, great, and the other isn't, I think that's still okay.
Will, what's the swing stat for tonight? What's the number one thing that we're watching?
I think points in the paint, since that's something that the Mavs have been doing so well, and then with the Sabonis advantage there, that's the matchup I'll be watching tonight.
All right.
Get it done, man. Let's get
Points
it
in the
done.
paint. Did you happen to? I think I could do this relatively quickly. Can't remember what day I said those games were. Looking back at the last 2 games, the one in January, obviously a different team. The Kings won the points in the paint battle there, 54-44. Going back to the other one in November, the Kings won that battle as well, 58-46. Again, feels like this is a little bit of a different Mavericks team than it was those early season games. They're bigger. Sure. We mentioned Gafford, PG. They got some guys there. Great stuff, Will. We appreciate it, man. National TV tonight, Kings-Mavericks. We'll be back to talk about it again on Friday.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it.
You got it. That's our man, Will Z. Make sure you're following him. He is the go-to stat guy for everybody. Us, TK, and the Sacramento Kings. I'm convinced Mike Brown does advanced scouting based on Will Z stats. I have no evidence to support that. I just think that's what happens.
Will Z always on TV. Yeah, don't be surprised if you can see him on TNT tonight.
This Will Z stats here.
Underdog might pull something up.
He might. That's a shoot. That's a shoot. And then Charles, hey, that Will Z stats is a knucklehead. Of course, it's
that
Tuesdays.
Will Z stats. I mean, when you have a guy like that, see, I don't understand.
No, that's not a good
I don't understand why Will Z stats is doing that. See what I'm saying?
Brandon Clark close to returning, according to Adrian Wojnarowski.
Good.
He's on the cusp of returning to the lineup, Woj says. I don't know that I do that. Like 10, 11 games.
If he's 100% healthy and full go, why not throw him in for a couple practices, couple games? Why not? Like, as long as you're not rushing him back,
yeah,
clearly. But like if he's cleared by the doctors to play and to work out, give him a little game action so he doesn't have that hurdle to climb over at the start of the season next year. So if the last 3 games of the season, if you could play him, let him play. I'm okay with it as long as you're not rushing him back.
All right. I guess.
Get that mental hurdle out of the way now.
Sure, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Going back to some things Will was talking about, like the Sacramento Kings defense has really, really been good in the last 9 games. I think Jesse pulled this stat. In the last 9 games, they're guarding the 3-point line better. Wouldn't necessarily call them great, but better. Remember, they were awful.
Mm-hmm.
They went from 29th to 12th in the last 9 games. That's a significant improvement. And the Kings being better on defense doesn't even feel real.
It's a completely different team.
Like we had, we've had conversations about how just awful this defense was. Oh, just be average. The Kings defense is finally average. There is something, and I can't remember. Maybe you brought this up, but you asked about the back-to-back, the Washington game.
Yeah.
You asked about the back-to-back, and it was kind of like, you got to find a way. This team seems to be playing a different style of basketball, right? Where they're more physical, they're more aggressive. Like you're hearing these, deflection stats and steal stats and all of these type of hustle movement stats being, just thrown out there. And I do think, again, not stalling them out, got to find a way against teams like that, especially against teams like that. Both teams, by the way, on the second night of a back-to-back tonight. But maybe there is a little bit more to that than I originally gave it credit for yesterday, in the fact that maybe this extra physicality on the defensive end did create some extra fatigue.
Maybe
That's
so.
the right word.
The only thing that I would say about that is they seem to get, a good amount of rest the night before because they were beating the brakes off of Toronto. So maybe not, but maybe it's a culmination of you've been playing this way for a week and you've got to travel in the middle of the night and get in and play. You once again, like you said, you've got to find a way. But man, it's easy for me to say right now because they won against Orlando, they won against Philly. But I do kind of take notice of the fact that they did battle back.
Well, that's the thing. In that Washington game, they did get back, took the lead in the fourth for a bad 6-minute stretch or whatever you want to call it after that, where they gave it up from talking about them on being on like a 5-game winning streak or whatever Dallas is on.
They battled back twice in that game. And the hole that they dug was just too great. And that's their fault. But they didn't just kind of go away or we don't have it tonight, guys. They battled back a little bit. Like I said, it's a lot easier for me to say with them beating the Magic and beating Philadelphia. But Yeah, it was just one of those tough situations. They do have a guy that can kind of take over a game offensively in Kyle Kuzma, and he had a great offensive night. But the whole point of it all is they're playing good basketball. Even in that situation, they were still battling when they weren't at 100%.
Okay.
But all the goodwill can be thrown out the window if they can't get at least one of these two games against Dallas.
Yeah, it feels like losing both. I mean, losing both. It doesn't end it.
No.
Because it's 2-2, and I don't, think things have to be worked out from there. Sure as hell doesn't feel good though.
No.
Like it doesn't breed a bunch of confidence because it and perhaps more importantly than anything else, it accentuates Dallas is playing really, really good. Unless they hit a skid here, it's probably not happening. Unless the Clippers skid starts to accelerate a little bit, it's not happening. And the Pelicans would have to,
free fall.
Yeah, they'd have to, hit a point that they haven't hit even with Ingram out of the lineup the last stretch of games.
Well, look, I'm joking when I say this, but both teams probably just need to have a gentleman's agreement to split. Because I think both teams are looking at it like, just don't lose two.
We Chargers Raiders this thing. We need a tie, fellas. We both get in. We need a tie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because both teams are like, look, this is a tough little stretch. If we get out of these two games 1-1, no harm, no foul. Let's finish the rest of our. But a sweep from either side seems catastrophic.
Yeah, we had a back-to-back. Was it last year with Dallas? It could have been.
Yeah, it was Dallas. Yeah, it was when they first got
Kyrie. That's right, and
their first game with Luka, Kyrie and Luka was against.
That's the one the Kings won, though.
Yeah.
They lost the one when it was just Kyrie, if I remember correctly. Won the one when Luka came back because everyone was talking. Yeah, Luka's not playing tonight, but he's absolutely playing tomorrow. And the Kings, Kyrie is a nightmare.
He's scary.
He is a nightmare, man.
I want to say, I mean,
Kyrie was so good. He won a game that the Mavericks didn't want to win last year.
Ain't nobody stopping Kyrie, but I want to see what Keon is looking like. That's a matchup right there.
Yeah.
Usually in the last year or so, De'Aaron would match up with Kyrie, and in that game that you talked about, Kyrie and De'Aaron were going back and forth.
And De'Aaron was really good in that game. Kyrie was just better.
Yeah. Well, but in the first one, the second one.
Oh, the Kyrie, yeah.
De'Aaron took it to another level, and was able to get that win. So, man, this is a game tonight, boy. This is a game.
I'll never forget Kyrie's shot in the corner.
Oh man,
this is one of the
that one in Dallas.
Yeah, the one we had the watch party for.
Yeah. Oh,
just I think it hit the top of the American Airlines arena.
Kyrie's he's terrifying. Because he just scores so effortlessly at times. And then you got 77.
Well,
I mean, this guy, what's the numbers he's doing right now?
Basically 34, 9, and 10.
77.
34, 9, and 10.
He ain't no joke.
That's insane.
Man.
But it's 9.9. He needs to get to 10. Like it looks better. You got to get, you can't round up.
I try to round up, but since it's not a Kings player, I won't.
That's I see nothing wrong with that. Jason Jones is going to join us here shortly. We'll come back. We'll talk more. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And I've had TMZ up all day for obvious reasons. And there's this video that I just haven't watched yet. This says Vince Young knocked out in wild bar fight.
Yeah, man. Damn. Man. All right. He said he was sucker punched, though. Hold on, guys. Just sending out some texts. KC, the Giants might be a good team this season, managed by Bob Melvin. Good pitching staff. I certainly hope so. I don't think they're going to be awful. I don't think they'll be awful. I don't think they're going to be better than the Dodgers. Obviously, I'm not sure they're going to be better than the Diamondbacks. And I'm not sure what's going to go on with the Padres. They're in a tough division. So, can you make the playoffs by finishing potentially fourth in the division? I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. I hope they can make the postseason, but they got to contend with their division first. Yeah, Sherlin B. Moore. Earlier in the show, we were sending out our love for Baltimore and everything that's going on out there. That's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that in my life. So that was crazy to see. I hope everybody's okay out there. I hope it doesn't affect people's lives too much out there. But yeah, that was astonishing to see. I am not Ham says Braves versus Orioles in the World Series this year. Opening day is Thursday.
You see 50 Cent is a new target now.
Uh-oh. Woo.
Jay-Z.
Oh, boy. See.
He tweeted Jay on a milk carton.
A lot of people were saying that last night. I'm just not going to believe that until I see some hard evidence.
Oh, yeah, it's a tweet right now.
But 50.
It's 50 Cent being a troll as well.
Wait, what I missed?
50 Cent posted a picture of Jay-Z on a milk carton.
Has 50 been wrong?
He hasn't. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
So
what am
yesterday,
I,
a good number of people were like, Jay-Z better watch out. Jay-Z's next. Da, 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 da. And Jesse was talking about 50 as a new target now. Jay. I'm gonna ignore that until I have more concrete evidence. But damn. The Causeway's going on as we speak. Sac State at UC Davis baseball. Stingers up. You already know who I'm riding with.
Is he literally? Yeah. 50 needs to calm down.
Warren, we'll be at Bar West tomorrow at 4. Sunday, the Insiders are at Players Sports Pub and Grill.
Thursday.
Thursday?
No,
yeah.
we're at Bar West on Thursday.
Yeah, we're at Bar West Thursday.
Yeah, not tomorrow.
They're there Saturday.
Today's
excuse me. Yeah, we're Thursday at Bar West. Sunday, the Insiders are at Players Sports Pub and Grill.
No, I think they're there Saturday.
Saturday, excuse me. The sheet says Sunday.
Yeah. That's right.
All right, and then Monday we're at Tom's Watch Bar.
The National Championship Monday. So that's the 8th. We're at Tom's Watch Bar.
Yeah, dumbasses. Tell him, John Lynch. It's not available, bro. Stop.
The Players on Sunrise Boulevard in Fair Oaks, you guys.
Saying that you got it all. Love the way you play is ball.
Jason said he's gonna be a little bit late. Jay, I'm gonna try to get out there tonight. I'm not confident I'm gonna be there Sunday, but my plan is to go tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out there on Friday.
So I guess the Carter 6 just isn't coming out.
Who knows?
that fix before the 6. Oh, that was ass. I think I'm just gonna scratch this whole project.
Who knows?
Scratch all this nonsense. All right. Make your plans to watch some tournament action with us this coming Thursday. Immediately following this show, we're going to head out to Bar West at 2724 J Street in Midtown to watch some tournament action, man. Come through, hang out. Vibes. Vibes. We're going to have some fun.
Man. Sweet 16 starting up on Thursday. It's going to be some good basketball. Good basketball. Let me see real quick while we have a second. Because I didn't get a chance to see who is playing on Thursday. Ooh, Clemson, Arizona going to San Diego State, UConn rematch of the national championship game is going on early on. Then you got Alabama, North Carolina, and Illinois, Iowa State. That is big time. Do you remember? Are you old enough to remember when? So the last time Illinois was in Illinois was in the Sweet 16 was 19 years ago. You remember that game? It was one of the all-time, at least for me, tournament moments.
Who was their opponent?
Arizona.
Illinois versus Arizona, 19 years ago.
8. Darren Williams, Luther Head, D Brown. They were down, I think, 13 with like 2.5 minutes to go. Had a furious comeback to get it to overtime, and then won in overtime. Ended up going to the Final Four. Ended up playing North Carolina in the national championship game. The whole point when I heard that is they said that was 19 years ago. What?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That team with Darren Williams and Luther Head and D Brown were 19 years ago.
Darren Williams is another one of those guys you probably just got to explain to someone.
He made some All-NBAs, didn't he?
Oh, had to have. Like that was the conversation.
It was him versus CP3, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, how hip to Darren Williams are you?
Me? Yeah, no, because that was around the Celtics and all that. Him versus Rondo and stuff
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, it was. Darren Williams. Two.
I was about to say two.
Two All-NBA second teams.
He was that dude. And then when
he
he
was
was
bad.
cooking in Utah, where I remember one year they gave the Lakers were like the favorite. It was one of their championship years with Kobe and Gasol. They like took them to 6. The Lakers started up 2-0. Jazz came back, won the next 2 in Utah, and that was a battle. They beat the We Believe Warriors. That was Also, when Derek
The
Fisher.
Derek Fisher game.
Yeah. And Darren he was a problem. He was a problem.
Yeah, Derek Fisher. D-Fish. I don't know. Salute.
Darren Williams went to that Nets team, and that was pretty much the end for all those players, right? Like all their careers.
Players,
just kinda took a dip.
coaches,
Yeah.
virtually. It's pretty much
Like,
the end for everyone.
Everyone who was associated with that, which is gone.
That
was it. Yeah, that it caught up with Darren Williams quick.
Yeah.
Is that the worst? I don't know what to call it, but like just team situation of all time as far as like building and it just completely blew up.
I think Boozer was there too.
Yeah, Boozer was like Williams' career went down. KG Pierce, like they went there to do something. They were
in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
That was
they
dumb.
were Sports
Billy
Illustrated
King,
covers
was
and all
just
that.
Stupid. Those guys were 45 years old, and we're starting some here in Brooklyn.
I think they got Joe Johnson too at one point. I think
that was just dumb. Did they make the playoffs or did they get bounced in the
No, they made the playoffs a couple of times. They just didn't do anything.
Oh, let's go. I'm trying to go 2-0 today.
No, it's not. That's not the case.
Trying to get back to 1 game under.
We had calls for Kevin Love earlier today.
Oh, can we do 2?
We can. I feel like we've done Kevin Love, but no one can remember it. So if no one remembers it, we didn't do it.
Pocket Watchers doubleheader.
However, I have Darren Williams numbers in front of me.
All right.
Darren Williams, the former number 3 overall pick from the 2005 NBA draft. 15 season in the association.
Wow, that's a lot of time. I didn't expect that.
Died in Brooklyn. Peaked in the 2014-15 year with $19.7 million.
What is he, Buddy Hill?
The 2014-15 season, $19.7 million. Darren Williams, the former number 3 overall pick in the NBA draft. 15 seasons. Kenny Caraway, you desperately need a victory. You go first. 15 seasons, 19.7. Career earnings for Darren Williams is what?
Can I actually go first here?
Oh,
what?
Oh,
can I be the
well?
road
You
team
are
today?
the you.
You don't get to dictate nothing.
You guys yell at me when I go second. I'm trying to go first.
champion.
And look it.
I as the official who rules over these, I will allow Jesse to go first.
All right, I'm gonna go 173 million.
$173 million is the guess for Jesse Tapia, the reigning, defending, universal, and undisputed
Well, all right, that's a little excessive there.
Intercontinental champion.
All you have to do is say his name.
Of the world.
Kenny Caraway. 15 seasons, $19.7 million is his peak. Career earnings for Darren Williams.
Darren Williams made a nice little chunk of change. I'm going to go with 181.
181 is the number.
This feels close.
Jesse Tapia wins again.
There we go.
What is this?
100
Did you forget a year? Did you forget a contract? What the hell's going on here?
$159.4 million career earnings for Darren Williams. Even when Jesse sets the number, KC cannot get a victory, who's now 4-10, 3-10 against Jesse.
I'm sorry.
4-10.
I'm answering all the narratives this season.
You're getting all in depth with the numbers. We don't need all that. Let's run the next one. Let's
Primo
go.
J.
I need to get another win. Let's go.
Primo J says uninstall the game, KC.
Let's go. Let me get this win here. Go 1 for 1 for today.
All right. Kevin Love, former number 5 overall pick out of UCLA, 2008 NBA draft. 16 seasons and counting in the association for the Banana Republic model. He peaked. He peaked in the 2021 and 21-22 season, earning each year $31,258,000.
Gracious.
Kevin Love, who's going first?
Kenny, you can go first. I was just trying to prove something last game.
Kevin Love, former number 5 overall pick in the 2008 NBA draft, 16 NBA seasons and counting.
I'm going to say
$31.2 million twice.
I'm going to say $221 million.
$221 million is the number.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I think you're shortchanging our guy, Kevin Love, here.
Good job.
Jesse Tapia.
I'm going to go 248.
200.
What the hell kind of number is that?
And $48 million. Good God, this man cannot buy a victory.
What the hell is going on here?
He is now 3-11. This man is 3-11 versus Jesse Tapia. $269.6 million for our man Kevin Love, who, by the way, will earn $4 million next year to bring that total to 273.
Damn.
Oh,
I'm gonna go home and practice.
3-11.
KC's got Reese throwing up spot track numbers tonight.
This is Kenny Mahal over here. Like, my goodness.
Broke ass Kenny.
Broke ass Caraway over here.
Well, then who's this great colleague? Who's he gonna bring out to beat me then?
Oh man. Bobby Marks. He gets Bobby Marks on the phone for a run-in.
How did Corbin change his luck again?
He won
the lottery or something like that.
He hit like a slot machine or something.
For
Didn't
like
he?
his last quarter or something.
Yeah. Oh man. You got to send KC to the G League for a bit.
I just got to rehab. That's all. The comeback is about to be epic. Epic. The comeback gonna be so epic they're gonna think I'm on steroids.
We need to be Roger Clemens of Pocket Watchers.
Man, that's tough.
Oh man, Coach JT in here. I read it in that voice too. Trash.
No.
What's the old boy's name again who always does that? Trash.
Bubba something. He was on Skip Bayless's show that one time.
He was on Undisputed like a month ago.
Goodness gracious.
Trash. We need that as a soundbite.
We had 2 opportunities. How did you lose both of them?
Well, look, man. It's down on my luck.
No.
Bill Russell, Havlicek, that Celtics team back then, I guess.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll keep it moving here. Tough outing for our brother today.
Man.
Tough outing for
Like
our
I
brother.
said,
Hopefully the
when I
Sacramento
come
Kings.
back-
Hopefully the Sacramento Kings fare better than Kenny Caraway.
Well,
I
I'm
don't know,
taking
Johnny P in the chat says maybe you pull a WCW, you can taser me like they did Goldberg, maybe.
haven't tried that.
I wish. So I remember. So you got your most recent victory was actually against Jason Jones.
Well, and that should have counted the one today too, but we're not going to get into that.
It wasn't a game, but I wish I had noted, if I knew you weren't going to get a victory for a while,
we'll keep
I
it up.
would have noted like when the last, like you're on a Domas like streak right now.
Well, Kenny's beat. He's got to win because he's got 3 wins, right? So
Yes.
he beat me, and he's got the 2 wins against Jason Jones and the Vegas
I have
Barlings.
2 against Jason. I got 2 against
No, 1
you.
against Jason. You get 2 against the expansion teams.
Oh, that's right. One of them is
The Vegas Barlings and the LA Joneses.
I don't remember if I marked that. I don't remember if I marked the
Oh,
win
well, give
against
me my
me.
4.
Maybe
Give
I
my
did.
4.
So you're actually 2-11.
No, you didn't. Give me my 4.
No, I
4
think
and
I
11.
did.
Yeah, I
So
think
you're
you did mark
actually
it because we
you're
called it
actually
expansion. Yeah.
2-11.
No, I'm
No, I gave you. I think we took pity on you and gave you the mark. You're 2-11 versus. Hey, look at the good. You're 2-0 versus the expansion team.
Right, settle down. What's his name? Janae Barling. Janae. What's my boy's name? Porter.
Jontay.
Oh, Jontay Porter.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Me and Kenny should be making money off of these pocket watchers.
Man, 2-11. That's tough. There's been an odd amount of money being placed on Kenny losing pocket watching.
Somebody just won $20,000 off of Kenny Caraway losing last night.
All right, today
the IP address can be traced to Reese.Caraway.
Real talk though, like with Jontay Porter, like if I'm bookie or whatever, DraftKings, like wait, somebody made $20,000 off of Jontay Porter. No, that's not right. I'm calling that in as soon as it happens.
Today we're doing pocket watchers with Damian Lillard. Kenny, what's your guess? $20,000.
No, it's more like, no, I'm sick. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure I saw the injured Kimberly. She walked in. She went. So she's got a finger injury. Remind you, Domas played with a broken thumb for an entire year.
Game up.
And Kimberly walks into the office at 3:30. Look, I'm looking. I'm trying to find a splint, like a wrap.
I don't see anything.
I don't see anything.
Like nothing happened.
Of course, we didn't even. She was in the chatty house all day.
Is she limping like Michael Scott, even though he didn't get hurt his foot?
After Pam slaps him. Yeah, after Pam slaps him. Yeah,
I got to get there.
I don't see. There's no evidence she actually went to the doctor. That's a shame, man.
Come on, man.
That's a shame.
And the old,
not everybody's cut out for this.
The old fake hustle of let me show up to work an hour before I'm leaving to let them know I'm dedicated. Please,
we need Dwight.
What are you going to do in this hour?
We need Dwight and Toby on the case.
It's another solid reference right there.
I got to get there.
You have to, seriously, this summer.
You're never getting there, buddy. You're never getting there. Jason, we might miss Jason today. He's doing an interview for one of his stories. He said it got pushed back. I want to get back to the Kings and the Mavericks tonight. Can we just acknowledge that Raw was extraordinary last night?
I saw the clip. I didn't see all the Raw.
Extraordinary. The Punk segment was great. Drew McIntyre was great. Seth was great.
Well, that's one thing I was going to ask you.
The Rhea Becky segment was really good, but that closer with Rock and Roman or Rock and Cody was terrific.
I know you're serious with Raw right now, but have you seen what Rhea's got going on?
Yep. I saw that.
Did you see what happened with Shayna Baszler?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This weekend.
Yeah. Shout out Shayna.
Part of the bloodline now.
Shayna was asking for the stink face. Them house shows is wild, boy. Them house shows are like a Trysta Krick appearance. Man.
Straight up full. But I was going to ask you about Seth too. They said they did a
little there was a little foreshadowing.
Yeah, he was dropping a little hint that when he was in backstage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the
with
little
Jay.
Look. Yeah, they say though. That's one I did get right. Well, it's not here yet, but I think that'll be like my one win in pocket watchers. Me getting that. That's the one time.
Not pocket watching.
I'm saying the same.
He got one guess
win
right.
Percentage.
One prediction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Is wrestling back? Like not
WWE might be back
because I feel like anytime Raw's on or SmackDown, like I go on Twitter and just like you go on the For You tab and then people I'm following, you just go and everyone's tweeting about it.
Locked into WrestleMania.
Yeah.
So one thing that The Rock is really good at. They just showed that Jontay Porter 3 on TV. One thing that the Rock is really good at is he leans into like the social media perception, obviously because he's very active and he fully participates in the social media aspect of both Dwayne and the Rock character.
Mm-hmm.
And there were newsletter reports and all of this stuff about that TKO isn't pleased with like Rock's language on his social media videos. and they want all WWE performers to adhere to the PG thing. So he goes on TV last night and cusses.
Yeah.
Like he's dropping F-bombs and all of this different stuff. And of course, I'm confident USA Network was given a heads up. Hey, when The Rock's on, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have to exercise the delay. But it's all playing into the feed. But the bigger story is in terms of like the direction that they're going, Cody bled last night. That does not happen in WWE anymore. And Jason Jones joining us at the perfect time. Jason, how phenomenal was Raw last night?
That was amazing. I was like, this is like added. This is just like what we've been asking for. This is like, I mean, heel Rock is still my favorite version of the Rock. So, I mean, it's I mean, and you had so many different moments where things were, that line was blurred between, is this getting too personal? People's mamas got brought up, people's kids got brought up. And I think you have to kind of have a show like that because this is not like we were kids and we were like, what's going on? Is this real? Like, we know who Becky's husband is. Let's not pretend we don't know. Like, we know that a bunch of people in that building did not want CM Punk back. Let's not pretend like that didn't happen. Let's not like pretend that there's that they really wanted to do The Rock and Roman, and the fans loving Cody so much screwed up the plan and so I mean, they're leaning into it. I mean, I was like, I said, I felt like I was in college again in the 90s. It felt, and I was like, this might be the best Raw they've had in a long time. And the reason why I'm late, because I was talking to someone for a story. I'll just say they were at the they were a part of the show.
Oh, okay.
I've had a couple. I've been on my WWE WrestleMania tour grind. I'm not going this year, but I've been on my, I've been on my grind. So trust me, y'all gonna like this interview I just did.
Yeah. I see you. I mean, I thought The Rock Cody. I didn't see the whole show, but I saw the clips, and obviously I watched the whole Rock Cody situation. One of the things I asked Damian, which isn't a big deal to me, but it's still, I wonder how it affects. It does to me. What happened last night solidifies that Cody's going to win, and I don't know. I wanted to be a little bit more on edge. Like, is he going to win, or like there ain't no chance he's losing?
I don't know if he's going to win.
Really?
I could still see a because when he said, you don't know about hard times. Your daddy talked about hard times. You don't know about hard times. I mean, I could see scenario where he loses on the Sunday. Like, what if they have him like win Money in the Bank and then The Rock screws him again? I mean, this thing could go on. I mean, like, I was talking to a friend of mine over the weekend about it. He was like, man, Cody's promos ain't even that. I said, no, Cody's promos are good. The Rock is back though. And no one's going to, but yeah. So, I mean,
and Roman be doing his thing on the promos too. Roman,
yeah, like I said,
Roman got Cody the other day on Friday when he told him, he said, you just said the same thing last week.
I mean, there's so much good going on right now. I mean, my God, this is the best Drew McIntyre's been.
Oh yeah. Drew
I mean, if you're not following Drew McIntyre on social media now, you're missing out.
Yeah, Drew is on fire. Like, everything he does is a CM Punk troll right now.
Yeah, when he did the whole Crip and Blood meme about guys hating CM Punk, I said, I don't know if this is Drew doing his own work or I said, whoever's doing this stuff, they're killing it right now. I mean, they're cooking on all levels. I mean, Rhea. I mean, all over. I mean, this is gonna be a hell of a weekend. I mean, this is gonna be good.
Speaking of Rhea, KC just asked me this. Have you seen the new Rhea house show spot?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I saw that. My buddies and my luck wrestling chat are still mad that I have a picture with Rhea from WrestleMania last year.
Oh man.
They're still like, so you really, and the reason why they're mad is because I'm standing and my arm is like over here and you can't see my hand, and they're trying to make a joke. I'm like,
Nope.
that's not what I was. Like, stop.
No.
I've got a girlfriend. I was being respectful. You know, you do the Usher thing where you don't put the arm all the way on because you don't need those problems. And plus, I think her fiance is a little like works out a little bit more than me. So
A little bit.
a little bit, just a little bit more than me.
We have a different version of WrestleMania tonight at the Golden One Center, but it is a 2-night extravaganza.
Oh man, look at him cooking! Look at him cooking!
It is a 2-night extravaganza, and tonight is night one. The Sacramento Kings and the Dallas Mavericks. Jay, it feels like these two teams might be peaking at the same exact time. Both teams are playing great basketball right now.
Yeah, as long as the Kings don't play the Wizards or another bad team.
There's that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. I mean, and this is important because if you get these games, you might guarantee yourself a spot out of the play-in.
Yeah.
And I don't, nobody, the way Kyrie's been playing and, the way Luka's playing. And like I said, the Wizards game withstanding overall, the Kings have been playing, playing well. I just think, yeah, this is going to be big. And I think this is probably Adam Silver going, see, I told you guys that playing would matter. Look at this. Like now the Houston Rockets are going to, sneaking up and they might steal 10. And then, but yeah, this is going to be a big weekend because I don't think any team, if you're the Kings or the Mavs, you want to end up in 7 and say you lose that 7-8 game and you could hypothetically have, I don't know, Steph Curry or LeBron James waiting on you in a winner-take-all game. I don't think anybody wants that situation. So this game, this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to these.
Hey, you play the Lakers, and when the Rockets play the Lakers, it'll be a 44-12 free throw advantage for the Lakers.
Oh, stop it.
Well, the numbers are the numbers, Jason.
But you have to actually watch. I mean, like the Pacers game, they fouled a lot at the end trying to stop the clock.
What about the NBA? How about the whole damn league for the last 2 years? What is it like a plus 400 advantage for the Lakers? That's atrocious.
So,
That's so.
What rule says free throws are supposed to be equal?
They got to be equal, but damn.
But
400?
Hey, don't foul. I mean,
what was Jesse's stat? They're the 27th.
Yeah, they don't even go to the basket.
The basket, they're 27th.
They don't even go to the rim like that.
They literally get jump shots.
They post up though. They post up.
Man, stop. Hey, just take the advantage and say, you know what? Hey, it's one of the
taking
best.
it. I'm not going.
Don't
I'm not giving any free
like there
throws
isn't
back.
some preferential treatment going on here. It clearly is.
Hey, I don't see anything preferential. Hey,
that's why no one wants to see the Lakers in a one game play-in.
I don't see preferential. I just don't. I mean, hey, man, some of my homies in LA were mad at De'Aaron for moonwalking in Orlando. They were like, "Oh, that's some BS." And my only issue with that call was that I hate when the referee waits to see what's going to happen to blow the whistle.
Yeah,
he fouled him. Blow the whistle. He's like, "Oh shoot, he did a backcourt. I guess I better call the foul now." Shoot, or don't be, or don't be like our man Tony Brothers going on giving terrible interviews.
Well, Tony,
what the hell are you thinking? And then you get mad at Chris Paul for calling you a TikToker.
Yeah, Tony.
He's not the best decision maker.
Who called him that? Chris Paul. Who called him a TikToker?
Chris Paul. Chris
Paul did. Yeah.
He got tossed from the game. He called him a TikToker and a judge or something like that.
That's funny though.
I mean,
that's hella funny.
I cracked up. I'm just saying the league between your referees giving terrible interviews, players allegedly prop betting on themselves in games.
No.
The league has a credibility issue, whether they want to admit it or not. I mean, I didn't like basketball, but I wanted to be a judge, so I became a referee. Why would you? Even if that's true, why would you say that? Like, we're now in an era where the referees clout chase, like openly clout chase.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, but then again, aren't they talking about like making betting part of the NBA League Pass?
Yeah, they do. They have.
This is all messed up, man. My man, I'm standing by my man Ohtani. I believe he had no idea what's going on. I believe him.
Shohei Rose.
Hey, chill. You know, did you see somebody drop the meme of Nakamura talking to an interview, and they said this is going to be Nakamura. This is going to be Ohtani during his press conference, and Nakamura goes, "I don't speak English." I said, "This is getting. I mean, this is getting out of control. This is getting out."
I didn't watch at all yesterday. He talked to his interpreter, right? His new interpreter. He talked to his new interpreter.
Yeah.
And he didn't answer questions.
Taking notes and everything. I'm like, this is just what are we? What's going on now? I mean, let's just go ahead and let the players gamble. Why not? I mean,
well, there's a lot of reasons why.
I mean, I'm being sarcastic, of course, but I mean, once the league's got in bed with all these gambling things, I mean, all of these our publications, mine included, we have writers dedicated specifically to gambling.
ESPN literally has a whole network called ESPN Bet now.
Yeah, we literally have reporters saying their reports are sponsored by FanDuel and Prize Picks, and you're surprised that a guy.
We're the only damn sports show not sponsored by Prize Picks.
I mean, last year, part of my job during the playoffs was to help pick games for the Athletic. I mean, hey, so we're surprised that some guy, especially a guy who's like on a minimum deal, said, you know what? I've got some inside information because I'm on the team. Let's see what I can do with this.
So, but that also means as a league, you just can't let that fly, right? Like,
yeah,
you can't necessarily stop it, but you know, he may be out of.
Yeah, he's gonna be persona non grata. Yeah, they got the 86 him. They got to make it. They got to make this to be the worst thing ever. Meanwhile, in MLB, I hope that the powers that be show mercy and understanding because Ohtani didn't know what was going on.
Don't worry, they won't do anything to Ohtani.
No, nope.
I'm just hoping that like I said, I believe him. I'm going to believe his story. I choose to believe him. I choose that because I don't have a choice.
Well, the tough part about that is like, dude could have really gotten like
robbed.
Yeah.
And we're questioning it. Yeah. And of course, they didn't help by, the way that the story originated. They didn't help themselves.
Not at all.
Like the original, I think it was Athletic Report. I don't remember who originally had the report. The story was like really, it was sad. Like, yo, these dudes were really close.
Yeah.
He got them like that.
Yeah. Like I said, this is just because I just remember seeing Ohtani the Dodgers fired his interpreter. I'm like, what does interpreter do? I'm like, I never heard of such a what did he? I'm thinking like a workplace violation. I'm not thinking this. And then you hear 4.5 million. I'm going, how in the world do you get that much money off of somebody and they don't know? And but then again, you're coming from the Angels too, where for God's sake, the Angels' legal history of the last few years is very spotty. I mean, the whole drug scandal and all that. This is just like, it feels like we're watching like a Tyler Perry movie or something. But it's like real life. I'm just, he gets married, then you've got this gambling thing, and then you've got, the betrayal of the friend, the story changing. I don't know what's going to happen.
Don't take any chances, Rob Manfred. Ban the Dodgers.
Hey, how about this? If they don't ban the Dodgers, they'll let Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. That's not a fair trade. Let Ohtani play. Let Barry in the Hall of Fame. I think that's fair.
Put Barry in anyway.
I think he should be in anyway. He's like one of the only Giants I like. Him and Dusty Baker.
Here's the true sign we're being lied to about Shohei Ohtani. Baseball goes, hey, let Barry in. Hey, you know what? Hey, put Pete in too. Let's make
Altuve like our
get Mark, Sammy. Just put them all in one class. One fell swoop.
We got to get a distraction going somehow. We got to do something.
Roger and Chilling can stay out.
Start giving money to charities, all the blue, they're just going to start sponsoring people and everything. And no one's talking about Ohtani anymore.
Jay, thanks for making a few minutes for us, man. We know you've been busy. We're tapped in for that article. The countdown to WrestleMania is on.
I got one dropping tomorrow, but it's not WWE or tomorrow Thursday. But then, yeah, this one, yeah, you guys are gonna like this one.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
We
here we
appreciate
go.
you.
All right, y'all.
Thanks, Jason. That's our man Jason Jones right there. Oh, he's speaking my language.
Yeah, man.
He's speaking my language.
Yeah,
It's,
man.
it's WrestleMania season. Man, and it is Kings and Mavericks.
Come on, man. I need everybody turned up tonight, baby.
We'll see y'all tonight at the Golden One Center, man, and we will see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m., beginning with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. 209 David Jackson. Put it on a shirt. Just thought about that. I had a revelation. Vamos Kings, light the beam.
There you go. Oh, man.
Oh,
man.
Oh. Hey,
Well, all right. Okay, relax, Siri. All right, man. We are going to shut it down. Go do what we do. Yeah, and hopefully we'll see. I'm gonna try to slide through tonight. It depends on how I feel in a couple of hours, but I'm gonna try to get there. Either way, we'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Appreciate you as always. Thanks for another really fun show. Sorry to Casey who went 0-2 today. 2-11.
Thanks for Will Z for the graphics too. I
It's Will working hard.